Hello, friends. What's up, everybody? Today we're in it for the long game. All right, let's fix you, chat. All right, let's keep you over here now. I think we may have finally got my setup in a position where we're not going to have to fucking move chat every time. Hopefully. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're in for a very long and very fun stream. Because that's what we're about to get to. All right. Now first, pulling up my Discord. That way if there's any cucks that want to fight me, I'm here ready and waiting. Oh, God. All right. Patrons and debates only in waiting room VC. Whew. Okay. We already have like a bunch of donations. Not really. We have 3 donations already. From our favorite Nope Nope. Thank you, Nope Nope, for the donations. Thank you for the $5. The Power of Nope, Your Mom, and Why Do Animals Like Grass? Because They're Horny. I'm not sure I get the last one, but, okay. Very cool. Hello, Beetle X6. What's up?
Yo, what's up, Hunter?
You here to debate me about something?
Yeah, your abortion stance, I guess.
Okay, what's up?
Well, like, I basically agree with you mostly. I think you said that you don't want to outlaw it,
Uh-huh.
but I think I heard you say that you view abortion as immoral.
Yeah, generally.
Well, why is that?
Because I think that you're taking away the potential for sentience. So the same way that I wouldn't, kill, like, I don't kill animals.
Well, yeah, but animals already have sentience.
Right, but when we're talking about fetuses, we're talking about the future potential for sentience. I'm
But why
still
does...
thinking it
Oh, wait,
through a little bit more. So
okay, but oh wait, I just want to ask you, why do you view potential for sentience the same as sentience?
I don't view it as the same, but I still view it as having value.
Well, yeah, well, do you value potential more than sentience that's already existent?
No, not more, but I also value the potential for sentience
Why is that?
because it's valuable. So, I mean, that's part of like what falls in line with my own moral code, right? Is to try to maximize happiness for sentient beings. That includes
Well,
animals. That also includes the
but
potential sentient
but you said you want to
beings.
maximize happiness for animals that are sentient,
Uh-huh.
and a something that has the potential for sentience, like a fetus, is not sentient yet.
I know.
So its its happiness cannot be maximized currently.
Currently, no, but it can be in the future because when they develop sentience, that's when that's important. And because the fetus is literally a human that is developing into a sentient being, I would not take the life away from that fetus. I find that to be morally wrong. However, I would not make it illegal because it doesn't seem to reduce abortion.
But killing it wouldn't... I mean, like, it wouldn't, like, it doesn't have sentience yet, so it can't even know that it's dead, and it can't even feel pain.
I recognize that, but it's the potential for sentience that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about currently.
But like, say if you killed my fetus, like me as a fetus, there's no real harm being done.
Um, I mean, at the moment, maybe not, but you are, again, taking the life of something that will develop into a sentient being. But
But
we're
I don't
starting to
care
kind of
about
loop.
that standpoint. Like,
Okay.
I don't care about... No disrespect, but I don't care about potential sentience,
Okay,
because then
so
you
you don't
start
think
getting
it's morally
into...
wrong?
No, because like what I see with Christians is that they get into the argument that potential for sentience means that we should hold women pregnant.
Right. Okay, well, it's fine. It just sounds like we have a little bit of a disagreement there. It sounds like we still agree more or less on the
Yeah, definitely.
general position though. All right,
I
man.
too would not like abortions, but I'm okay with having them.
I got you. All right, cool. Well, hey, thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
See you. Damn. Double sauce. Thank you for the $5 donation. I will be returning a gag I once did. So keep your eyes on the super chats, my guy. All right, I'm looking forward to it, buddy. Thank you. For a more perfect America, thanks for the 10. Here's $10 to make up for not being able to donate last week. Keep up the good work. Hey, man, I appreciate it, and please don't feel bad for not donating. All of your donations, I really do appreciate them, and it's a great way to have your message read, responded to live, and support the channel. But it is certainly not. It is certainly not required. Double sauce, thanks for the 10. Here's $10 because screw you. All right, thank you. Nope, nope. Damn, thank you for $20. Here's 20 because the other guy donated 10. Oh, shit. And then we just got another donation from Nope Nope, another $10 donation. Thank you, buddy. For a more perfect America, good, we came to a mutual agreement. Yeah, so, guys, since we're in it for the long game today, all right, you can see from the title of this stream that we're going to be streaming until probably like 10 p.m. tonight. So I'm going to be live for a really long time. So, yeah, the donations, they help to support the channel, and they help give me the motivation to continue streaming and entertaining your ungrateful asses. Just kidding. I love you very much. Double sauce, thank you for the $20 again. Holy shit. Here's 20 because screw that other guy. Fuck yeah. Hey, if you guys, if you want to fight in the super chat, if you want to type hate comments in the super chat, I don't care. How do you become an affiliate on Twitch? I'm able to, but then I wouldn't be able to dual stream. Patrick Starr, thanks for the $2. You stole Vosh's bagel? Thief? What are you, huh? Okay. Well, either way, thank you, Patrick Starr, for the donation. I appreciate it. You defend capitalism and you think you have friends. You are deluded. Hey, Kevin, why don't you get into my waiting room on my Discord? All right. Drama Llama, what's up? Hello. Okay. What's up, Michael? I saw you finish the video. I know.
1 hour, full hour. What are you? You're streaming for like 10 hours today? Might be a good time to watch it, Hunter.
Is
You
it
there?
really embarrassing about me?
Not really, no. I mean, I did pull up a few old clips where you were a little based, I would say. One where you
Yeah.
say a certain word that may start with the letter N. But other than that, it's a funny video. Your biggest supporters and haters both enjoy. Puddle of Pizza was congratulating me on it. Some of your fans said it was good, even though they still somewhat disagreed with it. It's a very nuanced video.
That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to watch a video about me being dead. All right. I don't know. I don't like it.
Uh, well, you might have a chance. I would like for you to prove me wrong. I'd like to see a comeback so then I can milk this even more. And then make
Seriously,
the
I would
comeback of
love to
Hunter
make
Avalon.
dude, yes. And you know what? I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. I'll
I
come
think
back.
maybe, well.
I know it will. It might not
You
be on YouTube though. It might be a comeback on Twitch. It might be a comeback on a different platform entirely.
Your TikTok was doing all right
My
from when
TikTok
I
is
was
still
looking
doing
at it.
really good. Yeah, my TikTok's been blowing up actually.
I said this in the video. I think what the problem is, I think right now, is your main way that you got popular originally was your video formula that made you able to create good quality content consistently.
Mhm.
And the fact you're no longer edgy. I think that's where you're I think that's where you're kind of lacking right now.
in the edginess.
Yeah, because like, I mean,
It's
I
kind of
go
because
over this in the
I've
video,
moved
but
on from being like super edgy. Like I just find like it's true. You're right that I'm not as interested in being edgy because I'm more focused. I have different thoughts going into like a stream or a segment or even a video. Like it's like more about like what's the information, what are the arguments that I'm trying to make. I'm a lot more focused on that now.
yeah, I know, but I mean, if we go for your most popular videos, it's like 20 answers for racist black people, trolling and Antifa
Right.
rally.
Yeah, of
You were
course.
out there. You were breaking some balls. You know, you
I
got
just
maybe we
broke
should
some
go back
balls. Go
for
check
it.
out where I confronted some pro-life protesters. It got super hostile. More
I
hostile
didn't
than it's
watch
been.
that one yet. I liked the Twitter Nazi one. That one was really funny.
Yeah, I wish that
The-
guy would come back on, but he blocked me.
oh, he blocked you? That
Yeah,
was so funny. I can't believe there's people delusional enough to think that you're a Nazi. What
exactly.
do they
Like
think
you
about
you
like?
don't like me because I'm not one, right?
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, we're confused. No, I like you, Hunter. I think
I
you're a
know.
good guy.
I'm kidding you, man. Well,
Yeah.
I will I'll consider the thing. Hunter lost the edge. Hey guys, you,
Hold on, one more
that's
thing
how's
before I
that for
kick you off.
edgy, okay?
Oh, hold on, one more thing before I kick you off, though.
You mean before
So
I
if
kick
they
you off?
think, or my bad, you know what I'm
Go ahead.
saying. So
I'm fucking with you. Go.
if they think you're a Nazi, right, even though you're like left to center, what would they think of somebody who's like right wing, like actually right wing, like Ben Shapiro or?
I don't I don't know. Maybe we're just all Nazis. I guess yeah, does it go further? Are like they Nazi plus maybe or something? I don't know.
All right. Well, if you watch the video, I'll come back on hopefully, and we can discuss the video at
All
some
right.
point in the future. Take care.
As long as it's not too humiliating. Oh man, we got some people fighting over here in super chat. Then Double Sauce donates $20. Oh wait, did we read this one already? Here's 20 because screw that other guy. Yeah. Then Nope Nope gave $25 and says screw you. Go on, keep the beef going, guys. Hey, I'm not complaining. We have Bill Gates versus Elon Musk over here just fighting back and forth in the super chat. Dust Knight, thank you for the $10. Hunter, I was unsure of your intention since leaving the right, but seeing the Mike from PA conversation, it has made me a subscriber. Anything Mike doesn't like must be good. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you. Double Sauce, thanks again for the $25. Nope, your mother is a chiropractor. And then Nope donates $25 and says, double, your father's a prostitute. And then Nope gives another $2 and says, cherry on top, double. And then Double Sauce responds with $25 and says, nope, I hope you never find the matching sock to any sock you find. Oh, shit. It's getting really hostile down there. I'm still not complaining, but wow. Zachary, what's up?
Oh shit. Hello.
Hello, how
Yeah.
are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you, man?
Doing good.
That's great to hear, dude. I kept wanting to come on here just to number one say what's up. I watched your videos since like 2016, and I
Thanks.
feel like we followed a very similar political leaning. But
got you. Cool.
I wanted to talk about something that I saw very recently on the news whenever I was at work. Unfortunately, I do not have that job anymore, but that is what it is.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Apparently, these people got really angry about there being, LGBTQ people at school or in my area,
Mm-hmm.
and they had like this very large protest filled with like white Christian people saying that we're pushing on homosexuality onto their kids, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. True. No, I'm just kidding.
like bro, imagine being like during like segregation, because it's kind of the only thing I can think to compare it to. Whenever they had those huge protests of like, oh, we need white people just to be with white people, that they're pushing on blackness to their kids. It's the same fucking thing.
It really is.
Yeah. Um. Like, as a member of like, I'm bisexual, so as a member of like being LGBTQ myself, I kind of like thought that was like one of the funniest fucking things that you could say.
Right. No, it is really funny.
Yeah.
All right, man.
man.
Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on, but I do have to move on to the next caller.
Yeah, of course, of course. Peace out, dude. Have a good one.
I really
See
appreciate
you
you
later,
coming on
Hunter.
here, and I'm glad to hear that we've gone through the same process.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, man.
Love
Have a good
talking
one.
to you, man. Peace.
See ya. Fritz, what's up?
Hello. I got two questions. First on abortion, because I know you went to that pro-life rally or something.
Yeah.
So I myself am pro-life, so I'm just asking your opinion. I'm not intending to argue or anything. So when it comes to if the child is to be born autistic or have a severe disability, it could be crippled from birth, or any number of things. I still think that would. I mean, in theory, that would still be killing an unborn child. Although I can't judge anyone who would choose to do that path. I was just wondering, what is your opinion on that? Because if I was to have a child that were to be born autistic, these families' lives would be changed forever. The
Right.
amount of financial costs and the amount of and I think the livelihood of the child. You don't know whether he would have a good quality of life. I was wondering what your opinion on that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would probably still be morally wrong. I'm not as of the opinion that abortion should be made illegal, though. So at the end of the day, I think that would be left to the family to decide.
Fair play. Because I know people often say, well, you can have the child, then give it up for adoption. But then you do hear very sad stories of kids feeling like they're unwanted because they're put up for adoption just because they had sort of, I don't know, a webbed feet, or I heard a story of because someone didn't have cheekbones, they're put up for adoption, and it seems, yeah. So I don't know where I stand on that, or whether, so what you would be against it, but not to make it illegal.
I think I would probably be able to like empathize with maybe the parents, but I mean, I know I personally wouldn't be able to do that, and I would still find that to be pretty, morally wrong.
Fair play, fair play. Second question. Please say you hate Prince Harry. Isn't Prince Harry the biggest prick in the world?
I don't follow that at all. I don't know why conservatives hate him so much, though.
Oh, fair play. Which is it's so frustrating because, to my understanding, the majority of Americans have taken his side and her side as well, which is so.
I do not follow any of that stuff, to be honest. They're the most uninteresting thing to me.
Fair play.
To be true.
Fair play. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I had to say.
All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on.
Have a good day. Bye.
Aiden, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry, it's just shocked me.
No
My
worries.
Discord's out right now. Yeah, I wanted to
You're breaking up.
talk to you about something that I don't think is represented as much. Oh shoot, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about something. I share about the same political views as you. I just wanted to talk about the massive misinformation that comes from conservatives on like Facebook and stuff that targets the older audiences, and how one-sided it is. Like, there is absolutely no left presence on those platforms to even give those people a way out. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of misinformation that spreads around Facebook. It's also that like older people, unfortunately, are a lot more susceptible to that kind of stuff. So it kind of is like a vicious cycle, right? There absolutely are left-wing conspiracy theories, though, of course. But there also, you're right that the right seems to very much dominate the social media platforms, especially with misinformation. They do a very good job at propagating misinformation very quickly. I don't really know. I think that, like, I mean, my grandma, for example, is like is rehearsed in like a fuck ton of misinformation, but she doesn't even use the computer. It's purely just Fox News and Glenn Beck and whatever. Like, so there's misinformation just everywhere, and I do think that, yeah, it's kind of a vicious cycle. Older people are more susceptible to it, and then Fox News recognizes the profit margins, and they just keep, it just keeps on going on and on. So misinformation is not at all like exclusive to social media.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, I mainly have been seeing it a lot with the main thing that got me going on is just my own family members getting really hooked on, is getting really deep, especially some people supporting Matt Gaetz and what's her name, the congresswoman. My mind's blanking right now.
Oh, Marjorie
The
Taylor
crazy
Greene.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of my family members have gone from, even in the past like 3 years, just from regular conservative stuff to really far right stuff, and they're being led down a really bad hole that's just getting worse and worse every single year. And I feel like it'll be within like 10 years those people are going to try to resort to like fascist type of opinions, and I don't want to see that happen.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty scary. That's why when there's people close to you, just try to talk to them like your family, like your friends. Don't leave them, don't neglect them out there with that bullshit. It's not really your job necessarily to do that.
Yeah.
But if you feel compelled to, like, you probably should.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get them on my side because, so I have an uncle who is gay. He's in the LGBT community, and my whole family supports him. And I kind of want to use it as a whole to like maybe change their mind a little bit more to the left once they realize that, because
How
a lot of them
anti-gay they are.
are extremely homophobic. But
Right.
I feel like they don't realize it. I feel like they're racist and homophobic, and when they're like anti-immigration and stuff, but they like don't understand their own views, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I'm telling you, you know how Ben Shapiro always goes after like the little college kids?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the guy that just goes after the boomers, because the boomers
That would
in
be
my world,
amazing.
they are
That would
so
be
easy to
amazing.
argue with.
Yeah.
They almost always resort to like the personal experience stuff or the like you're young card or
Yep. They always say you haven't experienced, you haven't seen what I've seen, all that stuff.
yep. It's
And
always that they're somehow like this all-knowing God that you just haven't got around to it yet.
And
When you hit the
to
age
some-
of 50, you've eaten from
Yep,
the tree
yep.
of knowledge and evil or whatever.
Yeah. It feels like they just ignore all the facts all the time too. They like to say all the time that the facts are on their side when they never are.
Have one of your
They never
conservative
are.
family members come on here.
Oh, I really wish. A lot of them don't even use social media like that except for Facebook.
Tell them
Which
that
is
some like
why
soy boy vegan liberal wants to just talk to them or something,
That would be amazing.
and just see what, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. But hey, man, I really
Yeah.
appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Been a long time fan. I actually went from right wing to left wing.
Good.
I basically converted with you.
Good. That's what I like to
So,
hear. Glad that you're
and,
still sticking
one-
around.
One thing before I go, I really like your mic and stand. We had the same exact one.
My what?
Your mic and the stand for it.
Oh, really?
The arm. It's so useful. It's
It's
so
so
useful.
comfortable. Yeah. I finally have my stream set up in a way that feels like a stream setup. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks so nice. Your quality of streams has gone so much up in the past like few months, and
Thanks,
I've
yeah.
really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been really trying to get committed to it. The kids are gone till tomorrow. They're with their grandparents. So
Oh, that's great. You got a day
yeah,
off.
that's why I'm doing this marathon stream. So I'm gonna be live till
Hey.
like fucking 10 tonight. So
Yeah, I'll probably be sticking around. Maybe we could talk again later.
yeah, who knows? All right, man.
Yeah, who knows?
Have a good one.
Okay. You too.
Hello, Maze. Maze? Hello? All right. Hulu, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Hunter?
Are you here to debate me?
No, I just want to have a just talk with you about veganism and stuff. I'm not one of the fucking assholes. I just want to talk to you about how long have you been vegan so far?
How long have I been vegan?
Yeah.
It's been a couple months now. I've lost weight already too.
Oh shit. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm going like vegetarian, veering towards like less and less animal products, and I'm wondering, what do you do when it comes to like those like intense cravings you have for like wings or like any kind of like meat-based product, you know? Because I was heavy into meat, you know, growing up and stuff, and I always had those cravings. So I'm wondering
Right.
what you do deal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I usually if I start craving kind of like usually what I crave is a burger since that's what I usually would really like. So you can get
Mm-hmm.
really good vegan patties, like plant-based meat. Like so you buy it frozen. It's called the Impossible meat. I don't know if you've heard of it. You probably have. I would
Let's see.
consider writing it down or something. It's in any frozen food section. There like just like where you get frozen burgers, right? There are frozen Impossible meat burgers and you cook them the exact same way. So you can grill them, or what I do is I just put some olive oil in a pan and then I just follow the instructions because the bag tells you how to cook it on a pan. Even you can just take it straight out of the freezer and cook it. In
Mm-hmm.
like 8 minutes or so, you have this burger cooked up. I usually cook it a little longer in the oil so it makes it like a little more crispy and really tastes like meat. I also have like steak seasoning that I put in the oil to like try to make it taste more and more like meat. And then once you put that on a bun with like vegan mayonnaise, ketchup and mustard, some pickles and some lettuce, some onion, by then it's like you barely will be able to tell a difference. I actually like
Interesting.
them better.
Interesting. So the what, like $6, $7 I'm seeing here on like Walmart and shit.
Yeah, I don't know how much they are exactly, but like you can just get them frozen patties. All you gotta do is take it out, stick it on a pan for like 10 minutes. You cook it, you flip it around halfway through, and then they're just, it's so good. And I've never thought that I would like sauerkraut. All that I've heard of it was that it was gross.
Sauerkraut.
Yeah, all that I'd heard was that it was gross. But that on a veggie burger with everything else is like really good.
Oh, thanks for the suggestion, man. And before I go, I did want to ask you, has your views on fat acceptance and the whole fat acceptance community changed over the course of your transition with politics, or is that kind of stable?
Um, I haven't really thought super rethought that too much. I still think that like glorifying unhealthy behavior is usually not a good thing, but um I don't know. I probably would not know. I wouldn't be on board with like the fat shaming kind of shit that I used to do.
Fair enough. Well, nice talking to you, man. So that impossible meat you said?
Yeah, it's called Impossible Meat. Just search it up if I mean, it's really good. Even Burger King has a Impossible Whopper that's really good too.
Interesting. All right. Have a good day, man.
All right, man. Thank you. Nope, nope. Thank you for the $25. The king is back. What's up, king? And then Double Sauce gives $25. Thank you for welcoming me, my loyal subject. Nope, nope. And then Nope, nope donates another 25. It says still in the lead. And then Double Sauce donates $50. Thank you, Double Sauce, for currently being one of our top donors, along with you, Nope, nope. Eat my golden crusty culo, Nope, nope. I don't know what that means, but okay. Nope, nope then gives $25. We're equal now. And then Double Sauce gives another $20. Wow, thank you, man. I don't think we are, is what Double Sauce says. Then the weaponized loser gives $2. Why not? And then Double Sauce, thank you for another $10 donation. I'm reigning king. Hunter, I request to forever be known as Double Sauce the Philanthropist. Thank you, Double Sauce the Philanthropist. I appreciate the donation. Has your channel been growing ever since your departure of the right, or are you still bleeding views and subs? I'm still losing some subs, but I'm also picking up new viewers and subscribers along the way. Original Sly Fox, what's up?
Hey, so longtime fan as always. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions if that's okay.
Sure.
So, I've been watching a lot of your videos and it's kind of a family thing around here. I don't know. I loved your leather jacket look back in 2016.
You want me to go back to it?
That would actually look really good if you wore it and just shouted me out. My fiance would slap me and say, "What did you do?"
Well, I don't have the leather jacket down here.
Send you one. So I just wanted to ask you two questions. What is your view on women's rights? And with that same question, what is your view on men's rights?
I mean, what do you mean? Like the right to comfortably exist in society? I think that they both deserve rights, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, so I guess rights isn't the right word. So like in men have the highest suicide rate out of both genders, which is it's rough. And then, especially with the whole Blizzard thing that's going on right now, women are, having issues in the workplace. So like, what are your views on trying to fix those issues?
I mean, that's a big one. It's honestly, it starts with how like both men and women are socialized. So like women are oftentimes taught and socialized to be a little more quiet, kind of like, I don't know. It's just kind of how women have been oftentimes socialized and raised. And for that exact reason, we see sometimes women not do as well in the workforce. So like, for example, men are much more likely to ask for a raise, whereas women do not, right? So that right there, I think that kind of asks the question as to why are women less likely to ask for a raise? Why are they less likely to advocate for themselves in this instance? And that is because of the way that both women and men are socialized. Because on the flip side, you have men who are socialized that you need to be a go-getter, you need to pursue your goals, you need to pursue what you want. I mean, that arguably even applies with how men are taught with pursuing women in general also.
Okay. And so do you think that we should normalize the gender roles and try to make both men and women try to shoot for that promotion and both be confident in the workplace?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Okay. I mean, we have ever since the Blizzard thing I've had a lot of dialogues with a lot of people who disagree with women being able to get promotions. It's really weird to me because they'll look at that and be like, "Oh, it's just some feminazi stuff," and I'm like, "What? Okay,
it's not. It's literally
no."
something filed by the state, isn't it?
Yeah, it's filed by the state for a 2-year investigation, and then like they have like so many accounts. I'm
Oh God, that's some cope right there.
like, yeah. And then I have a separate question. I've been watching your videos and I don't really see you or Vosh or any other left-leaning YouTubers talk about this, and it's the environmental crisis that we're going on. I live up in Michigan, and I mean we had 2 tornadoes this month. I mean, I think it was in past 2 weeks that we've had tornadoes and they've destroyed quite a bit, and you can definitely tell there's something going on that isn't normal, or I could just be looking into things too much.
Yeah, I haven't gotten super into it yet. That is true. I mean, I know that Joe Biden has some good plans for hopefully trying to slow down the effects of climate change. I don't know. I've heard Vosh talk about it pretty regularly. Maybe he hasn't gone like in. Well, that's not true. I watched a debate he did with someone who didn't believe in climate change, and
I think I saw that on my feed.
yeah, it was a pretty good one. I would recommend checking it out because, I mean, I know Destiny talks about climate change shit too.
I don't know who Destiny is. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. He's just he's more of like a social democrat streamer, but yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm leaning towards more communism / Marxism.
No. No.
No.
Don't.
No.
No,
Okay,
let me pull
we'll
you
just
back to
scrub that
reality,
from the
buddy.
record. Let's just scrub that. Well, not like the stuff that you see. It's probably more socialism than anything, but
Like tankyism?
as in worker-owned labor.
Oh, okay. So not like a
I'm
Marxist Leninist.
no.
Okay.
I think that people deserve just a little bit more respect in the workforce, especially since the extreme
Oh yeah.
corporatism that we have right now. It's
I
just
see the thing is I agree with that. I just don't know if the workers owning everything is actually going to be the answer to that. Like Joe Biden, you should check out Joe Biden's plans for how to empower workers. I'm going to be going over that today on stream because we're going to talk about the Frito-Lay strike.
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever want to have dialogue about, 'cause I still don't really know. I see that you're slowly moving over to the left.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a social democrat. That's kind of where I think that I'm going to be staying.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I definitely enjoy your content. So, do you have any questions for me or anything that you'd like to have a question about?
Not really. I appreciate you coming on though, man. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much for having me.
All right. See you, bro.
Bye.
Everybody is so nice. Can we get somebody to scream at me and tell me how much they despise me or something? Please. I'm a real... Hunter, how's the fourth wave of COVID? We're going to be getting into some topics here shortly. Let's get a racist 16-year-old in here. No. Please, no more racist 16-year-olds, okay? Come on, Streamlabs. Don't do this to me. Flustered Hunter not being able to accept compliments. That's the real criticism right there. It's not that I can't take criticism. It's that I can't take compliments. All I want is criticism. Tell me how much you hate me. We're currently waiting for my little Streamlabs software to fucking unfreeze, okay? Because... Okay, we'll talk to Maze. Okay, well, I'm trying to call. Oh my god, my Streamlabs is so annoying. Debate the amazing Lucas? Would we even debate on anything? We really getting into Hunter's kinks on this stream. Wow, this is like the most boring moment of the stream while I wait for my goddamn software. Okay, hold on. Maze,
Hello?
my loyal patron.
Yeah,
What's up, man? Thank you so much for making
no
the
problem.
time. How you doing?
Good. But I don't know what's the problem with my Discord.
I think
I
you
can
probably have push to talk turned on.
I think so, but it shows disconnected. I don't think I've pushed like push to talk.
Mhm.
Like yeah, yeah. I just want to ask you about the Twitch. You said you couldn't become an affiliate because you can't dual stream.
Yeah.
Is that so? Like, can they find out if you dual stream?
Yeah, I mean, yes, they could, and then I could actually have my like channel banned or something.
Yeah, I think Twitch has very strict QoS. If I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
they are pretty strict with it. I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. Yeah, they departner anyone who like that's why most new Twitch streamers don't have YouTube accounts. like many of them. So yeah, that's all I wanted to ask. But do you consider becoming one soon, like a Twitch partner?
Yes. Affiliate you can dual stream? No. No, you can't. Sorry, someone said that in my chat. Yeah, probably at some point, but for right now, I'm just sticking with the dual streaming. I still
Okay.
get the majority of my viewers from YouTube.
No, but today your Twitch has like 70 viewers, so that's pretty good.
It does? I
Yeah,
didn't know
it's
my Twitch even
62.
got that many views.
I was watching from Twitch actually. That's the problem because like I where I live I can't super chat, so I have to PayPal you. But if you were an affiliate on Twitch, it would have been easy because it's easy to like super chat on Twitch.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get. Oh, I just looked at my thing. Yeah, you're right. I have like 60 viewers over there. Cool. Hey, thanks Twitch. Thanks for tuning in over there on Twitch, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, at
So
some
that's
point I
all.
probably will go like full-time Twitch. But it just kind of depends.
Yeah. And by the way, I like your content a lot. I used to watch you when you were a conservative, and I used to hate you a lot. But now you're pretty based.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, the transformation was really good for me. Like it really made me happy.
good. I'm really glad to hear that, man.
Yeah. And thanks a lot, and see you, I guess. That was the only question.
Okay. Cool. Well, hey,
Thank
have a good rest of your day.
You too.
I have waited 6 streams. What's up? Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can. I thought we were going to be waiting 7 streams.
Oh, gosh dang it. Let's doing this thing then. You know, I don't actually have to talk to you to relay this message, really.
Okay, what's up?
I'll just kind of speak into the void. I don't know why, I just never can hear you whenever I'm doing this. It sucks.
You can't hear me right now?
Hey, how do I explain this? You need more mods.
Okay.
Not really for the Discord server. Your Discord's pretty covered. I mean, it's for Twitch chat. You only really have Mage, and while Mage is a great mod,
Uh-huh.
you can't do everything.
True. Okay. Yeah,
So,
shoot me some names and I can look
There's
into
this
that.
guy in here. 3555555. And he's like spewing a bunch of stuff like stupid trans men are women.
Get him in the Discord.
And Mage is in here right now, so he can't you just get him out of there.
Huh.
So that's all I really wanted to say.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that you had to wait 6 streams to say it.
Okay, bye.
Love you, buddy. Bye. All right. What do we want to do? Do we want to go over? I don't really feel like getting into topics yet. I kind of want to do a little bit of Minecraft and watch some of that video that guy made on me. What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm in it for such a long game today. I'm getting exhausted. Double Sauce, thanks for the $5. Can I be a mod, please? Dude, you basically bought your way into being a mod. Yeah, sure. I haven't watched in a while. You in a while. Are you a conservative still? No. All right, well, I will be right back. All right, guys, we back. I dare anyone supporting a mixed economy to tell me why workers shouldn't be the owner of the means of production produced for some and for nonprofit. Can this guy just come into the Discord and quit just shit talking nonstop? People are calling me a loser. Kevin, Hunter Evelyn is not taking my criticism. Why doesn't nobody else get on Discord and tell him about regulatory capture? Hey, Kevin, why don't you come on here and tell me about regulatory capture or whatever? Okay, I guess we're gonna watch the video. Let me let the guy know. Oh, here it is.
Hunter
Oh no. All right. Okay. So this is gonna be fun to watch. I'm a little scared. How do I do this and play Minecraft at the same time? Does it have to be Minecraft? That's the real question. The better thing would be, how do we do some Fortnite? This is going to start becoming more and more the norm, where I just am going to stream for a long period of time. We're going to review stuff. We're going to just watch stuff. I'm going to sit here and take a fat puff of this new shit, by the way, I got. It's nice. OMG, LOL, tiny channel. Hey, yo! 10-hour stream, Andy. That's gonna be me. Double Sauce, thanks for the $5. What's the name of the video I want to watch myself? The Rise and Fall of Hunter Avalon. I'm not falling. I'm merely... I was gonna say falling with style, but then that would still technically be falling. So that can't be the right word. All right, once we get this set up, we're gonna do some gaming and just chill. We're gonna watch this video together. Okay. It's gonna take a second. Hold on. You should do a Fortnite Friday event next week. Yeah, I know. I'll turn this down to 60. I actually don't need any sound on, so that's fine. Then how do I make it so that it's not so fucking slow? VSync. What does this do? Response. Wait, disabling it? Okay, disable then. Should be just on. Okay, apply. Okay, that's looking better already. Here. Specific window now is Fortnite. Done. Turn off display capture. Turn on game capture. Hold on, guys. There we are. No, that is not what I'm trying to do. That right here is what I'm trying to do. There's going to be the game here. Okay. Bear with me, please. All right, don't go anywhere. I love you all. Don't leave. Stay here with me, please. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and load up our little tab here. Pull this over here. Okay. And then... what's window capture? Don't know. Don't care. I do this one now. Okay. Here we are. Make that full screen. And what do we want to be smaller? Probably the game, right? Yeah. I'd assume. Come on now. that works. And then chat, you get to get bigger. Ding, 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 ding. What's up? Look at that. All right. It seems like I'm getting decent amount of frames. I'm not nearly as intense as Infrared, but he knows 1,000 times more about communism than I do. Look, Mom, famous. We haven't started your video yet, okay? We might stop midway if it gets lame. No, just kidding. Okay, I think VSync what was giving me so much lag. Where's just like the standard thing where I can just where's just like the standard fighting people? Box fights 2v2. I'm gonna be. Okay. Gonna do this. Actually, you know what? We'll keep it on speakers so it's not too loud. And I don't want music on it instead of it. No. Don't start. Alright. Let's go.
Hunter Avallone, the guy you love to hate, a once conservative social media star turned left-to-center social democrat commentator, has seen better days. His channel has been bleeding for a while now. People who he once considered his friends have become his foes, and some of his former foes have become friends. His prime on YouTube was during 2016 to 2017, although that's not to discredit his success in 2018 and 2019. In 2018, he was still pulling in a crazy amount of subscribers a month. March 2018 was his best that year, in which he gained almost 35,000 subscribers. Although now he's been struggling horrifically with subscriber growth and viewership for well over a year now. And as someone who watched his whole career unfold in front of me, I decided to tell the tale. This is the rise, fall, and perhaps decay of Hunter Avallone.
Decay? Hey!
Hunter was homeschooled and raised in a Christian conservative household. He started his internet celebrity career on Google+, in which he started as an emo fuckboy, which was popular at the time. Nowadays, he would have worn a long-sleeved striped shirt and a band t-shirt, and I'd be calling him an e-boy. Back then, he even wore tight girl jeans.
I used to be a bit of a cross-dresser. These were actually girl jeans. I literally went in Hot Topic. They didn't have the red jeans in guys.
In 2014, he started creating YouTube skits. These videos were political, and it was just him having fun and trying to get a slice of YouTube fame. Skits are still popular on YouTube, but they were all the rage for a while back in the day. Famous examples being Fred, Smosh, and even the annoying Orange. After a few standard skits though, he took his first dive into political content with a skit called How to Be a Liberal, then followed up with a video called Straight Outta Tumblr. He would go back to making his standard skits for a few more videos, but then went all in on political content. Judging by this Wayback Machine archive when he had 7k subs in early 2016, the political content was doing very well compared to his other videos. It started with skits mocking candidates he didn't like, before then also making political commentary videos alongside the skits. Then he had a genius idea. He started mixing the skits with the political commentaries. The earliest of the commentary videos still publicly available on his channel is a video called Feminist Video Bashes Men. Although it's obviously not the first video he made like this, judging by the fact it's episode 2 in a series called Get Wrecked. But also because his first video to gather a large amount of both support and hate would be released shortly before. This video was called The Truth about transgenders. This is one of the earliest examples of what would become Hunter's main video formula for years to come. The video started with a skit relating to the video topic, then he would do a scripted commentary talking about the subject of the video, and maybe he'd throw in a few extra skits here and there throughout, or at the end.
Because of this ridiculous gender notion, you are opening the door to insanity.
Hi YouTube. So, since gender is just a social construct, and men can be women, and women can be men, and retards can be animals, I can finally come out of the closet of Value City and be my true self.
It's
I am
literally the attack
trans
helicopter
sofa.
meme.
I identify as a sofa on the weekends and a potato on the weekdays. My pronouns are Z, Zai, and Zoomy Loomy.
This video would garner a lot of attention when it came out. Multiple people and news outlets responded to it, even though at this point Hunter was still a small channel and he had under 10k subscribers. He wasn't even doing YouTube full time at this point. The video probably didn't even have that many views before basically being propped up by the media and other bigger YouTube channels. It was extremely controversial. Some might call it based? So a lot of people responded to it as it was a good excuse for them to make even more pro-transgender content. Also, I'd like to point out Rob Smith wrote one of the many articles attacking Hunter over this video. You know, Rob Smith, the self-proclaimed America's favorite black gay Republican. Rob Smith is also a proud Iraq war veteran and a #1
Really? I didn't even know
Cardi B
this.
fan.
Who likes Cardi B?
How many views this video got before it was deleted, I couldn't find. But this screenshot from a response video by leftist YouTuber Vosh in 2019 shows it had nearly 900,000 views.
Are we getting low frame
Not
rates?
to mention a follow-up video Hunter made that's still up on his channel in which he defends his video, also has 800,000 views. So yeah, it had a huge reach and garnered a lot of views over time. If you want a taste on how edgy and rebellious and nuclear his old content was, here is a little excerpt from the Pride.com article published about his video on transgenderism. In the span of 7 minutes, he manages to call fellow bloggers and those with different opinions ugly, hairy, stupid, nutcase retards, and crazy. His uninformed opinion lumps an entire community in with sexual predators and mischaracterizes significant medical facts about a procedure in the process he clearly knows very little about. The definition.
Why can I never do anything with my fucking stupid ass computer? Alright, yeah, I know it's it's lagging. I guess I'm gonna have to fucking cut my game. Goodbye, cruel world. Alright. Yeah, I know. It's horrible. It's gonna loosen up here in a second. I know. Hold on, okay? Maybe it's just capturing full screen? No. That's what happens when you play Fortnite. Yeah, seriously, I'm still getting skipped frames too. Alright. Hold on. Okay. So now let's get this window capture out of here. Okay. I want this now to be. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. It's just if we're gonna watch a fucking long ass video. There we go. Okay. So now I have downloaded the video, okay? So, we should not have issues. Is anyone having an issue right now with lag or anything? Okay. Let's see what happens here when I play it.
And mischaracterizes significant medical facts about a procedure in the process he clearly knows very little about. The definition of bigotry is intolerance towards those who hold a different opinion from oneself. Yes, Hunter, you are a bigot. This era of political YouTube content was dominated by anti-SJW YouTubers. It seemed everyone was taking their chance to slam dunk on some cringy blue-haired liberal feminist. Even huge YouTubers like H3 and PewDiePie were doing it. The insult SJW, which means social justice warrior, started being popularly used during the beginning of Gamergate.
So for those of you unfamiliar with Gamergate, let me clue you in.
Long story short, Gamergate was a controversial online movement critical of the gaming industry. Their biggest targets were gaming journalism and people like Anita Sarkeesian. They felt gaming journalism wasn't ethical, and they were tired of progressive messaging in video games. Gamergate YouTubers and influencers would then make
We're gonna get
videos
lag for a
mocking
second.
who
Hold
they
on.
deemed SJWs, or just people they didn't like who were on the left.
So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
Oh my, what do we have here? This can't be right. Anita Sarkeesian isn't a fan of video games? What? That can't be correct. That has to be doctored.
And were powerful in the gaming industry. This would lead to harassment of the people Gamergate targeted. This style of content would eventually leave the niche world of Gamergate and would be picked up and modified by mostly conservatives, and to attack liberals and liberal media, most notably BuzzFeed. The popularity of this content was definitely accelerated by the 2016 election cycle, as the search term SJW was at its peak on Google Trends during November 2016. Some of the people making SJW videos were a part of what was called the skeptic community, although Hunter was never a part of this group. I would like to add that to say that all of the people who made these types of videos were right-wing or conservative is incorrect, as some of these people were just apolitical, centrists, or sometimes liberals or leftists. With the rise of Donald Trump and anti-SJW videos, along with Hunter Avalon's videos having that pop YouTube presentation, mostly mainstream right-wing positions, consistent uploads, easily understandable and digestible political talking points, ability to appeal to people of multiple age and political demographics, including apolitical people, and being in touch with the edgier side of meme culture, he was destined to blow up. And he did.
I like
on
this
February
music.
6, 2016, he had 7,000 subscribers on YouTube. On December 1st, 2016, he had nearly 200,000. Outside
That's
of
your
being
boy.
banned from Twitter in early 2017,
I thought another reason I was suspended could have been because I offended them with my Trump vs. tranny tweet.
Hunter Avalon
God.
was doing insanely well. Interestingly enough, Hunter knew next to nothing about Gamergate when he started making this content, which to me shows how much Gamergate's influence lingered back then and even today. That people who knew nothing about it could build careers off of what it started.
Were you familiar with Gamergate when you started this anti-SJW content? Did this style of content did you see the style of content and basically mainstreamed it, or did you take this from somebody else that wasn't Gamergate?
To be honest, I wasn't as familiar with that. It's kind of funny when I go back and talk about this. I started really making anti-SJW content mainly because it was stuff that I'd heard about that I was mad about, and I was watching a lot of Undoomed. He was definitely someone who was kind of inspiring me at the time.
Never heard of him. I'll look him up.
I don't even know if he's making videos anymore, but he was like very much choker, about like the wrecked feminist style thing. He was like the Avatar, right, with no.
Oh yeah, Slender Man.
Yep, the Slender Man thing. Yeah. You might even recognize him, just not by name.
No, I don't. But yeah, his channel has been dead for 4 months at this point. Talking about Marvel movies now.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I was watching a lot of his stuff, but no, it wasn't like. You got to remember that when I was first starting off my YouTube channel, like I had a job at a retail store. I wasn't thinking of like becoming a YouTuber. Like I wanted to be a YouTuber, but I wasn't like thinking that was going to happen necessarily. I was just like, I want to go make content that I want to make, right? And so yeah, no, it wasn't like I saw like this Gamergate trend and then was like, oh, now's my time to jump on it or whatever. But it was pretty convenient that I started making the feminist rec shit right around like, you know, the beginning of 2016, end of 2015, which of course is when that huge wave was picking up. But I think that what it was also is that like because Gamergate was becoming more and more mainstream, that's how I heard of it, because I first heard about stuff like that from my my brother, who told me, yo, did you hear about like these feminists that want to like cut guys' dicks off or something like that? And I remember just like getting so mad about it or whatever. It's kind of silly looking back now.
It was pretty overblown. It was like a few like small people that only had like 7K followers and were somehow verified on Twitter. Like
yeah, there were a lot of people that gave feminism a very bad name.
Hunter was once an edgy young lad. He was so edgy, he would actually dress up as a stereotypical Muslim and put on a fake accent.
Oh no.
I have been a Muslim ever since a very young age.
Oh
and
no.
For the longest time, I wanted to be a pilot when I grew up.
No.
Just like my father. But sadly, he crashed into a building.
Oh,
That's not really important.
Which sounds more Irish than Middle Eastern, to be honest. At one point, he had a show called Adventures.
Everyone remembers Adventures in Retardville.
I was able to find an episode he had yet to delete. Let's watch the opening.
Well, it looks like we found our first retarded specimen. Let's go fetch it.
Oh boy. This is back when I was so cringy.
I've got it.
Although I will say the skits are still pretty funny. I might go back to doing some skits. I still do
Black
them.
Lives Matter times 100.
Huh? I don't even
It's a
get
Chick-fil-A cup, and it says "triggered" on it. And the chicken appears to be angry, and it says "no fags."
And now a
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that's.
Hello. I didn't see you there. I wish
we could get some bleeping
I
on
could
that.
turn back time. Back to when the guilt wasn't all mine. I want to go back to a time when Hunter Avalon was based
No.
as fuck.
No, I'm not going back to that. That was not based, dude. I wish you would have bleeped that shit.
If there were any YouTube channel I could bring back, it would be 2017 Hunter Avalon.
Oh, well, that. Okay. I have to be honest. Not only is that shit cringy, it's even more cringy when, one, I was like just doing it for shock value and that was it, and two, it's just really cringy hearing that bullshit coming from your own mouth. Ugh. Can we get this bleeped?
The content would be so much more edgier and provocative if released today than back then.
One, I probably wouldn't be on YouTube, and two, I would not make
in 4
content
years'
that bad.
time.
No.
Anyways, Hunter would continue branching out his content. He would start going to political events to interview people and would highlight the funniest or most interesting. These videos did insanely well. And
I
helped
still
him
do
boost
this
his
shit.
popularity.
I just did this.
Another thing that helped Hunter a lot was his optics. In every single video, Hunter presented himself as just a normal, handsome white guy who liked making edgy jokes, and everyone he responded to was, well, mostly not that. They had weird and stupid opinions and they didn't explain them that well. They hated jokes and a lot of them, well, they weren't, for lack of a better term, normal presenting. These videos especially helped show the audience that these people actually existed in the real world.
They
Hunter
do?
is basically
Yeah.
playing a straight man in a wacky sitcom in every video. And these interview videos helped sell his perspective of the left as a bunch of crazy, hypocritical weirdo morons as reality. Anyways, where were we? Sorry, I had to shoehorn in last minute a tangent about Hunter's optics. Oh yeah, Hunter would keep branching out his content. He even tried his hand at making music, which went really coming.
No.
I mean,
No.
it's not horrific that it's funny or cringy.
It's very
not
cringy.
famous or infamous.
I recognize now that
I
that
was
is
giving
more
that
along the
shit.
lines of centrist, libertarian, I guess. What it means to be conservative today, and I don't know if this has changed recently or if I was just naive, it's about conserving tradition.
Normal,
It's about
handsome white
conserving
guy.
hierarchy.
I am still a pretty
And that
handsome white
goes
guy.
against, fundamentally, it goes against what I believe in. And you know what? It goes against fundamentally what I've always believed in.
As we will learn later on in this video, I don't think Hunter Avalon is the best at definitions of words. Although his audience was still primarily conservative, they still supported him, even in his announcement of becoming an atheist. This announcement didn't slow him down at all. He would keep growing. Although, his content was slowly becoming less and less edgy over time.
There's a difference between being gay and being
It's a horrible law, but it's a law put in place by the Saudi Arabian government, not the religion of Islam.
I would rather take this explosive device that I got from a Muslim and shove it in my pants and blow off my own genitals, kind of like what Riley Dennis would never actually
Oh
go through.
God,
Then listen to
dude.
another
I
word
don't-
that this
I'm not
androgynous
appreciating this
dyke
shit.
has
Oh,
to say.
okay.
He is literally getting stupider
No,
by
this
the minute.
is-
Gone were the days of dressing
That's gonna
up
get
like
me
a Muslim
fucking
to
banned,
mock them.
bruh.
It was mostly just mainstream, well-accepted conservative and libertarian talking points, packaged into easily consumable and fun videos. Let's speed this up, shall we? In early 2018, he was featured in a PewDiePie video,
So
which
what?
garnered 14 million views.
That's not that big of a
Pretty
deal.
neat, Hunter. Also, at some point in 2018, he met up with Benjamin Shapiro,
Ugh.
everybody's favorite conservative.
This is the only time we can get him is when he's crossing the street and he uses, I guess he's just like the Palestinians using human shields, right?
In mid-2018, Hunter accidentally got his girl pregnant and he got very scared and thought his life was over. There were rumors he also cheated on his girlfriend during this time, but Hunter denies this. Although
That's
there
not
was
true.
a leaked diss track that could suggest otherwise. It apparently leaked in 2019.
Said, and you can literally go back in my old videos, I'm sure you know this, I have said that I acted irrationally and that I did not treat Carissa well when we were breaking up. Like, did I cheat on Carissa? No, I didn't. I never had any kind of engagement with another person while me and Carissa were in a relationship. That, like, by definition, no, I did not cheat on her.
Okay, so that's not true. But what's with the leaked diss track? How did that get leaked? And what was that whole song about, though?
I did some, like, cringy rap once when I was high, and I sent it to someone who I thought was my friend, and then she decided to leak it to the internet for some reason. That was literally it. Like,
Yeah, that
it was
fuck
I
that
know, I do, but
person,
it was
by the
just like
way.
a
That was
cringy
such a
fucking rap
bitch
that I
move.
did. Like, again, it's being spun right as Hunter made this rap for his side hoe or something, which is like literally just not true.
Him and his girlfriend broke up for a bit. Hunter originally thought this was the right thing to do, but he later saw this as a mistake and he was wrong to do this. He and his girl later got back together after the baby was born and got engaged. So
And
even
now we're
if
happily
he
ever
did
after.
cheat, I guess it doesn't matter because it worked out.
No,
Hunter
it does
would
matter,
keep
and I
making
didn't.
his videos and succeeding just as well as always. Every video was hitting well over 100,000 views, and he was doing well for himself. Although with everything that happened, he admitted he started to reconsider some things he might have been wrong about. The cracks, however, wouldn't be able to be seen from the outside until a little bit later. In early 2019, a at the time small leftist YouTuber and streamer called Vosh started uploading segments from his streams in which he watched Hunter Avalon's old videos and criticized them and responded to them. These videos did well for Vosh, and so Hunter responded by telling Vosh to stop watching his older content and to watch his newer, far more mature content. Well, of course, after being given attention by a huge conservative YouTuber, Vosh did just that. This then led to Hunter making his own video about Vosh. In this video, you can see how out of touch Hunter is with both meme culture and with more serious politics. He's still doing older memes like the soy meme, Comic Sans meme, and insulting Vosh by saying he looks like a hipster from Starbucks. He also falsely calls Vosh both a liberal and a reactionary.
I had to try and keep myself from laughing at how desperate this cringy little reactionary was.
And he even misuses the term reactionary in a sentence that doesn't make any sense.
However, overall, his video was filled with fallacies, flimsy criticisms, and a ton of contradictions. Even in the beginning of his hour-long reactionary video on me.
Absolutely incredible. I didn't know you could falsely call someone a liberal and a right-winger in the same video, yet here we are. It's clear to me that Hunter didn't know the word reactionary meant right-wing in this video. It thought it meant something along the lines of negative reaction or something. Other than that, it's a decent response video. Some good points made. My favorite is a point he probably doesn't even realize he made. In this video, he gets upset that Vosh falsely accused him of being a white nationalist off of no evidence.
Okay, this is one of the few parts of the commercial I actually like.
Exactly. I'm so f***ing smart. I'm so f***ing smart. Look at this. The whole video, bashing men, showing some black guys misbehaving. This is the one part of the video I agree with. Hunter Avalone's a white nationalist, guys.
Never mind the fact that he completely misunderstood my point. Never mind the fact that he even admitted he was wrong.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about the black people. I admit I was wrong on that one.
But he still doubled down on the notion that I was a white nationalist, or at least had those tendencies.
I still see a fucking connection here because there were other incidences earlier.
So
in the
I don't know if
video
I
where
mentioned this actually to this kid or not, but yeah, I mean that was obviously a fuck up on Vosh's part there with his response to me. When Vosh and I debated before we even went live, he may have said it after we went live too. He told me straight up, "Hey, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have called you a white nationalist. That was wrong of me." So, I mean, he more or less like tried to set the record straight. I mean, in fairness, this seems like a pretty fairly reasonable criticism at the time. But I mean, he admitted he was wrong, so that's good.
Were like behaving well, and he had a problem with all the ones that had white guys in it. And then you show the black guys, and then like, oh yeah, they're the good ones. I don't never ever be charitable to the views of these people.
It just goes to prove 100% that Vosh just loves to throw out these types of labels and buzzwords to attack and slander people. And you should not take him seriously when he says things like that. You should take it with a grain of salt, like a grain of salt. Not even a grain of salt.
Vosh, you're getting called out, buddy. Get in here. Where you at?
Talking with like Vosh early on into your little beef with him before you guys were on good terms. He called you a white nationalist before he backtracked.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think Vosh uses very dangerous, life-ruining labels like that very carelessly?
At that time, probably, yeah. I mean, he was definitely incorrect in calling me a white nationalist, and he did backtrack it. I don't know if he did it on stream, but I know for sure that even before we went live, he talked to me privately and said, hey, what I said about the white nationalist thing, that was incorrect, and I was wrong on that. Like, right off the bat. So,
okay, so he included that part.
It didn't really seem as malicious after kind of he retracted that statement. But yeah, I think that he probably was being a little careless then. That was a long while ago. I don't know if you want to talk about if he's too careless with the term now. But yeah.
In April 2019, Hunter's channel was briefly deleted from YouTube before being brought back. This will be very important later on. Later, Hunter and Vosh would debate. I haven't watched it because I don't need to, as Hunter has basically completely disavowed it and he believes he did badly, so I'll just take him on his word for it. Hunter's views slowly started to shift to the left, but his videos were still pretty popular and his channel was doing good. A lot of people attribute Hunter's major shift into centrist and left-leaning content to Vosh, and sometimes people will include his wife and his experience with pregnancy, which he admits both of these helped him change some views.
Having a kid changes you. Having,
Yeah.
especially going through the experience that I went through with an unplanned pregnancy and breaking up with Carissa and then getting back together with her and realizing that I made a mistake and realizing that there's so much more like depth to life.
Yeah.
I mean, having a kid has literally transformed me and made me like just a completely better person. And so
I'm
that,
still a pretty big piece
combined
of
with
shit.
the Vosh debate,
Let's be fair.
sort of forced me to start reassessing some of my political positions.
But those people aren't telling you the full story. Most people leave this out. They either don't know, or they forgot, or they just don't care to tell the full story because they're lazy and not super autistic about this shit like me and like have like fucking crystal clear perfect memory of this shit for whatever reason. Enter Nick Fuentes.
Hunter versus Fuentes? Oh.
What Nick's
this might be a good
political
point.
ideology is changes with who you talk to. If you asked him or his followers, he's a social Catholic conservative, American nationalist, and traditionalist. If you asked the media and his haters, he's a white nationalist troll. Although
No,
that's
he's a
besides
Nazi.
the point, because Hunter and Nick represented two different sides of the online right. Nick was doing his thing, such as promoting Christianity and what he viewed as traditional American values, while Hunter was a carefree, right-wing libertarian who had recently started supporting trans rights, which Nick is not a big fan of. Fuentes and Avalon's beef started around the time Avalon and Vosh's did. It starts in early 2019 with Nick wanting to debate Hunter. Hunter dodges. Then he agreed to do it on April 20th.
Oh wait, I didn't know he even tweeted about me in
with
2019.
James Alsop moderating it. At the
Which
time,
was a good
James
idea
and
for me to
Hunter
not do
and
that.
James and Nick were on friendly terms. They all hate each other now. Well, 2 days
True.
beforehand,
Good.
Hunter had to postpone. Then it was back on again for July 8th. Only for it then to be cancelled/postponed yet again. During all of this, Avalon was able to make time for that debate with Vosh.
I didn't even know. I remember at the
What
time I
happened?
wasn't
Like,
even.
Why were you? I guess.
I didn't even know what I was
dodging,
supposed to
quote-unquote, the
debate him on.
Yeah, so my reason for not debating Nick changed a couple different times, and I will admit that it wasn't a great look for me to be like, yeah, we can debate, and then I would, like, when I first originally agreed to debate Nick Fuentes, I wasn't actually too familiar with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what I
because
was gonna
still
do. I
kind of on the right when he first asked me to debate.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we
I
were
was
like,
kinda
both
like,
on the
what does he
right,
wanna
and I was a little bit
debate
like
me on? I
I
don't-
wasn't even sure why he wanted me to debate him, you know? So there was that, and then I was hit up by like another person who told me, hey, this guy's kind of like a clout chaser or whatever, and he kind of like he tries
True.
to get on other people's platforms to like
I now hate
spread
that
his
person too, by the
bad
way.
ideas or whatever. So that gave me a little bit of hesitancy about him. So
Yep.
that was one of the reasons
That's
why I took a step back from debating him. And then from now, it's just kind of like there are multiple different reasons.
Yeah,
One,
now there's
he's a
a ton of
conspiracy
reasons why not
theorist,
to.
so I think it's going to be really hard to argue with him. And two, I've already just straight up acknowledged that I'm not that good at debate, and I know
True.
that that's going to be interpreted as, oh, well, Hunter's acknowledging he's going to get wrecked or whatever. Not so much that. I do think that Nick Fuentes' ideas are very stupid, and I've gone through some of them on my channel before, but it's more about just being responsible with platforming his kind of ideas, and considering the fact that I think his ideas are not only stupid but dangerous, I want to make sure that I am equipped to have a full scope conversation with him on various different issues, and that is more than just me making sure that I'm like good at debate. It's also that like a lot of preparation, and there's
Yeah.
like some responsibility there too. So that's another reason why I've kind of taken a step back from debating Nick right now. And lastly, now he's been banned from everything. He's kind of like he's not really on any major platform, and now all we have are these annoying little like Groiper types that are constantly screeching like debate Nick Fuentes. So it kind of makes me just not want to debate him even more.
Yeah.
He's only on Twitter right now. It's like the only major
Oh, that didn't
platform
age
still
well,
on,
buddy.
And he's got that
surprisingly.
verified check.
It doesn't end here.
There you go.
We briefly talked about this in my Baked Alaska videos, which I think deserves its own video at this point, but in late 2019 when Nick Fuentes led the Groiper Wars, which was a series of events in which Nick sent his fans to mainstream conservative events, specifically TPUSA, to ask controversial questions. A lot of people forget this, but Hunter was a part of the crusade against Nick during this time and played a minor role in the Groiper Wars. Hunter did a TP USA event regarding censorship with Sargon of Akkad, who is a right-wing YouTuber. Hunter surprised everyone, both right and left-wingers, when his speech claimed conservative censorship isn't real and is a overblown victim mentality. Sargon of Akkad didn't even give his speech, he was so blown away. This whole position is very funny because
That's me,
Hunter was
baby.
banned from Twitter in 2017, was temporarily deleted from YouTube, and has had to water down his edgier side to the point where he's no longer edgy due to the community.
Wait, did he say
service change.
conservative
He's even
censorship?
admitted
Because conservative and edgy are not the same thing.
to deleting old videos because they retroactively are breaking community guidelines.
Yeah.
Over,
But
now, it was
that's
a-
not
I'll be
conservative
honest, you know,
content.
They have a little bit of stuff to gain here. Is YouTube cracked down on some of their rules? So part of that, I did go through and purge some of my content. But I
Yeah.
also, my most recent purge,
None of
I
this was-
purged videos that I thought could be on the line, but also videos that I no longer agree with. So over the course of last year, I've deleted roughly like 20 million views on my channel.
I've deleted more now.
Content that I
I
no
still
longer
save my
like or
reviews.
stand by. The biggest video I deleted was answers for gay people, where I really don't like the approach I took with that any longer.
I remember that one. That was a
Yeah, I deleted that one. That video was my second most viewed video. Like that video had almost 3 million hits. So
Also, if you try to re-upload his video, The Truth About Transgenders, YouTube deletes it rather fast.
never
So
said-
it must be in
oh.
some system where if you re-upload...
Okay. I never said that it's there that social media sites never ban stuff. Just that my overall speech was about is this a bug? What the fuck? My overall speech was about how conservatives are not censored for conservative views. Conservatives might break the rules more often, but that's not conservative censorship.
it in full, YouTube automatically or almost automatically takes it down for hate speech. What's funny is that in the same speech, he admits political bias exists when it comes to banning, so it does exist? What even is this speech and position? I pushed him on this a bit in a call-in stream I did with him, but I'm not really that good at debating and talking. Even though I criticize him for not being the best later on in this video at debating and all that, he's still certainly better than me. Anyways, back on track. During this whole shitstorm,
Oh, I guess they're not
Hunter
gonna
would make
play
sure
it?
to attack a Nick for
The political bias can exist, but there is no disproportionate banning of conservatives for conservative values. There might be a disproportionate amount of conservatives that are banned overall, but that is because conservatives, while being conservative, are also usually spreading racist crap, transphobic crap, stuff that goes against TOS that is not at all intrinsic to being conservative. Anti-vax stuff. My opinion is quite clear on this. I have argued this so many times, but
Fuentes on Instagram and in a poorly made video where he continues to attack
Not poorly
and
made.
defend his
Good
position,
video.
in which he weasel words some things. He admits people are being censored, but they are not conservative. They are actually alt-right and anti-Semitic.
usually it's the alt-right morons who are spreading blatant anti-Semitism that usually get banned. So this bunch in particular is big on the myth of conservative censorship. They then claimed that thousands of channels are getting banned for their political speech without providing any evidence. Next, they claimed Google has employed manual flaggers to make us believe these spooky flaggers are taking down poor innocent little conservative channels. However, the actual article, which was published on their own website, admits that Google was actually flagging anti-Semitic
mean?
and racist search results. So unless you're claiming conservatives are the side of anti-Semitism and racism, which I do not think is true, what does this have to do with conservative censorship?
Now, Hunter, the
Am I-
problem with banning people for being quote-unquote anti-Semitic is because what is considered anti-Semitic, Hunter? You do realize there are people who consider simply criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic.
This
Did
is
you-
the tip. Okay, so this is the typical, like, well, who's going to make those? It's a private company, so they will make that decision. They can decide that. But at the end of the day, the profit motive to make as much money as possible is going to contribute to them not wanting to make those rules very broad. They're going to want to hone in. People can criticize. I know where he's going with this because the U.S. Department, this is a Nick Fuentes talking point. The Department of State has some different definition and says criticism of Israel or whatever. All writers get so excited about this. Whatever. There are different definitions. Generally speaking, anti-Semitism, especially on these social media sites, is understood as like vitriolic hatred towards Jews. If you're simply saying shit that like, I'm not a fan of Israel for whatever reason, I don't think you're going to get banned. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Fine. But like, this form of argumentation is a little bit frustrating because we say like, well, but who makes the decision? Where do we draw this line? We always leave that up to somebody else. Every time a cop draws their gun, it's up to them. Why are we letting that cop decide when is the proper time to take someone's life? But we do. We do that because we recognize for the overall benefit of society, or in this case, for the overall benefit of the platform. We need to let people make those decisions sometimes. I don't know. I don't think this is that hard to understand.
No, the U.S. Department of State's definition of anti-Semitism includes if you make any comparisons to the way the Israeli government acts to the Nazi government, or if you say that a country that was formed and solely exists to preserve an ethnicity.
This doesn't mean anything. So what? Yeah, there are going to be different definitions for anti-Semitism. The U.S. State Department might have a different way. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life and in religion sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include but are not limited to. So your own screenshot here says that this could, in context, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Again, they're not saying that just simply saying that one is anti-Semitism. They're saying taking into account the overall context. And two, this is irrelevant. We're talking about conservative censorship here. You'd have to be, if you were pointing it to like the TOS of YouTube, and this is how they determined anti-Semitism, then maybe we could have a conversation about that. But this doesn't really prove anything. All this is proving is that there are different definitions or different ways that people define anti-Semitism. So what? Of course there are. There are different ways that people define all sorts of things, but this isn't really proving your point.
Uses violence and genocide to obtain that is racist? How do any of these opinions mean you hate Jewish people? I'm pretty sure a Jewish person could hold these opinions and not be a self-hating Jew. Hunter even tried getting right-of-center transgender YouTuber Blair White and some other YouTubers to create and release videos attacking Nick at this time.
Yeah.
Although she declined as she felt they were irrelevant at the time. You know, I wonder what the old Hunter would have said on the topic of right-wing censorship.
This might seem like a
Yeah,
conspiracy,
I believed it.
but believe it or not, there's actually a lot of speculation that Twitter is targeting conservatives. For example, back in February, an inside source confirmed that Twitter was shadow banning politically inconvenient users. The source was backed up by a senior editor at a...
I literally debunked this video in a different one. I literally went back retrospectively and looked through it, and all these accounts... Wait, I'm trying to remember. I know it was from Breitbart, so I don't really trust what I was saying then either. But we were able to go back and look, and there had been no shadow banning. So it was like, I guess this inside source was just wrong. Notice how it's all like conspiratorial on the side of like pro censorship stuff, and then we have like actual data points when you're like, it's probably not happening.
Major digital publisher who told Breitbart that Twitter told him it deliberately whitelists and blacklists users. And then just back in November, Twitter started to suspend
users. Yeah, sure. You never said conservatives. You said politically inconvenient. That still sounds kind of shady, but keep in mind that one, whitelisting and blacklisting has been going on websites virtually forever. That's like an old concept. I think it's existed since the 90s. And second of all, yeah, it never said anything about conservative.
alt-right accounts. So maybe I'm considered alt-right for whatever reason.
of right-wing censorship.
Whitelists and blacklists users. And then just back in November, Twitter started to suspend alt-right accounts. So maybe I'm considered alt-right for whatever reason, even though I am certainly not alt-right. I can assure you that much. Twitter suspended high-profile accounts associated with the alt-right movement the same day the social media service said it would crack down on hate speech. All right,
Okay.
well, most people know that hate speech is wrong, but the problem is that
No.
this little fagtard Jack...
Oof, really? It's like I'm just saying stuff that's not even like necessary. Wow, I didn't make very good arguments back then.
However, just if it's legal, doesn't really make it right.
Oh, so he used to think they censored right-wingers, and he even had legitimate evidence to support this claim. If for whatever reason, since
I went over that evidence already. I did not have actual evidence. I had some shady insiders saying something to Breitbart being misconstrued to support a point. Secondly, everyone knows they ban alt-righters. I thought you tried to criticize me earlier for saying that usually it's alt-righters that are banned.
he read like one study that showed right-wing pages grow better than left-wing pages, he thinks it just doesn't exist. What? If Hunter's only position on this...
Can we have this kid back on to actually talk about this? Because this is not giving a very, very fair interpretation of my opinion on the censorship thing.
However, just if it's
fine, I would agree to a degree. He thinks it just doesn't exist. What?
Because where is the algorithmic bias against conservatives? Where is it happening?
If Hunter's only position on this was some conservatives and organizations like PragerU claim they are being persecuted when they really aren't, then fine, I would agree to a degree. They can
That is
overreact
100%
sometimes.
true.
I mean, PragerU got banned from advertising on Spotify. That's not the end of the world scenario. But he thinks it just flat out doesn't exist, and whenever there is an example of censorship of right-wingers, he wants to get into some semantic debate of whether the person is conservative or not. And if he can convince himself the person isn't conservative, which he admits to not really even knowing what
Wait.
conservatism meant.
That's not even my argument. It's not that the person isn't actually conservative. It's that they weren't banned for being conservative. They can be conservative. Legit, conservatives get banned. Trump was a conservative and he was banned, yes. But it's not like, I'm just a conservative. Hey, getting married is cool. Fiscal responsibility is based. I got banned! It's not how it is. And my proof of that being the studies that show that when conservatives abide by the rules and aren't spreading anti-Semitism or hate speech or whatever, they're quite successful. More successful, in fact. That's my argument.
It's over for you. You can't convince him anymore. He also claims that maybe right-wingers shouldn't break TOS. Meanwhile, the TOS of most platforms have changed to target right-wing views. Him removing old videos and being banned from Twitter proves this to be true.
No, it doesn't. It does not prove that I was banned for conservative anything. My channel was reinstated also.
A very recent example of right-wing censorship. Just for you, Hunter. Recently, Spotify and SoundCloud banned the song Safe Space by Bryson Gray and good friend of the channel, Patriot J. While the song is edgy and contains some offensive lyrics, it's a rap song. That's like the biggest appeal of the genre. Spotify still streams songs like Tron Cat by Tyler the Creator, in which he raps, "Rape a pregnant bitch and tell my friends I..."
Okay, let's look it up. So let's see. What was the song called? You know, I don't even have to look into this, actually. This doesn't prove anything. Yeah, okay, maybe he was unfairly banned. Maybe his song got unfairly banned. I never once said conservatives have never been banned or that conservatives are never treated unfairly. Like, here and there. I'm just saying that it's not like a big thing that's happening. Remember? An overblown victim mentality?
bad pasts. But two guys making fun of LGBT and fat people, in which they don't even swear in the song, is too extreme for the platform. Do you really think this isn't some sort of political banning? I want to make it clear that I don't.
All right. Do we have a reason why? Is it like a, let's see. I've been making music for over 10 years. Never seen a song get banned on Spotify for no reason. Okay. Many available on his Twitter account. Fans of his music began telling him that his tracks were unavailable to play on Spotify. A Spotify representative repeatedly told Gray that the issue appeared to only be on his end and that the track was available on Spotify. After several emails, Gray received another response from Spotify informing him that the track had been banned from their service and refusing to elaborate further. Instead, he suggested they contact the music distributor. And then they said they don't give us specific reasons. Please be advised that this was an internal decision from Spotify and they reserve the right to remove content that violates their policies. Were we given a reason why at all? So, my first thought is, did SoundCloud ban it too? Because that, I mean, that's kind of cringy, yeah. Didn't receive a response. Okay, there, oh boy, there's so many layers to this. I understand how if you believe my opinion to be that conservatives are never censored, this probably feels like a really good gotcha. That's not what my position was. My position was that this is not a disproportionate thing happening to conservatives. I will agree that from the details we have right now, this seems a little bit fishy. I don't know what policy of Spotify's that it quote unquote violated. Second of all, we never have talked about Spotify, okay? We're talking about conservative censorship on like big tech, on like Facebook and shit. I mean, okay, you know what? Maybe you got me, dude. Maybe there is some actual conservative bias on Spotify. And if so, cool. Like, I have never, ever said otherwise. I've never even talked about Spotify. But, okay. Well, let's keep on following this. I agree that this seems kind of weird. Could it be like, it's not like a copyright issue or anything else? We don't really know what their policies are. Let's find out. Spotify policies. Using our service? Is that what I'm looking for? Brand accounts, maybe? No. Okay, hold on. I don't know. This is just, oh my god, this is such a far cry from, I never said that conservatives never were banned. If they legitimately, if he was actually banned because they disagreed with his political opinions, then I probably would think that that was pretty dumb. Do they still have the right to do it? Yeah. Does it prove that, again, if you believe my opinion to be that conservatives are never banned or censored ever, then yeah, that would be an L for me. Thankfully, though, That's not my fucking opinion. My opinion is that they're not usually banned because they are conservative. This might have been a case where someone was unfairly treated because they're conservative. It happens, but it's not happening on a disproportionate level or by any means on a statistical level. That's why I think that those growth charts showing that conservative ideas spread faster overall is so important. So, all right. Let's keep on watching this.
I don't want these platforms to censor songs like Tron Cat. I like that song a lot. I'm just pointing out the obvious that one of the major groups Big Tech likes to censor besides like sex workers is right-wingers. Well, after all this was over, Hunter realized that his views had changed a lot, and so did a lot of the people he used to entertain. The once young libertarian and neoconservative, somewhat egalitarian, pro-free market capitalist right had changed. The new young Zoomer right had become more authoritarian, less neoconservative, less egalitarian, more nationalist, and somewhat more critical of capitalism, depending on what section of the right wing you are looking at.
You said certain things changed in the online right, in the right wing that you no longer like, which contributed to you leaving. Can you be more specific on what aspects?
Yeah, sure. There was kind of a mix of both me changing, and I do think that the right was becoming a little bit more extreme, or at the very least, I was becoming more aware of some of the extremist side. What I was more talking about is the people like who are on the farther right, the more, I guess, the Groyper types, who would say things like, you're not a real conservative. Conservatives are about conserving tradition or conserving, broadly speaking, I guess, the status quo. So some of it was like, I do think that there was more of a radical kind of embrace of people on the right. I think that was probably for a variety of reasons. I think that the right wing has always been a little bit more susceptible to like fascistic tendencies, and then I think Trump empowered that. But I also think that I changed as well. So I don't know, maybe that's a little bit of a hopefully clear answer.
Because I wrote down, I was gonna ask, is it things like paleo-conservatism and American nationalism getting more popular with like the rise of people like Fuentes and making things like libertarianism less popular? So yeah, you basically just said that.
I mean, I guess if more people are it is more or less that the more radical elements of conservatism is now what's being kind of considered. That's like the defining characteristics of conservatism, I guess. So sure, maybe I guess. I don't know if that's supposed to be kind of like a leading or a gotcha question or something.
No, that wasn't supposed to be. I just wanted you to be more specific because
I sound so paranoid right there.
You said in your video certain people were doing that, and I remembered your little Twitter beef, like spats with Fuentes at certain times in my timeline.
And the paleo conservatives, they're also cringy. They are. They all have to use their little different names to hide behind, I don't know.
I have a whole section in the video about
they're basically just all like fucking Nazis.
Like
and
Nick
like,
and James
paleocon.
and all these
I'm
people.
an identitarian.
I just wanted to make sure. Economic libertarian,
or whatever they say.
While Hunter is technically a Zoomer, I think it's pretty clear he has more in common with millennials than Zoomers. He seems kinda out of touch with Zoomer culture, if you ask me. Hunter continued to do the normal videos for a bit where he continued to wreck the SJWs. He did pretty well view-wise, but the content was pretty different from what catapulted him to stardom. The talking points had become more centrist, the skits had become less edgy and more cringy, and all the videos seemed trapped in an era of content long since dead. What made this even worse was the fact he had to follow YouTube's newer rules, so he couldn't just call his opponents a bunch of faggots and call it a day now.
There's a difference between being
We already heard this clip. You don't need to keep on playing
even
it.
If he could get away with using slurs, I don't think he even would anymore at this point. He seems pretty disappointed in his older content and wants to distance himself from it.
Do you think you could get away with making videos that you made in 2016, like your how to be a Muslim video? Like, do you think you could get away with that now?
You can see my embarrassment.
I don't even know how I got away with it then, dude. Well, on that note, we're gonna wrap it up. Thanks, man, for coming on.
Even back then, when he was still right-wing. In most of the skits in his newer videos, it doesn't even look like he's having fun.
Oh, that's not true. I love doing skits still.
In January 2020, Hunter would appear on Vosh's stream for a nice chat. The two, who once both slandered and attacked each other, were now on good terms. In the coming months, Hunter would still cater to a right-wing audience, but promoted some of his newer adjusted views. And then, in April 2020, Hunter would announce he was leaving the right wing. And this is where it would all come tumbling down, tumbling down.
This was the end of my. This was the end of my
Wow,
reign.
I'm so original. What is this, like the 20th video in a row where I've mentioned and referenced the end of Evangelion? And I thought Hunter heavily relied on overused jokes, but I guess
Hey!
I'm worse. I guess I'm worse than
What?
him. No one's gonna watch this far. Hunter was averaging well over
Soy.
100,000 views a video.
That's an
until this
overused joke.
announcement. He got a lot of support when he left the right, although these people didn't stick around. His views and sub count would continually drop, and have
Oh, wow.
continually dropped to this very day. Hunter had nearly 700,000 subscribers before all of this, and now he has under 600,000 and it's still dropping. As of now, he averages like 20,000 views a video, and sometimes he even struggles to crack 10,000. That's not to
Alright.
say he's had some videos do well, but as of right now, his glory days appear to be long gone. While departing from the right, he made sure to attack and fight with as many right-wingers as possible to get as much attention as possible.
Wrong.
Most notably, Blair White, The Quartering, and Lauren Chen. In my opinion, Lauren Chen got the worst deal here, as Hunter allegedly requested multiple times for Lauren to put a word in for him at The Blaze, which is a right-wing media
Yeah,
organization
when we
which
were
Lauren Chen
acquaintances.
worked at. And Lauren did put multiple words in for him. So imagine Lauren's shock when Hunter goes on Bosch's stream to talk about how he just can't decide of whether she's a Nazi or a fascist.
I don't really know if roaming millennial or Lauren Chen is like a neo-Nazi or if she's like.
I think she's a fascist. I don't think she's bitten down on the JQ just yet. I could be wrong.
All I know is like.
I would be pretty
Wait,
upset if
they
I
didn't
were
even
her.
finish the clip. Oh, this is a. Okay, I was acquaintances with someone because of a business like relationship, I guess. Yeah, we were like business. We worked in the same genre. I asked her once or twice when I was still very conservative if, hey, would maybe I could do something with the fucking Blaze. And then I said, I don't know if she's a neo-Nazi. And then Vosh said she's a fascist, which I didn't even agree with. I pivoted to a new subject. And now, today, we literally have clips where she says she no longer considers herself right-wing because right-wingers don't want a revolution. And that's what makes fascists and right-wingers different. Come on, dude. Oh. Lauren Chen did not get the worst deal at all.
On multiple occasions, Hunter has kind of asked if we would put in a word for him with the Blaze.
You know, he directly
So what?
asked me
Yes.
if we could get him started up at the Blaze.
Which we tried to, by the way.
And that was as recent as
Like
the
8
fall.
months ago.
Like, 8 months ago, less than a year.
Yeah.
Not
When
only
was this?
that,
Was
but
this
I
back
mean,
in, I would have asked in probably mid 2018, right?
Like we met his that time, was it fiance or wife?
I'm not sure, but yeah,
That's
we
not-
met
no, that
his-
was not
his
what we
was
asked.
holding his
partner.
kid.
Yeah,
like-
I was holding Rose and everything.
Yo, what the
Hunter
fuck?
can have whatever political views he wants. And by the way, we did put in a word for him at the Blaze. We did. I did several times.
Why does
were
she
there,
think
you know
this
that I did.
matters?
Um,
I didn't even throw her under the. Oh wait, what time was this when I said she was a fascist? Okay, yeah. No, at that point I had thrown her under the bus. That's true. This is so pet. I put in a good word for you with the Blaze. So what? We were conservative then, yeah. So I wanted to work at the Blaze when I was conservative. Yeah, no shit. And I asked in what, 2018 or something? Holy shit, dude. I haven't even gone over this clip actually. So this clip is new to me. I haven't seen this one.
has kind of asked if we would put it.
Has kind of asked. Imagine saying that thinking it's any kind of a own. Yeah, we were business acquaintances. So I asked you a business-related favor, which you could have said no. Instead, we were on good terms at the time, so you put in a good word for me. I never even... It's not like I got a job at the fucking Blaze. Nothing came of it or anything. And then later on, I denounced the right and realized that some of the people I would be business acquaintances with were, like, had fascistic tendencies, and then I have now been proven more or less correct. She still has plausible deniability, okay? But come on. This is a very... I don't think that this is a very fair criticism that Lauren is making here at all.
In a word for him with the Blaze.
You know, he directly asked me
yes.
if yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Alberto. Although, Michael, I love you, buddy. You totally missed the mark on the censorship thing. The video is well made, very well compiled, and it's a little surreal watching it, too. So, cool.
We could get him started up with the Blaze.
Which we tried to, by the way.
And that was as recent as
like
the
8
fall.
months ago.
Like, 8 months ago, less than a year.
So what?
Yeah.
Not only that, but I mean,
this is such a non.
We met his. That time was it fiance?
That was
or
also
wife?
not at the fall. No, I did not. Unless I am completely remembering wrong, I did not ask Lauren Chen for anything to do with the fucking Blaze in the year of 2019. Unless it would have been maybe the very beginning. But holy shit.
I'm not sure. But yeah, we met his
Lauren was holding his
Yes.
Yeah, I was holding Rose and everything.
We met at a business convention. We were literally at a conference where we were both speaking. We met at a conference. You can't call me you can't call me out for what my political alignments are. She's literally admitted now to having these like beliefs more or less.
Can have whatever political views he wants. And by the way, we did put in a word for him at the Blaze. We did. I did several times.
Yeah.
You were there. You know that I did.
Yes.
Hunter can have whatever political views he wants. That's not a problem. I don't begrudge him any political journey that he's on at all. What I take issue with are these statements, which I think he should absolutely know better than to do. I don't believe that he thinks I'm a fascist. Like, I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Let me see here. Hold on. I'm going to pull this clip up. We're gonna pull it up. All right, hold on. Where is it? Fuck. Oh, jeez. I think it was. Okay, hold on. We're not going anywhere. Lauren pulling out all the victim cards. Yeah, this really is a lame response, dude. He doesn't really believe that I'm a fascist. Okay, hold on. Here we are.
I'm still right-wing, still nationalist, still populist, still Christian, but I'm not going to call myself a conservative anymore because I was listening to Lotus Eater's podcast with Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, and he made the good point saying that, conservatism and revolutions, they're kind of at odds with each other, right? You can't have a conservative revolution because revolution is change. And he was, I think, saying it to dismantle the idea that fascists or anything are actually conservative, but to that, he's right. And when I look at the ideal political system in my mind, it is going to take some sort of revolution. It's going to take some sort of huge drastic change. So I'm still right-wing, still nationalist, still populist, still...
Nationalist, right-wing, populist, Christian. But okay. Yep. That's where the meme came from. The, I can't be a fascist. I held your baby.
Hunter is the type of person who starts drama for views. I don't feel bad saying that because you look at his channel and you know that. In person, he has talked explicitly about wanting to start beef with Blair White for views in Milwaukee. He's tried to do this several times. She's been smart enough to not take the bait.
When did
I wish I
wait?
could say the
Wait,
same for
whoa,
myself,
whoa.
but
When did I say I wanted to start beef with Blair White for views? Did I was there a time that you realized that would have been when I was a right winger, so that wouldn't have really helped your point as much. Okay, wow. Literally, unless I made some kind of comment that came across that way, I don't know what she's fucking talking about.
considering that I'm now a person who has tried to get a job for someone who is calling me a fascist, I feel kind of stupid.
I talked to Hunter about this, and here's what he had to say in retrospect.
Lauren Chen claimed you asked her to help get a gig at The Blaze and that she put multiple words in for you. Is that true? Did you ask her to put words in for you at The Blaze?
At one point, I probably did ask, if she would talk to the Blaze on my behalf, sure.
Alright, and I remember in one of the Vosh streams, you kind of questioned of whether she was like a fascist or a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
so?
she
Let me.
is, or...
I want to address this right away because people accuse me of betraying my friends. Now, yes, I did ask her to put some word in for me at the Blaze, and I guess she did that. I am not sure if she actually did or not. I genuinely I don't know. All I know is I've never heard anything from the Blaze. So yeah, we were acquaintances. We worked together in the same industry. And you can even tell from that kind of a request, it was a very business-esque request. Hey, would you mind putting in a good word for me? When I was a conservative, I saw her get the show at the Blaze. I thought, hey, maybe I would have a chance too.
None of this is
so
all...
we were pretty we were definitely acquaintances that knew each other through the business. When I call her a fascist though, yeah, I'm going to be doing a longer video hopefully soon where I kind of go in depth on that. But just off the top of my head, I mean, she talks about the degeneracy. She doesn't like conservatives because they're too woke. She's highly nationalistic, which is a tendency of fascism. So that's just 3 off the top of my head that I can point to. Fascist, or at very minimum, fascistic behavior that she exhibits. That's just off the top of my head, where I haven't even browsed her shit recently. That's just off the top of my head. So this idea that I know you didn't say this, but I'm addressing people that are going to think this regardless. The idea that I betrayed her or something just doesn't make sense. She is a public figure. I was commenting about her on a public level. It wasn't like she gave me some private information that I then decided to leak because I didn't agree with her anymore. So it wasn't actually a betrayal. And if anyone's going to think that, then they'd have to literally argue that Donald Trump betrayed Hillary Clinton because they were in the same industry. It doesn't mean that they're best friends. Yep.
That was a great answer. That was the exact answer I would need for the video essay. I still disagree. I don't think she is a Nazi or fascist, but...
Well, those things can be different also.
Oh yeah, I know.
I want to be clear. I did call her
interchangeably.
Right. I did call her fascist, and at the time, I pointed to a tweet where she admitted that she was more on the authoritarian side of the political sphere. And since then, she's literally only made more and more tweets about how we shouldn't have to put up with degeneracy if we don't want to. These kind of ideas combined with the highly nationalistic ideas. She even talked about the nations being homogenous, being more successful, and then tried to backtrack and claim she was talking about homogenous wealth. What are you, a socialist? There have been so many different things she said that I think lend to the argument that she, at the minimum, exhibits fascistic.
She's always going to
tendencies.
have plausible deniability.
I mean,
that's what that's
still,
how they do it.
With, I guess that I mean, you could maybe make the argument that maybe you could weasel. Maybe weasel is the wrong word, but I don't know. Maybe she's more of a right-wing populist. Maybe I mean, she's still probably nationalistic. I don't know.
There's a lot of overlap between those people too. Yeah, I'm not married to that. If there is something that comes out where I just am wrong, where she's not actually exhibiting tendencies of fascism, then I would retract that statement. However, I will still say that I don't like Lauren Chen and I disagree with the majority of her beliefs. And from what I've seen, usually what she's saying that's just wrong. I haven't watched a lot of her content.
She just made a tweet
but from
recently
what I have seen,
that was
yeah,
so
it's usually
patently
just complaining
dumb.
about degeneracy and shit like that.
Last minute update, Hunter tweeted this out, so he does still think she's a fascist. I pushed him on this by pointing out how porn isn't conservative and how criticizing a supposed conservative porn star while being a conservative doesn't make you a
No.
fascist. And this
That
doesn't
wasn't
help
what I
with
said
this
made it
conspiracy theory
fascist
at all.
at all.
Hunter lost a lot of people to collaborate with during this time and is now basically blacklisted from Conservative Inc.
Good.
So much for that debate in the marketplace of ideas, am I right? Later on down the line, he tried once again to debate Mr. Nick Fuentes, most likely due to the fact of how popular Nick had become and to help re-energize
I like how it's
interest
just being
in his
framed as
videos.
if everything
The
I do
debate
is
would
just
have
for
been
fame.
a
It's
2
like,
on 2. Nick would have been
guys.
paired up with John Doyle, a popular social conservative, and is pretty obviously
Yeah?
inspired or influenced by Nick. Although all that occurred was a short Twitter spat and that was the end of it, the debate still hasn't happened. And now Hunter Avalon is falsely insinuating Fuentes is a pedophile for a controversial take on the age of consent. Which is funny to me because
Did I say
his
he
issue
was
is
a
Nick
pedophile?
sees nothing wrong with it being 17, which I disagree with. It shouldn't be that low. It should be 18. Some rooms of things like an 18-year-old.
No, this wasn't all. It was also the clips of him literally saying that the age of consent was like a feminist concept, and it's very much been it's very traditional to have a large age gap. Okay, this was not just like, well, if you're 17, what's a big deal? And then I was like, you're a pedo. Okay. Nick Fuentes will call anyone and everyone a pedophile if he needs to. Like, this guy doesn't give a fuck about the truth to begin with. So if I was being a little bad faith there, even if I were, then I wouldn't actually give a fuck, truthfully. But I wasn't. He was being creepy.
A relationship with a 17-year-old doesn't happen. But meanwhile, Hunter was born in a state where it is 16, and his buddy Vosh has talked about lowering it to 15 if socialism.
I don't
ever
even know
takes
if these
over
are
the
real.
United
One, that
States.
wasn't
So Hunter is
actually
mad
why I was
Nick
saying it was
wants to
creepy. That was
raise
not the only
age
thing.
of consent in his state, and he's friends with somebody who wants it lowered. What?
You falsely, I would say falsely, insinuated Nick was a pedophile by calling him creepy and a pedo defender for talking about the age of consent.
I mean,
being
he was
17,
literally
right?
saying, he was originally, the conversation, yes, was talking about a Matt Gaetz possibly being with a 17-year-old girl. Keep in mind, though, that Matt Gaetz, I don't know, how old is he? Isn't he in his 30s or 40s?
Yeah, he's a little weird.
Right,
I
and
mean,
so his defense of that was, well, the age of consent, it's just this made-up feminist kind of thing. See? Like, exactly.
Come on.
Yes. I never called him directly a pedophile. Second of all, Nick Fuentes and the Groypers call virtually everyone a pedophile.
Yeah.
So even if I did playfully
Damn,
here and
I'm
there
so
insinuate
consistent.
that he was a creep, that's a far cry from calling him a pedophile, and I think that that's well justified. He was defending, at the very minimum, creepy, inappropriate behavior between an underage girl and an adult man.
There you go.
So yeah, I think calling him kind of creepy there was well justified. If I directly said that Nick Fuentes is a pedophile, then I would say that that was incorrect. But I know I didn't say that. Nick Fuentes? Let's see what he has to say about all this. Certainly nothing that would be creepy or pedophilic in any kind of way, I hope. This guy doesn't care about being consistent. He cares about preserving order and apparently fucking minors now. Well, you heard it,
Okay.
Groypers. You're apparently not based unless you commit statutory rape. You apparently think grown men being with 16 and 17-year-olds is based and red-pilled because it's traditional. Kind of makes you think what other stuff this guy might consider traditional that he might want to defend.
I'm against doing the whole guilt by association.
Oh, I'm not
thing.
apologizing for jack. I'm not apologizing for any of that shit. I wasn't this guy's first criticism that I wasn't being edgy enough. Now I'm actually being edgy. I'm cracking some funny jokes here. And now we want an apology? Fuck no. Also, I never called him an actual pedophile. I never said Nick Fuentes is a pedophile. I did insinuate that he was supporting and creepily defending pedophilic behavior, which was the title of the video. So, sorry.
But this is just ridiculous. How he'll viciously slander someone for holding less extreme opinions of someone he's friends with.
This is so incredibly irresponsible. Levying these kinds of accusations are serious and shouldn't be thrown around carelessly.
Anyways, moving on. Hunter is
Uh-huh,
now a
I did-
vegan.
hold
This
on.
announcement wasn't
That comparison is so disingenuous, by the way. That was when Blair White deliberately called someone, a small like Twitter user, a pedophile and got them dogpiled. I said creepy Nick Fuentes defends pedophilia because he was defending pedophilic behavior between Matt Gaetz and a minor, a sex trafficked, allegedly, minor at that. This is really disingenuous, this framing here.
nearly as big as the leaving the right one was, but he got a lot of Twitter likes from it, so alright.
Yay!
Oh, and as of late, he's gotten a lot of attention for his beef with Mike from PA, a leftist
Fuck
streamer.
him.
Mike thinks Hunter is a grifter. He thinks Hunter was and is a fascist and alt-righter. Fucking complete lunacy. At least this shit show of a stream was entertaining. What was really surprising was the fact that everybody's favorite Afro-Hispanic, Michael Alberto, played a role in this debate.
Go head over to this one now. We're gonna go ahead to here's this video.
If I was Hunter, I would drop a tactical N-word right now. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time, I'm sure.
What? What a desperate fucking redirect, dude. Being called out on lying like 20 times in a single debate. I've never seen a debate where somebody got caught on this many lies, by the way. I bet he's about to say the N-word.
Michael, he's yes! I got some fame. I got noticed by Bosch.
You're so weak, bro. Jesus.
Nope, that's not even true. But again, trying to poison the well.
You would defend their right to
All right, hold
do
on.
it, right?
Wait,
Defend
stop,
their right
because
to
you made a
do it,
claim that was wrong again.
Patreon allows you to share some of
Polished than they were back in the day. He's
They're not.
flip-flopped quite a bit on the type of content he puts out. Sometimes he's seemingly abandoned his old golden formula and been experimenting with a similar video style to what Destiny and Vosh do. What I mean by this is he live streams, takes segments from his streams, and then uploads them to his channel later as a video, sometimes with some editing involved. A lot of these videos don't do well at all.
Sure.
What about the streams themselves? It seems he's trying to become a debate bro. He does host some debates with other e-celebrities, and
I do
even
like
had
debates.
a somewhat big one in May 2021 against far-rightist turned centrist Lauren Southern. The quality of these streams ranges from good to bad. I find the debate streams entertaining, especially the Discord call-in streams, but I just don't think Hunter is that interesting in a live setting by himself. When he's by himself just talking about random news stories, I don't find his commentary interesting at all. I wasn't there for the Lauren Southern stream, so I don't know what the live viewer count was, but the VOD and other people's videos discussing it did pretty well. But a lot of his streams ranged from 100 to 300 live viewers on
That's
YouTube.
okay. The thing is that what's happening here is people compare my numbers when I was at the peak of my channel to my numbers now. Like, I'm rebranding. I'm experimenting with new content. I have new opinions. I'm trying to figure out how to deliver those more effectively. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd like to know why he feels like I'm not interesting, because I kind of can understand that. I'd like to know what I could do better.
Channel with about 600,000 subscribers. That's not good. Although he nearly got a $700 donation on one random stream when I popped in, so I guess I can't shit on him too hard. He does have people willing to give him some serious money. Sometimes he somewhat returns to his old style with a scripted
I like the
commentary
bald head
with
of
some
him.
skits thrown in there, but I don't know. They just don't have the same charm as they once did. His TikTok is seemingly doing well. Although while I was making this video, I joined one of his lives for a few and it struggled to hit 30 viewers. He's also launched a website and app where you can pay a
Wait, oh, my TikTok stream? Oh, whatever.
monthly fee.
Dude, don't try and shit on my TikTok numbers, okay? You want to go look at my most liked video over there? It's over 80,000 likes. All right, don't start with that.
Get access to extra content.
Just
I
if I don't
no
have all
idea
the-
if he's still running it
No,
though.
I'm
he doesn't
not.
seem to promote it.
I don't. Yeah, no, I ditched that. I didn't get anyone signing up. Don't think that just if I'm not doing great with the numbers on YouTube that means I'm not getting numbers anywhere else. I am actually getting quite a lot of traction on my TikTok right now, and the streams are generally picking up. And it's also not just about numbers. It's about what I like sincerely enjoy doing.
Anymore. He now promotes a Patreon. His Instagram page has lost thousands of followers. The page is mostly inactive, and some of the posts on it only get like 500 likes. He gets pretty
That's
low
not
engagement
true.
there. His Twitter is his best performing platform. He actually gets
My
a lot of
TikTok is-
engagement there. Although if you go through the likes, you'll notice a lot of them are leftists. I highly doubt
So?
these people are actually watching his videos, but they followed him on Twitter after his discussions with Vosh and other leftist content creators about leaving
So?
the right, and they find the concept of a former conservative becoming left-leaning as a good and cool thing. Despite low views and a dropping sub count,
Oh,
he somehow
no.
made his way onto Tim Pool's live podcast as a guest, which is one of the highest super chatted shows on YouTube. My boy is up there with the fucking VTubers, alright? Quite the accomplishment, Hunter, I must say. Although it seems everyone, including him, thinks he performed badly on it, so. Hunter Avalone is someone I still have
Oh, I
a
skipped
lot
the
of
title
respect
card.
for.
Okay, I
At
got
one
you.
point, he was my favorite YouTuber back in middle school. Although, as I got older, my tastes in what content I liked changed, and Hunter never changed his style of content. So I slowly stopped
But I
watching,
did.
only to pop by here and there over the years to see he was still doing the same shit. Disappointed. I find some of his
And
older
now I'm doing the
content
different
still
stuff.
rather funny. Although I feel most of my laughter comes from the shock that I can't believe this is what Hunter used to make and what used to be popular. I'm also nostalgic for it too, so maybe that has something to do with it.
I think that has
Here's
a
the
lot
thing
to
that
do with
might
it,
be
dude.
controversial to some of you watching. I respect what he did. He threw away his channel success in the pursuit of what he felt was right. He could have just privately changed his views and grifted conservative content, and he might have even hit 1 million subscribers at this point. But he didn't do that. He spoke out loud what he honestly thought and believed. And there is something admirable about that, no matter what your opinions are. Even if you are like me and think a lot of the things he believes are wrong, unoriginal, or just flat out slanderous. When I watch his new videos, I'm confused on who the target audience is. It's no longer right-wingers, it's not really leftists either. It really only appeals to centrists, maybe some libertarians, and some people who lean either slightly left or slightly right. It's a niche that doesn't seem to be working out too well for him. Although I guess it's more authentic he doesn't have a target demographic. He's just saying what he thinks and feels. I don't think he'll ever be popular on YouTube again unless he makes a major change. A big reason he got popular was because he was edgy, which he is no longer. If you are looking for an entertaining political video, what are you gonna click? Why the COVID-19 vaccine is safe in 5 minutes, or 20 answers for racist black people.
Well, you picked the most
Edgy
boring,
sells.
like, out
Also,
of
Hunter, I'm
topics.
sorry, but you aren't someone like Destiny or Vosh or Fuentes. Currently, he isn't well-spoken enough, well-read enough, or insanely smart enough to have extremely deep, nuanced positions that people want to hear out to either agree with, disagree with, or hate watch. He just talks about basic social politics that really not a lot of people have a problem with. And those who do have a problem with it don't really care enough to seriously debate him or hate watch him. Outside of him
That's
throwing
not
away his
true
viable
either.
career to talk about what he truly believes in, he isn't that interesting of a person to most people.
Hey.
Besides me, I'm fucking fascinated by this guy, which is why I made this video as long as it is. His original rise to stardom and how he maintained it for so long is due to the time he did it, how he marketed it, the formula that allowed him to put out good quality videos consistently, the fact it was easily digestible and entertaining content, the ability to appeal to multiple
The
wide
fucking
demographics of
piano.
people, and being in touch with meme culture at the time. He's abandoned all of these things. I know a lot of his former fans hate what his new content has become, and I'm no fan either. Most of it is arguably worse than the outdated videos he was doing in 2018 to 2019. Although I've had this project on the back burner for a few months, and the content has improved since I started working on this video in March 2021. It's
Yeah?
still not all that great though. But in the end, I don't think he cares what you and I think. I actually think he wants you to hate him. After all, he is the guy you love to hate.
Whew. That was a trip. A fair attempt at a criticism. There were some pretty good criticisms in there. There were also some non-good criticisms, but that's okay. Overall, I think that it was a pretty cool video. All right, let's see. Marcos, thank you for the $2. Haha, I'm back now. Name every atom in space. No. Chris Stoltz, thank you for the $5. Good job slapping Mike from PA. That guy sucks. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Jode, thank you for the $5. Loving the new background dog. Your content keeps getting better. Hey, thanks, man. Original Sly Fox, thank you for the $5. Donation 1 to a new leather jacket, LOL. There you go. Jode Irk 2525, thanks for the $2. OMG Hunter, LOL. Yeah, some of that stuff in that video was pretty damn embarrassing. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Some anti-vaxxer told me black folks are among the most unvaccinated population in the United States. Is this true? What do you think? I'd have to look it up. I'll see in a second. I'll find out. Juka Sarasati, thank you for the $5. If you can find it, check out Lauren's interview with Richard Spencer. She just asks some softball questions and claims that the media smeared him. Yeah, I remember that one. Nadine Marcus, thanks for the $5. Props to enduring Lauren's insufferable idiocy. And yes, you said Fuentes is a pedophile, but you happen to be right. I heavily insinuated that he was like in support of it, I guess, but I didn't say that like he was a pedophile. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at it. Hey, buddy. Nice. Pretty good video, dude.
Thank you. I wish you didn't skip my epic Patreon ad. I spent like 2 hours doing that because it's an anime scene. I had to like adjust like the amount of syllables in the sentence to kind of make it match up. But it's whatever.
I'm sorry, bro. I always skip the plugs. I hope people skip my plugs too, okay?
All right, so what do you want to specifically talk about? I wrote out a few things.
Okay, yeah, the first thing I want to know, because you obviously seem to be a pretty loyal, like, not really fan, but like viewer. So, okay, I want to actually learn a little bit here because I've been feeling like I'm not that interesting to watch either, and I'm trying to figure out how to improve it. So, what's up? What do you think?
Well, see, the reason why you got extremely popular was your video formula. You had skits in it. It was easily digestible and fun commentary. It was edgy. It was provocative. You know, it was out there. It was funny.
My content still meets a lot of those things. I feel like I'm still
I
very
would
obviously provocative. Like that's.
I would disagree. Well, maybe the type of provocative, I guess, because like a lot of the things I feel like you say now. Like, you can hear that on, like, mainstream television, on, like, a talk show or something, revolving, like, yeah, like, gay people, LGBT, things like that. Like, that's, like, a
being in
mainstream
support,
position.
but, like, what part of it? Being in support of gay people? Maybe, but, like...
Yeah, like, when we read some of these titles, no, being gay isn't a sin, why I dislike Pride Month,
why I hate
which, actually,
Pride
that
Month?
wasn't a mainstream opinion. That was actually kind of edgy. Rainbow capitalism is good, actually. Nationalism is
See,
cringe.
that, it's funny you said, like, the rainbow capitalism one, although the views were bad, like, that was a video that didn't agree with, like, people on the left.
Yeah, but that was, like, far left people, you know? But, like, it's, like,
Yeah.
I guess a mainstream liberal position. It's not, like, a leftist socialist position. It's
But I
a
don't think...
neo-lib opinion.
I mean... But so were some of my right-wing opinions you could have just found on Fox News, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, you gotta think of it. The Fox News is one station. That's, like... I mean, there's Newsmax. There's a few other ones.
I'm not sure. Like, the thing is it's not just that I, like, share opinions with some mainstream. Like, I had mainstream conservative opinions, you could argue then at one point also. It's more about
True,
how
but-
I deliver those opinions, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Plus the video titles. Plus it was with the rise of Trump. You had a Gamergate too. You
Okay,
had a lot
so
of
let's
things
talk
backing
about
you.
the stuff that I can actually control.
Mhm.
Because Trump's rise doesn't matter.
Okay,
like,
so
because the
one
thing
thing
is,
I
so
don't-
here's what I noticed some contradictions in the video, which was you talked about how I'm not evolving my content, but now I'm literally evolving my content.
Well, no, that was like talking like 2016, like I know 2018, 2019, because there was like this weird stagnation where I think this was even like a common, like, I guess, Groyper talking point.
That it was all
how
the same thing.
Yeah, it was like the same shit from like 2016. It felt like it was in an era of content that like nobody like cares about anymore. You know, it felt like so 2016 still.
And I'm
If
trying to
you,
break out of that.
it does, but now it kind of feels like you're in like 2018, kind of in a weird way.
I don't understand.
Because I mean, that's not a good point actually. I'm just talking about the thumbnails because like now it seems like you finally discovered what a Wojak meme is, and you're putting like Pepe in your.
I put them on my thumbnails because I think they look funny. Usually I just design my thumbnails to look funny or interesting. Is it like my content itself, or is it just the titles and thumbnails?
I would say it's probably a bit of both. The content especially because, like I said, you're doing what like Vosh and Destiny do. You're no longer doing the scripted commentary with the skits. You're
And
just
I'm getting a
taking
lot
live
better
stream
at it.
highlights.
I recognize that I am not like that good yet, but there's a lot of other streamers that are quote unquote not that good yet, and they get better and then become good. Like, to be honest, I don't think Hassan is that entertaining of a streamer, but he's like the biggest one on Twitch.
Well, I think because he has popular opinions, so. And he also worked with the Young Turks. You know, he had people backing him. You know.
Well, I know he worked with the Young Turks, but
You
like,
don't have the industry backing, especially not now with you cutting ties with Conservative Inc.
but I
And
don't.
there's-
The thing is so his mainstream opinions are helping him grow.
I think the way he delivers them, because he appeals to far left people, socialists, soft Dems. I
Right.
mean, like I said in the video, like who are you really appealing to? You have this weird niche that isn't like as of right now not working out too well. I mean, you had the
I don't
Mike
think that's
from PA
true.
thing.
I think that there's, well, of course it's not working out right now. It's not going to look like it's working out now, but it's a process, right? It's like it's literally like a transitionary phase right now for my content. I am literally changing my content away from the scripted stuff, the 2016 era stuff. I still do skits every now and then, and I know you said you don't really like them anymore. That's fine, but like I still enjoy writing them and putting them together.
I think it's just the delivery. It feels kind of condescending, like the like cousin conservative, and he's actually like a fascist and liberal kid. Can't realize that, but he's calling his dad the fascist, even though his dad's just like a normal guy.
Yeah,
Was,
why
like,
is that
that was
how
like the joke? I just
that
think
was
the way
one
it
of
was
the
delivered.
jokes?
I just feel like that was kind of like delivered condescendingly, just like the way you talk.
But
I
it
don't know.
was okay. Hold on. I'm not trying to like push you here super hard, but like, are you sure that's not just because you don't feel a little personally slighted by that?
No, because I'm not a conservative.
But like, it's more where you fall in line more with. I mean, it's obvious that you like are at some level of agreement with Nick Fuentes. I'm not trying to like poison the well here.
Not really. I just think he gets a little too. I think I care a lot about the truth, and so I don't know. I don't believe he's a white nationalist or anything. I just think he's a paleo conservative.
Okay. Well, that's beside the point. I don't know. I don't know.
So yeah, if I were you, I'd probably go back to the scripted stuff because that was like where your bread and butter was. I think you just need to find a way to be provocative, but also kind of appeal, I guess, to Zoomers. But I don't know.
I think the streaming's where it's at next. Streaming's what everybody likes to watch. Streaming's what's picking up quick. And
Maybe you can prove me wrong in a year's time. Maybe I'll make a 1 year later video and we can see where you're at.
we can, yeah. Maybe my channel might even be deader. I might be famous on Twitch. I might just be completely forgotten. Who knows?
Who knows? All right. So do you want to talk about some of my opinions that you disagreed with?
No, I still want to know what I can do to be better. I'm not
Be
really
better,
understanding. It sounds like you're saying that now my opinions are too mainstream, but like,
Yeah.
it's not about whether or not the opinions are mainstream. It sounds like it's more about the delivery of those opinions. So is there
I think
something
it's a mix
lacking in
of
my
both.
delivery?
I just don't think it's that funny. Like I used to watch Vosh a lot during the 2020 election, same with Chew on Ed, and I thought they could be pretty funny and edgy and things like that. Especially
So
Vosh.
do you
like-
find humor in just edginess? Is that like where you really appreciate humor?
Yeah, I like edginess, but I mean, a point against me was you're like, oh, I made fun of Nick Fuentes, and that was me being edgy, but you were kind of being, I guess, calling him a pedo or like insinuating. because
At
in
least
the
a
clip-
pedo sympathizer, yeah.
Yeah, in the clip you said inherently pedophilic in any sort of way. So I just don't like that. I don't like when Knicks fans and him do that too. I don't think that's very nice.
I
think we
just
should
think
care
that
about the
it's like, I don't know. It could very well just be do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I just turned 18 a few months ago.
Okay. So you're still pretty young, and when I was that age too, I fucked with the edgy stuff a lot. Obviously, that's how my content was. I very much found that to be funny also, but I don't know. It's
But I also don't think you could get away with it now too.
it
I mean, you
just
said you delete a lot of your stuff.
it's
I mean,
not
you
about
can't
whether or
dress
not I
up
can
like a
get away with
Muslim
it.
anymore.
It's not
you know?
even no, that's not true at all. It's not about whether or not I can like get away with it. It's literally that I don't have much of an interest in like being super edgy just for the sake of it. I still think that I make some pretty edgy jokes, and I work the type of edgy that I go for is a little different now. That's true.
Mhm.
I just feel like you might I feel like we're at odds here because you were a former fan who has nostalgia for like my old style content, but at the same time you acknowledge that my content needs to evolve past that time, right?
Yeah. It's like you
So
got to meet like the best of both worlds in a weird way.
and
It's
I
like you have
tried to do that and it
evolve.
didn't seem to but I know, and that's what I'm doing. Like I tried to do the scripted content for a little while still, and it just didn't work. I didn't see any really real big improvements with my
Yeah, you
channel.
did the JQ one, I think, was the last one you did like that.
Yeah, exactly. And that one took a lot of research and time and everything. And I really put my like back into it to make sure the editing was good. And then it just completely like fell flat. So I was like, well, it makes more sense for me to stream. I enjoy streaming more ultimately. The content kind of produces itself a little bit more. And also, I mean, if you want to look at like some of my more recent streams, like the segments are getting, I mean, not very good views, but like better
You're
than
getting better. The Nazi Twitter fight, that was really fucking funny. That guy was like, it's completely delusional. It was so entertaining to watch.
right. So there's like entertaining stuff like that. I don't know. I just think that like we're kind of because I need to develop my content and you want me to,
Mhm.
but it sounds
I
like
just
you don't
feel-
like that my content's changing at the same time.
It's just, I don't know. I just feel like the way it is changing isn't the way you should be going.
Okay.
I just don't really know how to describe it because
No, it's fine.
I
I'm
don't know, 'cause
not
I feel like the
trying to like
reason
trap
why-
you or something.
I feel like the reason why like Destiny and Vosh do well is because they are, like them or hate them, or like Fuentes too, like them or hate them, they're very effective public speakers. You can argue about their intelligence levels if you wanted to, but they're
Mhm.
samely, they know, it seems like they know what they're saying and how to say it, and they're very rhetorically effective. And
Mhm.
I just feel like maybe that's where you're also feeling. I just don't think you're that rhetorically effective. Like your Hunter's Most Savage roast, best bits. I watched that whole video, and I think there was like one point in that whole video where I actually laughed. I felt a lot of it was cringy.
It
Especially,
sounds like
please,
you just think a lot of this stuff is cringe.
I do. Please never say my guy again. I don't know what it is with that term. It just really annoys me.
I try to say
you know?
G. G seems to work better.
You see, if you want to be edgy, Hunter, you should just say the word you're replacing guy with. That's what you should do. But then you would get canceled by the small amount of people who still watch you. So
I don't know. I
maybe
think
that's
that
not a
right
good
now
idea.
I think that we're both at kind of weird points because it sounds like your like experience with my content is like you're changing too. So, I mean, I don't know. I think in a little while I'm kind of in that weird spot where yeah, I'm not as like rhetorically as effective yet, but like I feel like I'm getting there.
I think you might be there. Maybe I'll have to do a 1 year later video. I'll have to come back.
What you'll have
Maybe
to do is check out my little I'm going on a panel tonight. So,
you are. Oh, the hippy dippy. I tweeted out like 2 weeks ago, you cannot pay me to learn what it is, and then I found out you were on it, so then I had to learn what it was. So the left is going through like the kill stream phase, the internet blood sports phase that the right did in 2018, because that's when we had
16.
No, it was like 2018. That's when we had Andy Worski, the kill stream, Medicare, Fuentes. That's when we had like all of these guys, James Allsup. That's when we had like all these fights in like 2017, 2018. You know, Baked Alaska. They were all hosting these shows. Tonkasaw. Do you remember Tonkasaw?
not really. I remember
Remember that he was gonna fight Andy Worski and then he was a no-show,
no.
and they like
I don't
lost
remember.
thousands of dollars because there was like camera equipment and everything.
Oh, he was actually supposed to like physically fight him. No, I don't
Yeah,
know.
Andy Worski was there, and he just kind of just challenged Baked Alaska, and then nothing happened after that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So are we done with? Is there more you want to talk about with?
No, I
your
think
content itself, or do you want to? Because you disagree with some points, I wouldn't mind talking about the points you disagree with.
the main thing that I think that you really butchered was the censorship thing.
I still disagree. It's because
You didn't
first off-
accurately interpret what my speech was. Like, you seem to be very much under the impression that I was saying that conservatives are never banned from social media, which is not what I
No,
said.
you said conservative censorship doesn't exist.
I don't even think that's what I said. I
Pretty
can
sure you
go
did say that
and
one on
no, I
Twitter.
did not. I don't believe that I said it does not exist.
What's your
Conservatives
at
are some
AA6?
Yeah, conservatives are sometimes censored, but the argument is whether or not conservatives are censored for those conservative beliefs, and they're not.
I think they are. Because the terms of service, like I showed that screenshot, all these websites announced they were cracking down on hate speech right after Trump won. And like,
So?
what's hate speech? Transphobia, homophobia. Those are both right, for the most part, conservative positions. meaning
Conservatives are
against
more transphobic and
homosexual-
homophobic, but they don't have to be. That could just as easily
Well,
target
that's their
radical
opinion.
Muslims, right?
Yeah, but that's a conservative belief that homosexuality
So are those
wrong.
rules also targeting Muslims who might be homophobic?
Yeah, I would say so. Like I said in the video, like I would say the biggest targets big tech censors is sex workers and conservatives. Those are two complete right wingers. Those are basically two completely different groups.
But the question is why, right?
Well, sex workers probably because they
Well,
make
obviously the sex
platforms look
workers one
bad.
are pretty obvious, but
Yeah.
when it comes to the conservative thing, it's not an argument that conservatives are being banned for being conservative, merely that conservatives are breaking the rules more often. So maybe they should just not break
Yeah,
the
but
rules and they
but
won't.
the rules have changed to target views that they would espouse.
But then why is it that conservatives who abide by TOS and continue to espouse their views, like Ben Shapiro, are extremely
Because they're not
successful?
saying the same. They're not saying the same things they used to say. That's why Ben Shapiro used to talk about like ethnically cleansing Palestine for Israel and saying they lived in sewers and they like to bomb shit. He used to say shit like that. Like
He
10
said
years
that on
ago.
Twitter, though. That wasn't like his show.
Yeah, of course, but that just shows like he would never say something like that nowadays, even though it wouldn't affect his viewer base at all. They'd probably agree with him.
I just don't see how this is proving anything with conservatives being like banned for being conservative. There
Wait,
are
it's 'cause
some
they're
rules
changing-
that conservatives might violate more often. Then they should just not violate those rules. They signed up
But those
for
rules
those rules.
shouldn't be there. I don't care about the legality argument. It was once illegal for people to like.
I'm not
own
making
other
a
human
legality.
beings.
No. I'm not making a legality argument. I'm making an argument that conservatives, when they sign up for those social media platforms, they literally agree to the terms of service. They're agreeing to that.
Yeah, but they are changing the terms of service. So, and also with the whole build your own social media network, that's been tried.
Wait. We don't
Gab-
need to move to the build your own thing yet. We're talking just about
Alright.
right now that the current social media platforms. You made a claim before that though, and I should have written it down. I forgot what it was.
It's alright. I would probably forgot most of the stuff if I didn't start like taking notes.
No, it's fine. It's just the social media platforms. What did you say? The terms of service. Yeah, they agree to the TOS. So it sounds like you don't think there should be any TOS on social media.
I think the TOS should follow American law. And I'm not saying that like the only time social media should ban stuff is like when the government tells them to, because that would be a complete disaster,
But you realize it wouldn't be able to do that because there are plenty of words that are quote unquote free speech that just would not fit for a social media platform.
No, they could. Twitter's actually false advertising. They used to say they were the free speech wing of the free speech party. And now they like ban you for like saying the N-word, no matter the context, if it just gets
That's
mass
not
reported.
true. One. Two, even if they said that doesn't, again, you just said you don't want to make legal arguments. So just if they said that the free speech
Oh, that's
thing
not
doesn't mean
that's
anything
not a legal
legal.
argument. I'm saying they're false advertising. They're lying to us. They're saying they are pro free speech, but they actually
Even if they
aren't.
were false advertising, whatever. Who cares? When we're talking about actually like whether or not conservatives are disproportionately banned on these platforms, we just don't see it happening.
Well, no, it is. Like,
and
if
when we're
we-
talking about if you want these social media platforms to abide by American law, what you're saying right now is that the social media platforms wouldn't be able to ban people for saying the N-word. Maybe that hurts their company. I just had this conversation with this.
I don't think it would though.
Did you
because
see?
everybody
Did you?
uses social media.
So let's say that you walk into a car dealership. Did you see when I had this argument with someone else recently?
No.
Okay, if you walk into a car dealership, okay, and you start screaming the N-word, should they be able to ask you to leave?
Well, I don't know. Probably.
Why?
Because it's a private, I guess, property. But I would say that's different than social media. I would say social media is like a public necessity.
So
It's
if you're in
like-
the public square, if you're on
Yeah.
public property, okay,
Yeah.
and you are, I don't know, covered in shit, screaming about the end times, nothing illegal, you can still be removed from that, right? The police can literally arrest you for disturbing the peace.
I would say that. I don't know if you're adding the shit onto there and the person's like say naked. I would say that would be a public.
Not naked,
disturbance.
just if they
Not
were
naked?
out there, you couldn't literally, if you're out there just yelling, just super loudly, it could be disturbing the peace and you could be arrested for that. But I'm more interested in what you said before, the private property thing, which is a good point. If we're talking about private property, people need to be able to enforce rules on their or platforms and on their private property for the same reason that if I walked into a car dealership and there is someone there yelling the N-word, it's probably going to hurt that car dealership's profits, right?
Yeah, but the difference is a car dealership isn't the same as YouTube. YouTube has billions of people using it. You know, advertising.
Right,
won't
and so
stop
maybe you have
advertising on it.
Maybe you have billions of people, right? And then you have a good chunk of people that log on, and then every day they're seeing, I don't know, out of that billions of people using it, maybe just 1 million people posting stuff about the N-word. That's probably going to chase away a valuable potential customer block. If I was a black person, I wouldn't want to log on to a social media platform where people could just call me the N-word nonstop. And like, I know, yeah, you can hit the block button for a couple creeps, but like if you start getting dogpiled or bombarded, like that's not going to make that experience a good time. You're probably going to just
That already exists on social media.
not with
I've
the
been
N-word, not getting
dogpiled.
you can get dogpiled, but not bombarded with the N-word or slurs, which would be
No,
under
they'll
constitution.
They'll call you they'll say like Gazano for whatever reason. They don't care about Gazano or Gaziano, however the fuck you pronounce it.
Oh,
but
Gasano?
Gazano, that's like against Hispanics, right? That's
I don't know. Yeah, there's variations
against
there.
me. It's against
but
me.
Generally speaking, you're not able to use slurs on these social media platforms because you're going to chase potential customers away, right? At the end of the day, these social media platforms, they want as many people as possible using their platform. So they don't want to ban people who say the N-word necessarily. They just want to make more money. And so it turns
would
out that
still
they can get
disagree
more
with that.
users when they ban people who spew racial bullshit.
I would disagree with that because they do ban people who are politically inconvenient. Like PayPal, just for example, announced a partnership with the ADL to combat supposed hate speech.
That doesn't matter. So what? That like this doesn't.
Yes, but they're trying to persecute people. off
No,
their
they probably aren't. Yeah, they probably don't want certain people using their platform, and they're completely within their rights to do that.
Yeah, but I don't
One, you
care
would have
about
to
the legality of it. I
but
think
one,
they
you would have to demonstrate that it was actually going to target conservatives, and two, you would actually have to explain why it was bad. For like, the Nick Fuentes got banned from PayPal. We can go read the TOS right now. You're not allowed to use PayPal to fund hate speech. That is what he was using PayPal for. They kicked him. I think that's a good thing. I don't want Nick Fuentes to make money by spewing hate speech. It makes the world a worse place. And
Wait, so you're trying to say that a middleman who just allows you to transfer money from one bank account to another, you think that's totally fine, that they should totally be able to do that?
if yes, it's within their right. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't care about legality. Like I said, it was once illegal for the South to own people.
But
and rape
that
them.
doesn't mean anything. You asked me, do I think that they have a right to do it? And I'm saying yes.
I don't think they should. I think they should be.
Well, we haven't even
their
got off
monopoly.
we haven't even finished our little conversation about the N-word yet.
All right.
Because
Let's go back.
because you're not acknowledging that if you literally had if you didn't have TOS and you only forced these social media platforms to abide by the government standards, by the constitutional standards, like what you said, then you would have racial slurs all over your platform, and that would
I don't think that would happen.
That would
There's-
happen.
There's millions of people that use social media
And I'm not even saying like YouTube has to monetize this type of content. If YouTube wants to say you can't be monetized, it's it's whatever. But I
Mhm.
still think you should be able to upload a video where you say something controversial or edgy.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
think
wait, wait,
YouTube
wait, wait. Stop. You're pivoting
What's
there.
that? What am I
So
pivoting on?
you're right that you should be able to, and you can. There are plenty of people that are uploading edgy content to this very day. We're talking about something very specific about racial slurs.
Mhm.
So that would be that's something that is currently banned on social media for good reason. Okay.
Mhm.
And if they were forced to abide by the government standards, they would no longer be allowed to ban that content, and that would hurt their platform.
I don't care if it hurts the platform. I just care if I get to be able to use it because it hurts the private individuals who make money off said platform.
No, wait. What?
Yeah, so
They're the ones
I'm like,
providing you the platform to even make said money.
yeah, but like let's look at Alex Jones for example. I think he actually makes more money now than he did when he was on the platform because he actually gets to legitimately fearmonger about censorship because he was banned from like 7 platforms in 24 hours all at once. So like think about him. He was on YouTube, he was making money, he was on all these platforms, and then they just ripped him off.
Did you hear what happened with his thing with YouTube?
No, what happened with YouTube?
How YouTube gave him multiple warnings. They literally called him directly on the phone and said, please stop breaking the rules or we are going to have to ban you. And then he didn't stop breaking the rules. And
Yeah, but I don't think those rules should be there, though.
Well, then this is a bigger conversation to be had, and you need to explain why they should be allowed to say things like the N-word and so forth on these social media platforms when all that does is hurt the end goal of that social media platform, which is to get the most users as possible. Look what happens on 4chan, dude. Look what happened to that
4chan has a
website.
big user base. I use 4chan
And they're
all the time.
all Nazis. Like,
No.
not
You know-
all of
you-
them.
Did
There
you know
is
4chan? Actually, hold on, I gotta correct you now. Did you know 4chan actually bans racial slurs for most of the boards except for like Pol and B?
okay,
So
and
if
on
I go-
poll, it's all neo-Nazi shit. So it doesn't.
No.
So it literally proves my point that where they don't ban that content, you see neo-Nazis and other extremists fester there. And when that
Well, that's
happens,
because that's the only website that allows you to do this. If every website allows you to post whatever, I would imagine it would probably just be a small minority of
no,
people
then
in
we'd
a
have the
certain corner
N-word
of the
spread
website.
all over the platforms, and ultimately we would see like I said, these platforms want as many people as possible using them because they can display advertisements to them. Okay, it's that simple. So when you have a group of people that are vitriolic and spewing the N-word and spewing racial slurs, you are literally hurting your business and your profit margin. So just like if I walked into a restaurant or a car dealership, I probably wouldn't want to do business there if there was somebody screaming the N-word in the corner. I probably wouldn't want to go on a social media platform, especially if I was a black person or a minority, and then have a bunch of racial slurs spewed at me simply because they have to abide by government standards. Hate speech is free speech, therefore deal with it.
Well, hold on. Here's another point I want to make. So Twitter and all these platforms, they are a public, basically that's how, in legality sense, that they're a public platform, right? So they're not responsible for the content that gets put on the platform, right? But let's say I'm running a subreddit dedicated to just talking about football, right? So then it would make sense, since it's a publisher, then at that point I should be able to ban people who aren't talking about football and say basketball.
That's not true because that's where Section 230 comes into play. So
Yeah, that is what Section 230 is, basically, right?
Section 230 gives them the right to and the ability to police their platform while still remaining being a platform. Just simply hosting other speech does not turn you into any form of publisher. A publisher is someone that verifies everything before it goes out. So like a TV channel, that's a publisher because they have it all aired, they have it all set up. A platform simply allows people to use their platform and express their speech. You just said how there's billions of people on YouTube. There's no way they'd be able to police all of that. They are by definition a platform, not a publisher. But they have the right to police their platform, as do all private businesses and private entities.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't really care about the legality of it. I'm just pointing out that, so if I was running a publisher website in which it was specifically talking about like anti-racism, for example, then at that point it would make sense for me to ban it. But Twitter is just post whatever the fuck you want on here.
So that
But
at
it's
that
not.
point, it would
It's
make
not just post whatever the fuck you want. There's
yeah,
a
it
terms
is.
of service that you have agreed
no, hold on. There isn't a certain theme to Twitter. There isn't a sports theme. It's you can post whatever you want. You can discuss.
That's
what you
not what
want.
makes a publisher or a platform. New York Times is a publisher, and they can
Mm-hmm.
TV channels are publishers. They can air sports and then a TV show and then a documentary. Like, it doesn't matter about what kind of content it is. What distinguishes a publisher from a platform is really just whether or not they verify all of the content before it goes out. That's why New York Times, for example, could be sued for libel if they publish a falsehood about someone else. But if I go over on Twitter and I type a tweet, a falsehood about someone else, Twitter cannot then be sued for that.
Yeah, you can be sued for it though.
I could, yeah. But that's what Section 230 is. That's why it's really important, right? So the thing is you're saying you don't think these rules should be there, but I don't know why. Like, it sounds like it sounds like it's just better to have those rules there.
Because I feel like these rules make websites worse, you know?
How? They don't make it worse for the millions of black people that use that and don't have to get worried about, like, having racial slurs thrown at them.
Yeah, but, like, Mr. Medicare can't... I mean, he doesn't make videos anymore. He's, like, cancer now or whatever.
He has cancer?
But I remember Yeah.
I didn't know
that's why he hasn't uploaded in a year. He's really sick. But he had to go to BitChute. Remember the last few videos he made? He was on BitChute and he was, like, streaming on, like, DLive or whatever.
I don't know.
You know, it's
I
just
never
really
even followed
annoying.
him in the beginning place. Yeah, it sucks when there are some people that just don't follow the rules, you know? I wish that, like...
I don't think he even broke any rules.
I wish that our favorite content creators could pull themselves up by the bootstraps and...
the bush. But I don't know. I feel like we're just talking past each other at this point. I mean, I'm just gonna believe whatever I want to believe. You're gonna believe whatever you want to believe. I think I made my point.
I think that I don't. Okay.
Well, let me make one more argument.
Okay.
It would be good for the government to enforce these rules onto the platform, so I could make whatever video I want, and that would help me because I would. Theoretically, I want to make most of my money off of like donations.
You realize that even just really quick, you realize that even technically speaking, government could still put a TOS in. Like, if you go into like a government,
I would still be against that.
If you go into a government website and go into like the comment section there's still a TOS.
Yeah, I'm against that. I mean, if it's a government website and we're
so what? But
under a
that's just what. But the thing is you keep saying you're against it, but you're against it for no real reason. And if what you
I just
want
to say whatever I want. That's my only.
But
reason.
if people could just say whatever they wanted on these platforms, it would make the internet a worse place. It would hurt the overall platforms, and they would arguably go out of business.
I don't think they'd go out of business. There's way too many people using them at this point. I mean, Twitter basically used to be a free speech, whatever goes website. You know, there's that famous tweet in 2013. I was showing people how to make crack on Twitter, and now I can't call a fat bitch fat. You know, you could do whatever you wanted on the old internet.
It doesn't matter. It's not the old internet is still right there. You just can't do shit on Twitter. You can go on. You got 4chan for that, where there's not much.
But like, you can't get an audience on 4chan though. Everybody uses Twitter and YouTube. I mean, yeah, I could make money going to Alex Jones band.video and I could get viewership, but it would never escape that crowd of people.
Yeah, but we've really moved off the topic. But either way, I appreciate the video. I think that overall your criticism was pretty fair.
I tried to be.
I know, and I could tell, and I appreciate that. I also think that I appreciate the end that you were able to make kind of a compliment. And
I do still respect you. I just think you're wrong on this one position.
I understand. I don't
think I'll ever be able to convince you, but
I just think that the only thing that you really did butcher was the censorship thing. Other than that, I feel like the retelling of events were generally pretty good. So yeah.
But what did you think about the Spotify thing though?
Oh, the guy. I need more information on that. I never said that conservatives have never been banned before. Like, it's quite possible that in this instance, this was a literal conservative that was treated badly by by Spotify for being conservative. It's quite possible. I've never said that never happens. Usually, when I say it's not happening, I mean that it's not happening on like a statistical level. And that's
I would say it would be if you compare like left wingers, like major left wingers that get banned compared to conservatives. Like the only left wing banning I can think of is Vosh from
that
Twitch,
doesn't
but he's back
mean
on
what
Twitch.
you think it means. That's what I'm saying. Is you can't just say, look, more conservatives are banned. You have to know why they are banned.
Yeah, because the TOS has changed to target their views.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Well, it's great talking to you. I thank you for watching the video. I want to see if I'm at 1K subs now. Somebody told me I was at like 2 away.
Oh,
I'm
man.
3 away. So if you want to sub, give me the 1K. I can finally make some bread. That'd be great. Thank you, Hunter.
So you're in it
I'm
for the
glad you
money,
like it.
huh? No, I'm just
A
kidding.
little bit, yeah. I like the money.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too. Take care. Oh wait, one more thing. I'll be coming back on soon. I said I was gonna red pill you on Israel and Palestine. I will be back.
All right. We'll
At some
see.
point though. I've watched too much Hunter Avon content. I'm gonna take like a 1 month break.
I would
I'll see ya.
recommend that. Yes. Bye bye.
Peace.
Whew. 15 incorrect attempts. Tyler Shumway, thank you so much for the $20 PayPal donation. Hey, buddy, as a former religious conservative, I've really enjoyed watching your journey. I enjoy your debates more than your video essays, but whatever you decide to do, I appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the $20 donation to PayPal. Yeah. Okay. Aradia, what's up?
Whoa, hang on. Holy shit.
Are you here to debate?
I wasn't ready and I had the mic up the whole way.
I got you.
All right,
Are you here to debate?
What? Yeah, yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick though. For the last guy, what would happen if they took away Section 230, you know? It would
Then
be,
the
like,
internet would
tons-
be destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, like Twitter would literally shut down everybody who said something wrong.
I know. It would be worse.
All right. Ooh, I've been trying to get this talk for a while. How you doing?
Doing good. How about you?
I've been doing pretty good.
Cool.
Been jobless though, so.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. So, I wanted to talk to you about socialism, and
Oh,
more
boy.
specifically, syndicalism.
I don't.
'Cause
Okay.
I used to watch you back when I was a libertarian.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, me growing up, I was really only ever concerned with myself
Mhm.
until I was exposed to the world and I realized how other people were living. And I've really appreciated watching your content, you know.
Thanks, man.
Watching you grow. Well, I would say grow, but grow into a, because I always knew you were real, you know, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, when I started moving to the left, I was like, what do I take from the world?
Right.
And me being a blue collar, you know, working dude, I'm only like 22 right now. I've had some very shitty experiences at work. So I kind of fell upon Vosh and his type of things. Now I don't agree with him 100%, but I wanted to talk to you about syndicalism because that's kind of where I fell into.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know anything about syndicalism.
I don't. That's why I feel kind of bad that you want to talk to me about something that I'm so woefully unequipped to talk about. So yeah.
That's all right. It's quite a dig because like nobody really talks about syndicalism. It's always the big two, communism and socialism, right?
Right.
So, and it's like there's so many more sub factions to the lib left, I would say, because like on the authoritarian left, it's Nazbol and communism. Well, not communism per se, but Stalinism.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, I'm just really fucking nervous right now.
Do you want to come back on in a little while?
Sure. I'll start thinking because like I wasn't really prepared. I just made pizza. I just sat down.
I totally got you, man. All right. Yeah, I'll bring you in a little while.
Alrighty, thanks.
Can we get this Barney Pablo guy in the Discord, please? Because he's over here in the fucking in my chat. Wait, hold on. All right. We're gonna have to go over some topics here soon. It's time to get into our topics of the day. Yeah, get this Barney Pablo guy in the Discord. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee again. And then yeah. Barney, get over here, cuck. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Ooh. Man, I don't know how these fucking people do it. Where they stream for like 8 hours? Man. Can you start banning people for dumb takes? No. They have to get in my Discord first. All right. Let's see. I need like a break. How do you take breaks on stream? How do you do this? I just don't know how people are able to go for like 8 hours and stream. Like, it's insane. You'll get used to it another 10 years. React Lord content. See, I feel like you're gonna, like, people are gonna be like, his content's boring if they tune in right now. But it's like, that's what a stream is. They're like, there's slow points to a stream, right? Take a good break and we'll watch you eat. No thanks. I think I'll just listen to a little music and take a fucking bong rip with you, my audience. Maybe we can jam to some Shake Your Sillies out, you know? Hopefully I don't get copyrighted for this. I don't think I will, though. I'll just kind of keep it a little lower so I don't have to, you know. He didn't tell me to, but I would if he wants me to. Is Hunter Salem talking shit in chat? Is this going on? Is there someone else literally named Hunter talking shit right now? Wait, Hassan does eat streams? Are you serious? I'm gonna do a sleep stream. Yeah, exactly. I think we'll go ahead and take a little break. I'll take this puff and then we'll go ahead and do some topics. Is CTV gonna be on the hippy dippy? I fucking hope not. No, he's not. No, I'm weird, guys. I listen to this kind of shit when I listen to weird. Plus, this is like underground rap that I don't think is going to be copyrighted. I sure hope not. I was gonna do some research on it. I'm doing some research today on porn. So that's gonna be fun. Do I listen to metal? I listen to some metal, yeah. But not really, though. I used to be a lot more into metal. I'm really not anymore. Okay, we need to talk about your music choices. Okay, some of my music is probably better than this, but I can't play without getting copyrighted, so... Sorry. Research. Yeah, very funny, guys. Alright, we gotta get, like, really baked on this stream, because I don't have to go on the panel here for, like, hours later, and by then I'll come down. Listen to some Death Grips on it. No. Okay. We'll probably do one more song, okay? Hundreds, okay. My best friend also lost his balls because of a girl and kids. Explain why he sold out. Get on my Discord right now, cuck. Yeah, Logan, get in my chat right now. Yeah, come on, Logan. Get in the Discord, buddy. Come on now. I see someone else join my waiting room, but they're not Logan. I'm liking these long streams. Dude, it's crazy how just like listening to like 2 songs. Looks like Logan is a coward. They usually all are, buddy. Nobody's perfect, so let's go. 420, hell yeah. Can we just get this Logan? You're half the man you used to be. Hey, Logan, I'm telling you right now, dude. Hit the link in my bio, all right? Get in my Discord, please. Is Hunter's chat always this wild? It sure is. Welcome. Yeah, Logan is talking a fuck ton of talk right now. Yet I don't see him over here at all. I do agree that you need to get better at making jokes about people you're making fun of. What does that mean? That I should stop, or that my jokes that where I make fun of people aren't that good? All right, we're gonna do one more little track, and then the break will conclude. Hopefully, at that point, Logan gets his cowardly ass in the Discord.
If it's death to Smoochie, the Smooch is a dead man. If I'm the one elected, to make him mean his fate, man. The word remorse
Hunter was pretty cool with Cedar taking Ethan's place. Music is cringe. I listen to Skype call music. Hell yeah.
Smack you in the face with the back of an axe. The impact guaranteed to break that neck. Paralyze your left side. You in the midst of a bad guy. Not even God can help you when the temperature rise. I'm a crazy person. No one can face me. I cannot help but to kill these people. These people. They bring out my inner evil. Crazy person. No one can face me. I cannot help but to kill these people.
I wake up with an urge to kill. I'm like one of those mass murderers from movies, but real. And in my basement below the concrete, you'll find cadavers. And I say they probably piled 10 bodies deep. I'm a savage. Each one of them died a different way. My first victim, I was 13. She was my teacher from the 8th grade. Always giving me F's when I did my best. So I snuck into a house and strangled that bitch to death. And then I thought to myself, what the fuck did I do? So I cut her up in sex and drug her body to the school. Threw her in the furnace, turned her body to dust. Mixed with concrete, laid in the motherfucking basement. And since then, I've been doing it for years.
When are you joining the round table? Right at 8. Different from the rest.
So warm, and it gives me butterflies deep inside my loins. Go ahead, bitch, call me your devil. I can take you to the level of a predicate felon who would take a butter knife to your cerebellum and dig deep and remove that bitch from your brain stem. Who is him? Your motherfucking worst nightmare, standing here ready to rip you apart from your knees to your heart.
My parents couldn't help me, they didn't understand, so I murdered them as well. I'm a bad man, and I took over the lease, and that's when mutilation became my #1 hobby. I'm far worse than any movie made murder addict. Sometimes I beat him with a hammer, breaking bones into fragments. Deranged, not normal, psychotic tendencies. I need help, but you can't help me. I'm a crazy person, no one can face me. I cannot help but to kill these people. These people, they bring out my inner evil. Crazy person, no one can face me.
All right. Whew. I feel a lot more refreshed. Invigorated, if you will. Hunter, I know you better than all these fools. All right, Logan, this is your last call chance, okay? What time is it? It's 6:28. All right, mods in YouTube chat, listen. If in the next 5 minutes Logan does not show his face in the Discord and then he makes another message, just ban him permanently. And then he can just talk to the void. Adrian Knight, thanks for the $5. Hey, are you excited for the Charlie Kirk versus Vosh debate? Fuck yeah. Vosh is going to do great. Mark Haas, thank you for the $2. Music is cringe. I listen to the Skype call theme. Based. Why do I feel like everyone's judging me? Everyone's just like, Hunter, why did you listen to that's your music? Hunter feels refreshed after listening to that shit. Yeah, extremely. All right. Yeah, Logan, you got 8 minutes, buddy. That's fair. All right. Yeah, he's not going to show up. I'll do the honors. Nah, he's just a troll. All right. You've been permanently banned, buddy. Have fun in the void. See you later. All right. By now, well, depends what you watch. If you watch Fox News, you probably have a very different idea of certain events here. However, I like to think that most of us, unless we're homeschooled, are familiar about the January 6th Commission. Just a few days ago, they had their first meeting where multiple officers came forward and detailed their disturbing experience with January 6th. I thought we would start this by simply reviewing some highlights of that day, of what was said. On July 27th, the January 6th House Select Committee sat down and had this meeting. Here's some of what was said. Oops.
When I was 25 years old, and then a sergeant in the...
Another oops. Boomer moment. All right. Let's get rid of display capture. Thank you. There we are. I had you up there, Discord. Enjoy your 5 minutes of fame. All right, let's go.
Army. I had deployed to Iraq. When I was 25 years old, and then a sergeant in the Army, I had deployed to Iraq for Operation Iraqi Freedom. From time to time, I volunteered to travel on IED-infested roads. But on January 6th, for the first time, I was more afraid to work at the Capitol than my entire deployment to Iraq.
I was grabbed, beaten, tased, all while being called a traitor to my country. I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm, as I heard chants of kill him with his own gun.
So, keep in mind, right off the bat, you can understand, right, why conservatives are seething about this. They are, oh my God, they're so mad. And I can understand why. I mean, this is literally a PR nightmare for them. It makes them look so bad. It makes the Trump shit look so bad. They want nothing more. Conservatives don't want you really to be remembering this shit.
Confusion. I saw the thin blue line flag.
a symbol of support for law enforcement more than once, being carried by the terrorists as they ignored our commands and continued to assault us.
One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This voted for Joe Biden."
Oh, shit.
Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo!" No one had ever called me a while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer. More than 6 months later, January 6th still isn't over for me.
Oh man, if I was a conservative, I wouldn't be feeling too good right now. You'd think that, okay, let's think about this for a second. Let's try to put yourself back in the mindset, okay? I gotta dumb down my IQ here for a second. Hold on. Vaccines are dangerous, and Nick Fuentes isn't really that bad. If I was a conservative, if I was still in that fucking headspace, the best move here is simply to acknowledge the severity and distance yourself from it. Am I wrong? You'd think that that would be the strategy, right? You think the smart move would be, this shit is despicable, this is disgusting, and this does not represent what conservatives should represent. You could make that statement as a conservative and be completely justified. That would make that would be like the reasonable response to this. But no. Instead, conservatives responded in all the wrong ways. Now, we don't need to look through all the highlights. That alone was enough. 1 minute. I think we have a good understanding already of what happened. From these people's perspectives, it sounds terrible. Sounds like they were at serious risk for their lives. It sounds like there was some disgusting irony there with the fact that these people were holding the Blue Lives Matter flag while at the same time assaulting and attacking police officers. And we now hear about racial slurs being thrown at officers who are just simply doing their job. Absolutely despicable shit. So yeah, if I was still a little conservative hunty, then I would be over here saying, guys, this is bad. All right, this is not what it means to be a conservative. And this is bad. Like, I don't know. That's along the lines of what I would say. Now, as these highlights progress, it did come to a point where a few of the members talking on this committee actually got emotional and broke down into not like sobbing or something, but a reasonable expression of emotion. I'm trying to find where that happens. Hold on.
We're defined by how we come back from bad days, how we take accountability for that. And for all the overheated rhetoric surrounding this committee, our mission is very simple.
And then I thought there was an officer that got emotional too. Hold on. I could be wrong. I want to make sure.
In retrospect.
Hold on. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Are you kidding me right now? Fuck you guys. That's okay. That's all I needed to know. So keep in mind, okay, that the people that were getting emotional was a representative and a police officer who had his life at risk, who was called racial slurs, all while trying to serve his country, really. Serve the people in our government. They even talk about that in this video, about how they didn't question whether they were Democrat or Republican. They did their job and they protected whom they needed to protect. So I think especially for this gentleman to get emotional delivering some of this, I think that that's quite reasonable, honestly. But again, I don't know if like the conservatives just I've already mentioned how they've like just given up completely on the optics, everything. Like they just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't know. Jesse Kelly tweets, I still can't believe we had multiple grown men crying on television today during a congressional hearing on purpose. I guess I just had a different dad. I don't understand this world. Unironically sounds really shitty. If you had a dad that would like not allow you to get emotional, then that's like definition mental abuse by definition. So I don't know. Sorry, Jesse. That's weird flex, but okay. I had a father that would beat the fuck out of me if I even showed an ounce of emotion. When my mother died, I just wanted to express a simple expression of emotion. I just wanted to be somber for 3 seconds. And that man, in his fatherly love, took off his belt and beat the fuck out of me. Like, what is this your brag right here? I just had a different dad who didn't let me express emotion. And then this is my favorite. Would these men be capable of storming the beaches of Normandy? Would you? Oh, I guess you're code of vets. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, so we have this guy shitting on them. Then we have Dave fucking Rubin, of all people.
In the rallies, the BLM.
Coming over with his real hot take. Where does he do his little fake crying thing? Making fun of the people that cried.
Could I? Thank you. It's just because we've had a bad day, and could I? Oh, thank you. And we're trying.
This guy's syndicated with the Blaze, by the way. Keep that in mind.
Okay, these people are complete ridiculous actors. They are theater actors and not very good ones. You know what we did? We went back all the way to May of 2020.
Okay, so basically he like clowns on them, right? And then he pulls his little whataboutism thing and tries to say, look, Antifa and BLM got violent once with police officers, and tried to like make a whataboutism argument. It was all just whataboutism shit. Typical spiel, downplaying the severity of it. But what I find to be even more hilarious is he's like making fun of them for crying, for like being weak or whatever, how they're all just actors or whatever. Not only is that ironic because this guy's a fucking grifter, but it's also hilarious because just the other day, hold on, I want to see if I have it in my notes here. There was a, oh, fuck, where is it? No. Hold on. Because Dave Rubin made a tweet that was, or no, he did an interview that was so fucking cringe. Keep in mind, he's making fun of people, right, for crying. Meanwhile, this is Dave Rubin's little quote here. It's not fun to be flamed and mobbed on Twitter, but if you survive it, you will come out stronger on the other side. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger and a little longer. I feel like that's Dave Rubin's little... Oh man, someone called me a name on Twitter. The wokesters are at it again. I'm so glad that I'm gonna get stronger out of all this. Oh man. You'll come out stronger on the other side. Just replace this picture with a picture of Anna Kasparian. Okay? And you have a quote fresh out of the cringy SJW 2016 feminist playbook. You literally have it if you just replace it with fucking Anna Kasparian. It's not fun to be flamed and mobbed on Twitter, but if you survive it, you will come out stronger on the other side. Okay, Ruben. But that's not even the worst of it. Tucker Carlson hits the Dems for carefully selected police officers invited to the January 6th commission hearing. So, can we go through his little segment here? Okay. First, we're going to mute that. While this dumb ad plays, we're going to first say the irony of Tucker Carlson complaining about Dems selecting anyone for this committee. They tried to have a bipartisan committee. It was going to be 50% Republicans and 50% Democrats. That's how they were going to do it. That was the original committee, the January 6th committee. And Republicans shot it down. So then it just became a Democrat thing. You had your chance, Tucker. You did. But your people, the people that you suck the cock of every night, they let you down, Tucker. But okay, let's see the segment.
Well, they're afraid enough that they've allocated themselves more police protection than most American cities get at a time when most American cities are becoming much more dangerous and thousands of Americans are dying. And that's not an exaggeration, by the way. We pulled the numbers. The U.S. Capitol Police, their personal bodyguards, have a budget of more than $460 million a year, and that number is rising. How much money is that? Well, for perspective here, the police budget for the entire famously dangerous city of Detroit is well under $380 million.
Okay, so, oh man, the irony of Carlson up here, like, railing on about this kind of shit, right? Like, he's making a defund the police argument here. That is literally, when people say defund the police, what they're getting at is reallocate funding. Stop giving them this much funding. There might be other areas where that funding is more necessary. This is a defund the police argument that Tucker Carlson's making here by trying to like make some complaint about the budget of the Capitol Police. Also, I'm sure there are valid justifications for the budget for the Capitol Police, considering, I don't know, they have to protect the literal Capitol. Maybe that requires more training. It probably requires much more work going into background checks, making sure the person is trustworthy and able to work nearby other government officials. Who knows? There's a wide variety of reasons why their budget might be the way that it is. There's probably more technology that goes into the overall protection of the Capitol. I mean, it's just hilarious because Tucker Carlson rails all the time about the defund the police shit, but like he's actually making a defund the police argument right here.
Oh, so the U.S. Capitol, 535 elected representatives, have almost $100 million more per year in law enforcement money than the entire city of Detroit. In Atlanta, where shoppers are routinely shot at the mall, the police budget is just over $200 million a year.
Again, we don't know why the budget is the way that it is. Maybe it is too expensive. Let's see. Even if it is, he might have a point that maybe they're getting too much funding, but that's a defund the police argument ultimately. It's just funny that like senators unveil competing funding proposal for Capitol Police now short on cash. Just weeks before Capitol Police are due to deplete funding that was drained by the January 6th insurrection. Why is the budget so much? Okay, hold up. Already. How much did he say? 500 million? Because I already saw something that cast out there because it was talking about the National Guard also. Actually, I think that... Oops. I wonder if this is what he's getting at right here. Because this is 600 million. Meanwhile, the panel's ranking Republican Alabama Senator Richard unveiled a much smaller $632.9 million package to direct funds just to Capitol Police and the National Guard. Let's see. Capitol Police budget, 500 million. Wait, hold on. One second. Has an annual budget of approximately 400. Okay, that's where you got that number. It's comprised of more than 2,300 officers. Let's just find out. What did he say? The state of Atlanta, or not the state, the Atlanta. He said in Georgia. Atlanta police. I think this might be like a very basic way of very quickly understanding. 2,300 officers, 460 million for the Capitol Police? Doesn't really sound that unreasonable to me. But then again, I've heard the defund the police arguments. I've seen how massive police funding is. Whatever. It's not really that important at the end of the day. It's just ironic that he's literally making a fucking defund the police argument. But he goes on to get much, much worse. After he complains about the budget, he says, if you look at the video we do have from January 6th, officers let protesters into the Capitol building. This is literally false. What he is referring to is a video where Capitol Police move a gate and do let people in, technically speaking. However, if Tucker Carlson was giving you the truth, which again, he's not interested in delivering the truth at all, they let them in because that is standard procedure. It is standard procedure if you don't have enough people and you have a mob rushing you aggressively, you don't try to fight back. You let them in where there's then another barrier for them to get through later on down the line. But for the U.S. Capitol Police Force, which is used to checking IDs and leaving firearms unattended in bathrooms, it was all pretty overwhelming. So he's literally throwing the police under the bus now. When no, the Capitol Police, they keep our elected officials safe, dude. You've had Ted Cruz on your show before, right? Like, the Capitol Police keep those people protected. At least they're supposed to. But you literally just... Isn't Tucker Carlson a Blue Lives Matter guy? Isn't Tucker Carlson all about, like, supporting police? Oh, apparently he attacked the officer who said he was called the N-word. He literally called that guy an angry left-wing political activist. Notice how they just don't care about the truth at all? It's bizarre. It's like they watch something and then just don't even care about delivering it at all accurately. It is unfathomable to me. He was calm. People were shitting on him for getting emotional, but somehow he's an angry left-wing political activist. Okay, whatever. It's just really contradictory. Tucker Carlson is... He is a huge piece of shit. Let's see. Then they make the big comparison to this one. This is like the go-to thing every time. Remember, it was just last summer that rioters torched these blah, 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 wah, 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 crying about the BLM rioters. Oh, I could have watched the full commentary right there. The typical bullshit, right? If you actually want to look up, like... If you look, over 10,000 protesters have been arrested. So, I mean, Like, they literally, a lot of these people, these arsonists and violent rioters or whatever, have been arrested. And it sounds like there might even have been some non-violent protesters that probably got swooped in with a bunch. Yeah, 2,500 failure to curfew violations. Yep. Yeah. So I don't know why conservatives always go to this one. It's really, really cringy. It's always like, it's like the typical, what aboutism? What about this? What about that? Who gives a shit? These people have been arrested. These protests largely happened on a local level, so it's going to be handled on a local level. Meanwhile, this was an attack on our Capitol building, so the federal government is going to take care of it via committee, congressional, whatever. It's really, really, I don't know, pathetic, pedantic. It's sad. I can't believe we're going on hippy dippy soon. I'm gonna have to do my porn research. How many people are gonna pick fights with Hunter? Y'all are out of control. I'm surprisingly not getting many people that are actually in here wanting to fight with me, it seems. Porn research. Yep. We got to do our porn research now. It's where we research porn. Research. Mark Haas, thanks for the $5. Hunter, if you lose the hippy dippy, you have to add Tom McDonald to your music playlist. I don't know if it's actually gonna be a win or loss thing tonight. I don't know. Do we get voted off? Because that would be cool. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Okay. All right, so the topics are... My Discord isn't loading? Try refreshing. No, I haven't dunked on Kirk, and that's actually going to be part of it. All right. Listen up, motherfuckers. Can we try that again? Because that sounded a little more... I was going for a more like of a tough sound, and that kind of came out a little bitchy. So, let's try that again. How's it going, motherfuckers? That sounds better. I'm feeling a lot more alpha. Okay. How many of you can do like a fucking quadruple backflip on a tightrope? How many? How many of you think you could do that right now? I'm guessing none of you. Literally none of you. I don't think I could. I would have to be on some crazy drugs to even get close. And then I would probably not do it, but at least then I wouldn't feel the pain of falling. Either way, when we're talking about doing insane gymnastics, Simone Biles probably comes to mind. Simone Biles is known as the GOAT of gymnastics. She is, I believe, the best or one of the best in the entire world. And as we know, the Olympics is going on. I don't care about sports. I'm a weak, wimpy beta twink. Look at me. I can't even throw a football, truthfully. God. So the Olympics basically just puts my masculinity in a constant state of just pain. It just threatens my masculinity, right? Like, I already can't kick a soccer ball. I don't need to get it rubbed in my face that other people are able to do these fucking flips and shit. Okay, especially the fact that women can do it. That was a joke, okay? But anywho, yeah, Simone Biles doing the gymnastics shit. She's flipping and flopping all around. And then she pulled out. Suddenly. Simone Biles exits Olympic team competition due to mental health issues. Simone Biles was pulled from the team competition here Tuesday after an awkward, low-scoring attempt on vault, leaving the United States without its biggest star. So, she was doing her shit, she did really poorly, and then, yeah, she ended up... This says she was pulled from the team competition. So, was she pulled out and then she bailed herself? Because then it says Biles bailed on her expected vault, attempting just a something 1.5. I don't know what any of these things are. She still needed a massive bounce/stumble upon landing. She briefly left the arena floor with a USA gymnastics trainer, only to quickly return with her wrists wrapped for an apparent return to the uneven bars, the American second rotation. She then unwrapped them and put on warm-ups. Biles later said she was dealing with a number of mental health issues, including an intense pressure to achieve perfection and fear of how she would be judged by the public at large. Now I can understand this. Like, she's like, for context, I have felt pressure before doing like streams and like debates and shit. And I don't have like, I have like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the amount of pressure put on me compared to what this woman has on her right now. Like, it is insane. So I can understand that that could be a strain on her mental health. Okay? So she bailed. When she realized she couldn't compete, she realized she would only hurt the team. I'm not in the right headspace, she said. I'm not going to lose a medal for this country and for these girls. They work too hard. It's not worth it, especially when you have 3 amazing athletes who can step up. I'm going to focus on my well-being. I am more than just a gymnast. Okay. So, to me, this sounds pretty reasonable. It sounds like she did it partially out of concern for her team, but mainly because she was sincerely not in the right headspace. Maybe it was actually going to lead, like, to a major negative impact for her team. It's quite possible. But either way, she pulled out of the event, and she let her team do the job. After she was taken out of the competition, she remained on the floor and continued to loudly cheer on and encourage her teammates. So, here you have an Olympic gold medalist from 2016 in the Olympics again, immense pressure on her. She fucks up once, gets pulled from the team, and then she decides to bail on her next vault because she doesn't want to negatively impact the team, and she wants to prioritize her mental health in this state. Okay. To me, this sounds like not that big of a deal. To me, like, this almost just sounds like a nothing, like a non-issue. But how it is, and how it has to be, conservatives have largely made this an issue. More specifically, Charlie Kirk, our scrawny, rat-faced little dweeby fucky friend, called her a selfish sociopath and a shame to the country. Oh, man. All right, where's the video at? I have it here for a reason. Here we go.
So Simone Biles, who's obviously a very talented gymnast, decided not to compete in the gold medal competition. Now, she probably could have just competed and just kind of checked the boxes, and they would have got a gold medal. Simone Biles says, "This Olympic Games, I wanted to be for myself when I came in, and I felt like I was still doing it for other people," as she cried after the team event on Tuesday. So that just, it like hurts my heart, because Doing what I love has been kind of taken away from me to please other people. Yeah, that's the point, Simone Biles. You're representing your nation, you're selfish sociopath. You kidding me?
Does he not know what words mean? I mean, of course he doesn't. But does he know like that's not at all what a sociopath is? Sociopaths are people that have like don't have any emotion or empathy. Like you just were making fun of her for crying and getting emotional. Okay, let's go and address the broader point.
Sociopath? You kidding me? Today it's like, you know what? I'm not going to do something stupid and get hurt. It's just not worth it. Especially when you have like 3 amazing athletes that can step up to the plate and do it. So you know who has the gold medal? Russia.
So what?
Russia.
I literally, like, this is so bizarre. So keep in mind that Charlie Kirk ultimately is angry because he's a dipshit nationalist. And because she represents America and then stepped out, he views that as some kind of an attack on the country. It's like the most pathetic way to try and get outraged over something. It's like he's looking for a reason to get angry. It's like he's just, an athlete dropped out. Okay, cool, whatever. Wait, was she an American athlete? Yeah. What? But she represented our country, and if she dropped out, that means that she may have had mental health issues, and that means that it could have made America look bad, and then Russia got the gold medal, and that means America looks bad. It's just this, like, feelings wimpy bullshit. But then again, when all you care about is, like, looking strong, and looking masculine, and looking like the best, then this is all that matters. She's not selfish. I mean... I want to debate Hunter Avalon. He is such a turd. Then get in my Discord, please. It's obvious. I'm telling everyone, get in my Discord. Okay.
I have to go look at these 4'11" Russian Olympians chewing on their gold medals, smirking at the Americans. I'm not okay with that.
Do you think he actually believes this, or do you think he's just genuinely doing this for his boomer audience? I don't know. Do you think Charlie Kirk's actually mad about this at all? Or do you think he gets off air and is like, all right, let's go to McDonald's. I could not give a fuck. I'm so glad this is over. It's just such a bizarre reason to get mad.
With that. But honestly, that's where we're headed. We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. Again, if you want to be...
Gold medalist. A gold Olympic medalist. Weak generation. Dude, you're the motherfucker that gets triggered by wearing a piece of fabric over your face. You're the one literally triggered that an athlete took a day off. I mean, what do you mean right now? A weak generation. I agree, Charlie. Good insight, buddy. You're the one raising the weak generation. You're the one raising feeding into a bunch of this delusional bullshit. I'm scared. We're raising a generation of weak people. With weak men come hard times. With hard times come strong men. And with strong men come weak times, and then it's like, oh God, they have become the SJWs. They have become the people on the internet raging nonstop.
Of weak people like Simone Biles. Again, if you want to be, if she got all these mental health problems, don't show up.
What if she didn't have mental health? What if she has general mental health problems? All right, let's think this one through. Generally mental health problems. She gets there, then under pressure, they really act up, and she feels like she's really going to fuck up and it could mess up the whole team, so she steps back. This is so unreal. Like, Charlie Kirk. Oh, God. I don't want to ad hom, but I do want to ad hom because he's like this slobbering, like, blobby dude sitting here, stuffing his face with his fucking McChickens, bitching out that an Olympic gold medal athlete is weak because she took some time off. Like, I mean, God.
She's an incredible athlete.
They are not the SJW. They are absolutely the SJW, and in fact, I would argue they might even be worse than the SJW.
Of course, she's an incredible athlete. I'm not.
Well, they are worse than the SJW, but they might be worse than the SJWs ever were.
I just said she's probably the greatest gymnast of all time. She's also very selfish. She's immature, and she is a shame to the country.
You know what's mature? Recognizing when you need to take a step back because your mental health is sometimes more important. Or maybe recognizing that your mental health could literally get in the way of your performance. That's what mature people do, Charlie. Mature people don't sit up here at their microphone crying because a gold medalist didn't compete for something. Like, I mean, this is just... And then to take it from there and be like, she's a shame to the entire country. There's multiple levels of irony here, right? Well, hold on. Let's finish this clip first.
She's totally a sociopath. Of course she's a sociopath. Andrew says she's not a sociopath. What kind of person skips the gold medal match? Who does that? It's a shame to the nation. You just gave a gift to the Russians. Don't show up. If you're not ready for the big time, we got thousands of young female gymnasts that would love to take the place. Thousands. Simone Biles just showed the rest of the nation that when things get tough, you shatter into a million pieces.
So, scathing criticism from our friend, Charlie Kirk, who himself is like just scathing. Holy shit. But this has a level of irony here, right? Because Charlie Kirk is the one who constantly virtue signals nonstop about women's sports. Remember how Charlie Kirk cares so much about women's sports? Remember that? Remember how when the NCAA said that they were going to, like, be nice to trans people, Charlie Kirk was like, they announced they don't care about women's sports. There will soon only be one category of college sports. It seems like now, Charlie, you don't care about women's sports. You were so concerned about the women and the sports and the soccer balls and the footballs. You seemed so concerned about that when it gave you an opportunity to make money on being transphobic. But now, a woman in sports says she wants to take some time back because she's having a mental health issue. And suddenly, well, she's a sociopath and a shame to the country. Okay, Charlie, if your country is so fucking weak that an Olympic athlete competing under America, taking a day off, hurts the country that badly, then maybe your country should just, I don't know, just stop. Maybe your country needs to get colonized. Like, seriously, dude, I don't know what you. It's hilarious. Charlie Kirk once again over here. Yep. When push comes to shove, we have to protect women's sports. Oh, when it gives you a chance to be transphobic, Charlie, you care all about it. Secondly, it's really funny because Charlie's point here, and he didn't really directly say this, but I've seen other conservatives kind of peddle this like similar type of narrative. The sort of like she was wrong for putting her own, like he called her selfish, right? Like she was wrong for putting her own individual needs above the needs of the team in that moment, right? I think that that's a fair interpretation of how he would say it was selfish. But at the same time, Charlie Kirk is anti-vax. So when it comes to vaccines, Charlie Kirk is perfectly fine putting his individual needs above the needs of the general community, the team, if you will. Now, I want to be careful because I realized that I said he was anti-vax, and that might be a little bit of a loose term. I'm going to Google Charlie Kirk anti-vax because I know that he was just under fire for spreading the vaccine thing. Let's see. I know Charlie Kirk railed on the vaccine. Oh, Media Matters. I don't know if I like them very much. Though Kirk has claimed he is not against the vaccines. Okay, hold on. I stand corrected. I'd like to correct the record right now. But I was wrong. It sounds like what he's saying is that he is not anti-vax. He's neutral on the topic. So maybe he hasn't really gone that off, but TPUSA generally is like anti-vax. I don't know. Either way, it's like, yeah, he's spreading stuff about this. Kirk has used his platform to spread anti-vax rhetoric. On July 7th, Kirk went on Tucker Carlson's Prime, where he compared vaccine requirements to apartheid. Oh my God. Yeah, so he definitely plays into this, like, we shouldn't get vaccinated. We don't need to get vaccinated. It's not necessarily like that kind of shit, which is still ultimately putting the needs of the individual above that of the community or the team. So it just overall seems really hypocritical. Charlie Kirk's a massive hypocrite. He's a huge piece of shit. He's a slobbering, like, he's literally like a slobbering piece of dog shit. Like, literally. I think that's the best description of him. He looks like a guy who would be like, I don't know, he looks like a creepy homeless guy I'd see sitting in Home Depot. And he's over here crying his ass off because an Olympic gold medalist decided to take a day off. Just really hilarious stuff. But okay, Charlie. Yeah, I guess she's really the symbol of the weak generation, not the Dunkin' Donuts dripping cock over here crying about a girl that didn't compete in like one event. Jeez. Flemos Topston, thank you for the $5 donation. What are some of your top things you like or dislike that Biden has done so far? So far, Biden hasn't done too much stuff that I haven't liked. Thus far, Biden's plans going for his like infrastructure plan seems pretty good. I would have to pull it up. My memory's not great with that right now. Jode, thank you for the $1 donation. I appreciate it very much. Someone in Vosh's chat said he looks like someone wearing a human suit. Your Discord isn't working? Dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. My link seems to be working fine. I'm not seeing anyone else having an issue here. All right, we're going to be going on Hippy Dippy soon. I got to do my porn research. So the topic is going to be, Hunter seems to know a lot of what Charlie Kirk eats. I can just look at his double chin and I can tell. So when we're talking about like, let's see, the topics are going to be Simone Biles, which is just, I don't know. Maybe I need to come up with a better, like a stronger stance. I just don't care at all. It's hard for me to care about these things. Like, it's just so irrelevant to me. I don't know. I think I might just want to say that, like, can someone give me, like, an argument as to why she shouldn't have done that? Like, is there anything that I'm missing here, maybe? Because I don't want to go in there and be like, I don't really know, and then look like a fucking fool. I don't know. I don't really care about this. I'm more concerned about porn. All right, let's do our porn research now, guys. All right, so. We have Hippy Dippy here. Topics. We got Simone Biles here. We had some topics here on the list we haven't talked about yet, like the new mask mandate, which is super fucking based. I'm so excited. I love taking a deep breath of my air through my N95 mask. It's delicious. Anywho, So Simone Biles, my overall opinion on that, pending. I don't know. We need to look at the consequences of it, I guess. It just doesn't seem like a big deal. But yeah, porn. The second topic is going to be a lot more interesting, in my opinion. Is porn harmful? And oof, I might be going full conservative on this one. Because from what I've seen, porn does not seem to be very good. Is porn harmful? We can start with just Googling the... Yeah, I've done some very brief Googling already on this. Okay. Watching pornography... Hold on. This looks like a weird source. Oh, this is from The Conversation. Science is just beginning... In the long term, pornography seems to create sexual dysfunctions, especially the inability to achieve erection or orgasm with a real-life partner. Marital quality and commitment to one's romantic partner also appear to be compromised. To try to explain these effects, some scientists have drawn parallels between porn consumption and substance abuse. Through evolutionary design, the brain is wired to respond to sexual stimulation with surges of dopamine. This neurotransmitter, most often associated with reward anticipation, also acts to program memories and information into the brain. This adaptation means that when the body requires something like food or sex, the brain remembers where to return to experience the same pleasure. Instead of turning to a romantic partner for sexual gratification, habituated porn users instinctively reach for their phones and laptops when desire comes calling. Furthermore, unnaturally strong explosions of reward and pleasure evoke unnaturally strong degrees of habituation. When pornographers boast that they are pushing the envelope by introducing new, harder themes, what they don't say is that they must, because their customers are building up a tolerance to the content. That doesn't sound very good. Let's see. Studies show that changes in the transmission of dopamine can facilitate depression and anxiety. In agreement with this observation, porn consumers report greater depressive symptoms, lower quality of life, and poor mental health. Okay, let's check this one out. Alright, I don't care what the results. Mental and physical health indicators vary significantly across... In particular, the findings suggest that evidence-based sexual health... Wait. Okay, yeah. After adjusting for demographics... What's SE? Sexually explicit media. Okay. After adjusting for demographics, yeah, those users compared to non-users reported greater depressive symptoms, poor quality of life, more mental and physical, diminished days, and lower health status. Oof. All right. Go ahead and put that one over there. So far, this isn't looking too good for porn. Who is Hunter debating? I'm going on a panel, and one of the topics is porn harmful? Okay. Found that higher porn use correlated with less brain activation in response to conventional pornographic imagery. This explains why users tend to graduate to more extreme and unconventional forms of porn. Conventional sex is decreasingly interesting to users and is being replaced by themes like incest and violence. Damn. So rates of real-life incidences may escalate as a result. That's... You better have some causes. No, you're not going to have causation. You better have something correlated. A meta-analysis of pornography consumption and actual acts of sexual aggression. have found effects on aggressive behavior and attitudes. I don't know. I just saw studies today that said the opposite, though. Pornography consumption correlates with aggressive attitudes in naturalistic studies has also been found. Yet no meta-analysis has addressed the question, is pornography consumption correlated with committing actual acts of sexual aggression? 22 studies from 7 different countries were analyzed. Consumption was associated with sexual aggression in the United States and internationally among males and females. Were stronger for verbal than physical sexual aggression, although both were significant. The general pattern of results suggested that violent content may be an exacerbating factor. Oof. Oh, from Oxford Academy? Oh, shit. Porn is not... Oh, fuck. I'm about to go be... I'm going to be the conservative on the panel tonight. This is not good. I'm going to have to look into this more, though. We are automatically influenced by what we perceive, thus proposing a plausible neurobiological mechanism for behavior. This does have some pretty solid studies on it, doesn't it? Though speculative, okay, so that's not very strong. This suggested association between porn, mirror neurons, and increased rates of sexual violence serves as an ominous warning. Is this against porn? Like an anti-porn site? While high porn consumption may not drive viewers to harrowing extremes, it is likely to change behavior in other ways. Pornography. Oh. Let's see. Porn use has been correlated with erosion of the prefrontal cortex, the region of the brain that houses executive functions like morality, willpower, and impulse control. This is why children struggle to regulate their emotions and impulses. Okay, so that could be another negative. Damn. So there's some stuff on porn being harmful. Now let's see if we can find any arguments that are completely contradictory to that. Positives of porn. I hate that these are all based on reporting. That's a first... Oh, this one. Yep, this is going to be reports, right? Yeah. So it might have some like benefits on like making consumers less repressed about sex. Okay. Perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, this study where they're talking about like the positives is literally based on people reporting it. So like, of course, people who are viewing porn are going to report the experience as being pleasurable. Right? And no one's really asking whether or not that it even was. Like, of course, people like it. The most common negative effects were that pornography led consumers to objectify people, caused them to have unrealistic sexual expectations, caused relationship problems, caused loss of interest in sex, and led to addiction. Okay, so it sounds like the people are like, it helped me not be so repressed about sex. But then I was super addicted and it destroyed my marriage. Like, even the article where it's trying to make it like sound positive, it's not really. All right, let's find something a little bit. 11 surprising benefits of porn. All right. Okay. Because it's healthy, Despite many studies claiming that porn is bad for your brain and your relationships, there are just as many studies saying that porn does not cause irreversible harm to the brain or your sex life. In fact, it might even be kind of good for you. In a paper from 2008, 2 Danish researchers concluded from a survey that porn did not yield any negative mental or found a positive correlation. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Can we see the actual... Wait, porn addiction probably isn't a real thing? What? There's no strong scientific research that shows pornography addiction exists. In fact, viewing porn may have benefits, U.S. researchers say. Albuquerque, an executive director of New Mexico Solutions, a large behavioral health programming colleagues, conducted a review of the pornography addiction model. Fewer than 2 in 5 research articles described high-frequency sexual behavior as an addiction. Only 27% of articles on porn addiction contained actual data, while only one physiological study appeared last year. Okay. We're talking about reports of addiction, though. Like, it actually sets your brain up for addiction, right? I don't know. Wait. What? Hold on. Porn addiction is not a true addiction. Social, cultural, and religious mores may lead some to view their pornography habits as addictive. Wait. I don't understand how they're saying it's not Pornography addiction is not recognized by the American Psychological Association as a mental health problem or disorder like drug or alcohol addiction. Moreover, according to DSM-5, pornography and sex addictions are not a psychological disorder. Some does recognize as gambling, alcohol, drugs, and most recently online gaming. Come on. The reason for that, I'm going full anti-intellectual here. The reason for this comes down to neurochemistry. While watching porn may activate similar pleasure circuits in the brain as, say, alcohol or heroin, most experts agree that doesn't mean you can become addicted to watching porn the same way. That's because addiction to substances, for example, not only activates your brain pleasure circuits, it actually changes your brain chemistry so that you can no longer release feel-good chemicals like dopamine as effectively without the help of the drug. And as far as researchers can tell, this is not the case for porn. The more likely scenario is that porn addiction is more closely related to a type of compulsive, obsessive, or habitual behavior. Okay, so if that were the case, it would still lead to the same effects then. It could still just as negatively impact your relationships. People develop compulsive, obsessive, and habitual connections to many things in their life, especially if those things alleviate anxiety. There's also the fact of the matter that, much like the rest of sexuality, enjoying erotic content is often done in secret and without context. In fact, most of the U.S. has no or purposely incorrect sexuality education, especially for young adults. This creates an environment for folks to misunderstand the erotic entertainment they're enjoying. Okay, so it... How much porn is Twitch? There's no clear answer. Moreover, they say that people who struggle with their pornography viewing almost always have an underlying disorder, most commonly depression. Okay. So basically it's not like clinically defined as an addiction. Um. So, I'm so confused. Some doctors consider porn addiction to be a hypersexual disorder. The rates have been difficult to determine. A person's sex life becomes less satisfying. Pornography causes relationship issues. They ignore other responsibilities to view porn instead. So this is what I'm having a tough time now because maybe Carissa can come on here. Hold on. So then what was this all about then? Yeah, Carissa's gonna get on. Carissa's gonna come on too. Hey. Oh wait, I might have to call her. Here we go.
Hey,
Hey.
how are you?
Conflicted right now.
How so?
Because it is true that it's very easy to find a shit ton of stuff that says porn is harmful.
Mhm.
But I'm also reading some other stuff that seems to just be like contradicting it. So the first thing
In what way?
Well, the first thing we just saw is that porn addiction is not actually like definitionally correct. Like it's not actually real.
How so?
Like according to like the American Psychological Association, the DSM-5, like they don't classify that as an actual disorder or as an actual addiction. So what they were saying though is that it's more like it might be more of like an obsessive habitual thing. But I'm thinking then it's going to still have the same exact consequences.
So I don't know the thing. So do they specifically not classify it as that, like knowingly not classify it, or is it just because I think you can have, you might be able to have like addictive situations without it being like it's its own thing, right? So you can be addicted to something without it being its own disorder, right?
Yeah, you might actually be right because it says pornography addiction is not recognized by the American Psychological Association as a mental health problem or disorder, but it does. Oh, DSM-5 recognizes addictions, gambling, alcohol, drugs, and
Yeah.
online gaming.
So I'm guessing it just hasn't included it, but I think if you can find it, there should be. My understanding is that when you do watch porn, there is the chemicals that are released in your brain are things like dopamine, right? And so you're going to
Right,
have
so it
that
works
same
like
type of
other
feedback
drugs.
loop. Right.
Right, it can kind of work in the same type of way. Yeah, I mean, I have an article here from Neuroscience News that came out like really hard against it. And then
Mhm.
I have this study here that talks about how people who watched porn reported greater depressive symptoms and a poorer quality of life. And
I
then
think what you do want to be careful with is since it's a panel, I don't know if you're going to be able to be bringing up studies as much as you need to be just making like blanket statements that you can support if someone asks you about it.
Right.
So
So
if you're like,
yeah. I mean, I know that. And the thing is though right now is that I don't want to get hit with something that I'm not prepared with if I'm going to take, cuz
that's fair.
I already don't have a very strong position on like the Simone Biles thing. Like I don't give a fuck that she dropped out. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
But so I kind of want to have like a strong position either one way or the other on this.
I think even
I
so,
found
one
here
thing
there's a
to
meta-analysis that found that for verbal abuse, there were stronger associations for people that viewed porn. So
that
it
would
could
make
lead to more
sense.
aggressive behavior.
And maybe even my expectation with that potentially could be also just increase in misogyny. So
That's
if you're
another one,
viewing like
yeah.
women as more like as objects, you're more likely to like talk down to them, right?
Right, of
Um,
course. And you know what's funny is remember I told you that one study where they tried to say it was positive was on self-reports?
mhm.
I looked at it and then it actually I didn't read the bottom part, but then it said more stuff like other things that were self-reported was addiction, failing in relationships, and like all
Mhm.
sorts of other issues. So even in the study that was trying to
Interesting.
like that was coming up when I searched the positives of porn, it even had something negative to add that. But then
I know this.
you might be able to
Mhm.
make an
Go ahead.
argument though that it's people who are depressed who are more likely to be viewing porn, right?
Right. So it's hard to be. It's so what you would be looking for is something with a control group. But it's hard because
Right.
there's an ethical component there. If you're concerned about something not being or being harmful to someone, it's hard to force them to be watching porn while you create like another control group that does not watch porn. Because that's really the only way, if like from a randomized sample, that you're going to be able to find a causational relationship between porn and like and depression and relationship issues and etc. So we don't necessarily know that it is like the causation of those aspects, but what we do know is it's heavily correlated,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's either like a coping mechanism or it causes it. Those are like the two options, right?
Right. I found this article that's the 10 unexpected benefits of watching porn because I'm trying to see both sides of it. And then the thing so far is that it's healthy and it's pointing to some studies that like people I need to hold on. They found that respondents construed the viewing of hardcore pornography as beneficial to their sex lives. Yeah, but of course,
Hmm.
if you're surveying people,
Right, you're not really looking for self-reports. You're looking more for
actual
like, can you prove that it's bad or that it's actually improving your life?
right. It
Which is
relieves
tough. It's
stress.
tough.
It's funny. Okay, come on. Are you serious right now?
It
It
sounds
could
like it.
benefit your relationship, but it could also harm it.
I think most partners would beg to disagree with that one.
No,
I feel like it's
I
one of
think
those
that's wrong. No, I think
most
that there
partners.
no there are plenty of partners that I think would watch
I think
porn
they're in the
together and enjoy
minority.
it.
I
Maybe
think
in the
they're in the
minority, but I
minority.
think there's still would be a lot of them.
There could be. I'm saying that they're in the minority though, right?
Exploring your sexuality, it may decrease aggressive tendencies. Hold on. Contrary to belief that porn causes people to be sexist or commit violent crimes, watching a moderate amount of porn may actually decrease. Hold on. What's the decrease thing? What does it lead to? scientificamerican.com. Uh-oh. For most people, pornography use has no negative effects, and it may even deter sexual violence. Uh-oh.
What are they
I might be getting
linking?
taking an
What
L here.
study? What study are they linking?
It's from Scientific America. It's an article I'm looking
I
at.
know. I'm just curious if there's a study or if they're just like saying that.
Well, it's an article that
I
has
know, but
stuff that's.
they can't just state that. You
I
have to
know. In
actually have a study.
2007, researchers at the university in Croatia surveyed 650 young men about their pornography use and sex lives. As they reported in the archives of sexual behavior, the scientists found that users of mainstream non-violent pornography were neither more or less sexually satisfied than non-users. Okay, so I already see a problem here. Is even if that were the case, even if that were true, the problem with porn is, like other dopamine releasing things, it requires, it gets more and more extreme. So maybe
Right.
the non-violent porn was fine and didn't really lead to any harmful issues, but like you begin to get into that, and when you look at the surveys, like incest and violent porn is on the rise.
Right. No, that's fair. I also feel like that you need an actual, like, a better study with that. Um, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of data to suggest. Also, just I think there's a lot of issues that it could bring up, because you also have an issue with, like, people not actually meeting each other in real life, and like socialization not really happening, and that's a whole issue within itself. So it seems like, okay, maybe sometimes porn might not hurt in a relationship, potentially, it might not be like overt, or like at least like in an aspect of a relationship it might not harm. But then you have so many things that is very likely to harm, right? So it's likely for it to harm men's perception of women, is likely to harm men in like erectile dysfunctions. There's like a lot of
I just need
aspects.
something. Yeah, that's the.
I think you just need just like a general understanding, and then
I'm
if
feeling
you get it,
like.
because I'm not as a hippy dippy. I'm not expecting people to be getting into the nitty gritty with studies.
I know,
I
but
think if you
the
have
studies are so contradictory. I don't even know
no, you
what
just need to
actually
have a
makes sense.
theoretical understanding of why it's your position, right? So if
Yeah, but it
you
doesn't
if you're
matter what my
taking
theoretical is if it's contradicted by like data.
no, I mean Hunter. So the data isn't going to be, unless you actually have, so you're reading opinions now, right? That article, it wasn't linked to a study really. You
Yeah, it
were reading,
actually
and
wasn't.
also
And guess what? The person that they surveyed was someone who was a director of the Pacific Center for Sex and Society.
also Hunter, they're also just pinpointing one thing, like the violent crimes and porn, watching porn, right? So like not everyone's saying that that's like the only negative effect of watching porn. I would argue that's probably very, very minimal, if there is any association at all. So I think your position could be, number one, you have the implicit factors of you're not going to be viewing women and as like actual people, which is like what we already see a lot in our culture. Um, and number two, it's gonna affect a future sex life, because you have like certain expectations, right? Like there's so many things that like for some people, again, you're not arguing that for literally every single person it's negative, but you're arguing that in general
Is it
it
generally
harms,
harmful? And it
right?
does generally seem to lead to harm. The problem is, but
Exactly.
like, then you could just as easily argue for the people. What about the people that it doesn't?
Well, again, that's why we're not arguing that it should be illegal, right? We're just arguing that generally it's harmful. You're not saying like, oh, we should just ban it everywhere. That gets into yikesy territory. We still think that like people need to be able to make up their minds, but I think it's fair to say that people need like a general understanding of how it affects a person on average, right?
Okay. I thought I was gonna research some shit, and now I'm way more unsure of my position.
I don't think, I mean, again, I don't think you need to like be picking apart studies with
It's
this
not
one.
about studies. It's about that I literally, it doesn't, the research doesn't, it seems to be very conflicting.
Well, I think it's conflicting on whether or not they commit more violent crimes. I think that's pretty conflicting. I don't know how many people are arguing that though. And that was actually interesting, because that was only if it was non like violent porn or not. It was just like very soft core. So that's something else to consider. Um, People who watch, and that's not, again, as you said, that's not what like a lot of people watch anymore, right?
I'm
So
looking
there's
over a
that
medical
aspect.
news thing now. about some of the positives. Psychological risks. All right, body image and the beauty myth. This, yeah. Addiction. One
Yeah.
study observing problematic pornography use found that brain activation in people with PPU, I guess pornography use or whatever, was accompanied by increased behavioral motivation to view erotic images. In other words, those with porn subjects had a higher want for viewing cues related to erotic pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
That
kind of
makes
what we were
sense.
looking for, is how it actually is affecting the brain, not just what they think.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be a much
Oh, wait, but this
stronger
was a
position.
study of men seeking treatment for problematic pornography use.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That might be a little bit skewed then.
But if they were
But
seeking,
I
but
think if
actually no, not necessarily, right? Because they said they felt addicted, and then they were found to be addicted.
But normally those people they would see there being an issue in the first place. So they're not going there saying like, hey, I'm addicted to this and this is okay. They're going there saying already with a negative view of their addiction. So you don't, that's not a perfect study, but it is something to,
That could
I mean,
suggest
it
it.
suggests something, right?
Cues for signaling erotic pictures also increased based on the amount of pornography a person used per week. On the other hand, numerous studies claim the opposite and cite that research existing around pornography addiction thus far is flawed. Oh boy.
Again, Hunter, I think you're getting too much into the weeds. I think you just need to
I'm
have your
not. This is
theoretical
how
positions.
I can't form a theoretical position until I know this shit. Porn can help a person become physically aroused. Health, generally speaking, research on porn and health outcomes is either poorly designed or produces inconclusive results. Research does show that positive sexuality can improve health in many ways. Okay. According to Center for Women's Health, porn can be part of a healthy sex life. Uh-oh. Another L for me.
Again, no, Hunter, that's literally your position, is that I can be. There's a difference between is it generally and is it generally healthy versus is it possible for it to be healthy?
Someone else wants
Those
to
are
come
two
on and
different.
talk too. Are you unable to
Okay.
talk in the waiting room?
I don't think I am, no.
All
One
right,
other thing,
Adrian Knight,
Hunter,
you can't just say it's bad because it releases dopamine. I'm not saying that's what makes it bad. I'm saying that's what leads to the
addiction.
yeah.
One other thing is with your Simone research, you might want to look into, like I think it was like 20 years ago, there was another Olympic athlete who didn't want to compete, but she was forced into competing because she didn't feel like mentally okay. And she got really injured and became a paraplegic. So that's one thing you might want to think about. I don't know. I can find out the name for you if you'd like, but it's something that might be interesting.
Could my position on this be that maybe it just seems to be neutral? Like it seems like
No, I
depending
don't,
on who
Hunter,
you
that's not,
ask.
Hunter, if you are wanting to get into the data, you actually really have to get into the data. You can't just be skimming studies and thinking, is this good? Is this good? If you actually
That's
wanted to get
true.
in the data, you have to look at the studies, you have to look at the
Yeah, but
control
I
groups,
need to
and
have
it would take
something
like
to but I need to have
you
something to
need
back up my position.
your biggest thing is going to be able to go in with a theoretical position that is largely supported by consensus, right? So it's largely supported by consensus that porn is going to increase misogyny, right?
It
It's
is?
largely supported, yes.
All right, well,
Yep.
let's look that one up.
It's largely supported by consensus that especially violent porn might be linked to violent acts, right?
But the thing is if I'm
An increase
searching,
in violent acts.
does porn increase misogyny? Okay.
Again, you want to be looking for studies that are actually like done
Yeah,
well.
a
It's not like
longitudinal study among U.S. adolescents. Increased use of pornography predicted more sexist attitudes for girls 2 years later. Pornography also teaches violent attitudes and behaviors to both adolescents and adults.
Right. So like that's very, and another
That's
thing that
very
you know,
simple and quick, and that's what I
another
could bring
very
up, right?
simple thing is that it is addictive. There are addictive components to it because of the
And
dopamine
it's not
feedback loop.
just that it's addictive necessarily. It's that once you are in quote unquote an addiction with it, then it can have a
Right.
lot of other adverse effects, like negatively impacting your relationship, making you more
And
likely to
also
be aggressive, and thus far.
right. And also when you become addicted to it, it's more likely that you're going to have more extreme um you're going to want more extreme content. So that gets into a whole nother can of worms, right?
People are saying it
Um
depends what kind of porn you're watching.
So when just in general, once you become addicted to something, that's why people overdose, right, on drugs. It's because they want to keep on upping the dose, um, because they become a little bit desensitized to what they're
Yeah, they
already feeling.
literally develop a tolerance.
Right. So that's the same type of thing that happens with porn is that people develop a tolerance for what they're already watching. And so they typically like want to up the dose a little bit, right? To get the same effects. And that can
So it
have,
can
and that
have
doesn't always, but it
right.
can
So it
revert
literally
to extremism, extreme porn. And that's why you have like a really big dark web, right? Because that's you have like a lot of
no, that's not
fetishes.
true
And
actually.
I wouldn't get into that, but
Because
it
that
is
makes it
there's
sound
been
like
an
porn
increase
is
in
gonna
that.
make you into a pedo.
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about that. There's other things on the dark web other than that.
Okay, I gotta get into the
Um,
thing. This is oh shit, I'm not ready at all for this. All right, I gotta go pee really quick.
okay.
actually owning a photo of his whatever.
Hello.
That's stupid. Anyone who
Wait, am
claims
I in
that
here?
it's copyrightable or anything like that is talking out their ass.
Yeah.
I know like Jangles, not Jangles, fucking Carl, your environmental Seattle was talking out his ass about it. But no, it's nothing to do with like you can't copyright a photo someone takes of your public profile and then
No,
like
no, you
transforms it
can't.
in a way under fair use. Yeah, it's wild.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Going good. You get my crappy camera today.
Oh man, no American flag in the background.
Thank goodness. I'm just kidding.
I saw that on Twitter. It's like, what, you trying to make me look like a conservative? I'm like, no, he wasn't wearing a baseball hat. I
Exactly.
think it is.
Or the shades.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't do the whole shades thing because when you're inside, you don't need to wear them. I mean,
exactly.
I just wear a hat because I don't really put any product in my hair or anything. It's just.
Yeah. Well.
See, I don't know how longer I'm gonna have my hair. I'm only 20, and like my father's bald, my uncle's bald, so like I gotta cherish it while I can.
Yeah. No, I got it, man. When I was your age, I had long hair until I joined the military. So it is what it is.
Do you guys know, is this like a competition or what kind of thing is this?
It's just a round table. It matters what you define as competition. It's not a rumble though. But like,
No.
if you're trying to own someone, then yeah. I mean, I kind of guess it is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you
But
want to
it
do. Go
can
for
get
it.
heated. It can
Sure
get
it can.
heated.
Oh,
though.
it will get
Like I did 7 versus 1, like on one time on Afghanistan, so it can get heated.
It can.
It matters.
be.
Were you in the
What
right or
about
wrong?
Afghanistan?
I am,
Yeah,
just
what's
so
your
you guys
Afghan
know, I
hate?
am currently live on my end. I always like to make sure I disclose that.
Yeah, I'm live on
Okay,
mine as
gotcha,
well.
gotcha.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Okay.
In fact, hey, Hunter's chat. Hi, how you doing? Good to see you.
What's up?
Yeah, Afghanistan. That's well, that was a lot of fun. Not really.
Yeah.
We're talking about the conversation or the war?
The war. I
Oh.
don't really have much conversations. No, Afghanistan. I thought it was a righteous war at first, but once we killed Osama bin Laden, I figured we should have left.
It's been.
Yeah, I would
happening since
disagree
I'm
with that. I would
alive.
say that the
Oh,
Taliban
no.
is inevitably going to do another attack against the West, and so you're basically going to have to go in from scratch again at this rate. That's my assessment.
Well,
So we should
go
build
take
up
care of that.
defenses at home and have that not happen instead of spending millions and millions and millions of dollars and lives fighting in a desert somewhere.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Agent. Mainly because the military is designed to defend the Constitution of the nation, not the corporations abroad. So
Agreed.
yeah. And
Well,
as
this
someone
isn't
who's
about corporations. This is about preemptively stopping terror and saving a country the size of Canada from falling into the dark ages and tyranny again. So.
God,
Have
that's
you
a
been
lot
to
of like
Afghanistan,
word
bro?
salad with fancy words, man.
have you been to Afghanistan? It's kind of it's pretty much a dark ages shithole country anyway. So we're not going to save them from that.
Well,
That's
the current
that's their
Afghan
existence.
the current Afghan government looks like the United States compared to the Taliban, though. Comparison, right? It's the Taliban, they'll execute you for simply showing skin or listening to music, that kind of stuff. So.
Well, I mean,
They'd have a lot in common with conservatives.
I don't know your background, buddy, but if you feel so strongly, man, I know companies that will hire you to help do that, help affect that change, and you can do it armed if you'd like. No more American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines should go over there and die for another country. The age of nation building needs to end. The forever wars, all it does is put money in the pocket of corporations and the political elite. And I am a conservative. I'm a combat vet, and yeah, been there, done that. Go do it yourself if you want it.
So then why did the political elite cheer when Joe Biden said forever wars and surrender, right? Because it seems like the political elite want to do free trade and do trade with the Taliban rather than spend money fighting terrorism and building democracy.
The chief export of Afghanistan is opiates. So do with that as you will. Air America, read about it.
Oh, well, we're not really going to get into foreign policy tonight, so...
Yeah,
I don't know. We could take his stream hostage.
We're gonna be
No, we've
talking
got some
about
good
porn.
topics tonight.
Yes, I feel like a lot of it we're probably gonna agree on, like a baseline, but it's just gonna get spicier in how deep we go in it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, we'll have a good debate.
Man, the beard being shaved off, it's a nice look for you, man.
What, for me?
Yeah.
Well, literally 99% of my audience fucking disagrees with you.
That's because people hate change. People hate change. That's really all it is.
I disagree. I like the beard more, and I also do hate change.
I am a big fan of the beard myself, but you know, I'll survive. It'll be all right.
Did you get the job though?
Not yet. So
Well-
Monday, so I did a really good interview on Wednesday. That was like the recruiter interview, and then I did a really good interview on Friday. And basically, they said they were going to extend an offer, but then there's some drama with the supervision on when they're going to let me go or if they're going to let me go.
No, guys, we haven't gone
It's all
live yet.
internal
I have.
politics,
They
so
can't
it's
hear
a
me
little
right now.
frustrating.
Well, good luck, sir. I hope.
Thank
I
you.
hope you get the job.
Me too. Thank you. I do appreciate.
Hey
that.
guys, if you're enjoying the content, I'm
thoughts
about
and
to get into
prayers
this
and
big
incense
stream here,
burning and
so
crossed fingers
feel free to put something in the
whatever-
super
whatever
chat.
people
It really
do,
does help.
I could use it. I am not vibing right now. I'm not chillaxing. I am not grilling. I am fucking pissy.
Hey, real quick. Hey everyone. Hope you're gonna have a wonderful stream. Hunter, can you activate your cam? Just here to do a cam check.
Yeah, he's already had it on. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Just waiting for 2 more people because we got last minute cancellation, and we should be good to go.
Oh boy.
Hunter's bisexual lighting really showed me how dirty my fucking screen is.
Why do I have bisexual?
It's like,
I don't have bisexual
I was
lighting,
like,
do I?
are his walls smudged? And I'm like, no, it's my screen.
Why do I always get bisexual? You know what? I'm gonna change the light before I come back on.
I got
this
these
guy.
new lights with like lighting gel and stuff. I was tempted to go with the bisexual lighting tonight, but passed it.
Listen, I'm following the trend. When it goes to, heterosexual lighting or whatever the next, pansexual lighting, well, I'll follow the trend wherever it goes. But,
Oh,
What?
someone who like
What
my whole
bisexual
thing is,
lighting are we
lit.
even talking about?
No,
the
purple's
purple,
lit.
blues, and
Yeah.
red.
Yeah,
That I have a light that changes colors.
I am a big
Close
fan
enough.
of purple.
Yeah, no, purple's base. Like my favorite color is blue. Purple's probably second to that.
I'm really offended
Yeah,
by
like
that
a,
comment.
like a
counterpoint.
patrician color.
Oh yeah, it is patrician historically speaking. Purple's kind of regal. Blue was also in some countries also seen as regal. I mean that really varies though. I mean red too, yellow in Thailand. It varies, but yeah.
Yeah.
Purple for the most part because it was the hardest to dye, most expensive.
Well, I
Yeah.
think like in the Americas and like in Europe specifically, it was like really common. I don't know like globally if everybody, because isn't it like from like a seashell or something like that, or like
They're really
a
gonna
mollusk
just
or
make us wait,
something?
huh?
I forget what it's from.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's from some kind of like sea creature. So a little bit
No,
rare.
but as someone who does lighting design like myself and like does performances and all that shit, bisexual lighting is one of my go-tos. It's amazing. The hot and the cold is fantastic.
Nice. Well, good. I'm happy to be on brand. I'm happy to be on message.
Well, hopefully we start soon. Because this is boring.
Hey, hey.
What up, player?
How's it going?
Chilling until I'm not.
I hear ya.
I hope we're gonna get one of those awesome hats tonight, Maddie.
You need some
look,
Sigma
you
lighting.
had the best hat on the panel.
Thank you for the
I
$2,
appreciated the
Juka.
artistic
Appreciate it.
quality. I mean,
What the real question was
Thank you.
that manufactured live?
yes, I
Oh,
watched
yeah.
her put it together. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
brilliant. I was
Okay.
thoroughly impressed.
Okay,
And
was it pre-planned? That's the other question.
No.
Or were you like,
No.
or were you
No,
like,
it
walked
was,
away.
we were like, with
Tinfoil
the
hat
panel,
time.
like, there was like just conspiracy theories coming like nonstop. And I'm sitting there being like, how do you respond to just like, what I called it on the panel was cuckoo banana pants. I'm like, this is just like Looney Tunes. And I was like, okay, well, I feel like I have to fit in, right? If we're really going down the like lizard person
See, but you gotta bring up
pathway,
your
I gotta fit in. And so I literally on camera, you could hear me when I was like talking with my audience. I was like, I really want to make a tinfoil hat. Should I just do it? Should I just go do that right now? And then I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it. Like, this is enough. So yeah.
I loved it. I loved it. The only thing that would have made it any better whatsoever if you would have said they're turning the freaking frogs gay at the same time. It would have just been brilliant, man.
I
I would have loved
know. I totally missed an opportunity. You're right.
Yeah, that's all
it.
right.
But no, it was brilliant. It was great entertainment, and it raised my level of respect for you, because the artistry that went into that. I'm just like, bravo, man.
But
Bravo.
you're an artist, aren't you? You're an
Well,
artist.
I play one on TV. I'm just
GV, thank
I'm
you for the
just a
$2.
No,
Hey, I'm a vegan.
So I do,
cool,
I
dude.
do animations, and I do like some.
We're starting
commissions.
soon, guys.
I make emotes and stuff like that. But no, I don't consider myself an artist. I'm just someone who has a hobby with a a digital pen.
You know what? No, you're an
real
artist.
quick,
When you ask
so-
any 5-year, oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry to interrupt. Demon Mama, can I get a quick sound check?
Yes. Test.
Amazing, as always.
Excellent.
All right.
Yeah.
Y'all
Sorry,
have
just
a
getting my thing
wonderful
set up,
stream.
so- What's that?
Thanks,
Yeah, I'll be able to
buddy.
participate in just a moment.
Perfect. Y'all have a wonderful stream, and yeah, take care, people.
Take care there, geek.
Thanks,
Yeah,
buddy.
I was gonna
Oh, wait,
say, like,
I'm
if you
muted.
ask any 5-year-old or like kid, are you an artist? Oh, all of them are gonna say, oh yeah, because they're like, yeah, I make art. I feel like anyone's an artist if they just make art or enjoy doing it. So you know what? You're an
That's
artist.
a
in
very
my book.
shallow like way of art, I guess.
Well, I'm a very
like
shallow
everything's art.
artist, so.
Well, I mean, look, art is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
So
Is Hunter gonna get
if you deem
destroyed
it-
by
you deem it
Demon
art,
Mama
Maddie,
just like
I
last time?
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm much of an artist.
When
My
did I
real
get
art was when I
destroyed
was
by anybody?
when I was making and producing music professionally. I really enjoyed that.
Boy,
But I've always loved
We haven't
visual
even
arts
started,
as well.
man.
So I mean, it is what it is.
Do I need to take
Well, and
another
like
bong
Agent
hit?
10, aren't you? You're a theater tech guy, aren't
Yeah,
you?
so specifically
yeah.
lighting design.
So you're an
I
artist.
don't know.
That's
I don't
awesome.
want to gatekeep art. I mean, I guess I see it with more of like I play around with lights and I make things light up and you can see them and I make them look pretty. I would say the artist is really like the people building the sets and or performing on them.
Oh
that's just
no,
anything.
light engineering.
Lighting is everything, though.
That is beautiful. No, that is
Oh,
that
no,
is an art.
I know definitely. I just don't see it as an art thing.
It's just like when I used to play on stage. The guy who did our pyrotechnics, that guy was an artist because I mean you're actually shooting fire into a small space and not catching it on fire. There's some definite good times with that.
Every NBA team has a pyrotechnic specialist on staff because of all the pyrotechnics that are just used in like random, whether they have like a pre-show or anything else. And I always thought that was fun. I'm like, what a cool career to be
Yeah.
a pyrotechnic specialist. And you're like, I work for an NBA team and just get to like shoot things off when the team's doing well. And like, that's what I do for a living. And it pays
Yeah.
my mortgage. That's so cool.
I worked with a advertising agency when I was in high school, mainly because I was dating the owner's daughter, and so he did that to keep me in within close proximity. And man, I learned so much about visual art and everything just doing that paid internship. And it was a lot of fun. I got to see storyboarding, pitching ideas to clients. We did so I grew up in South Mississippi. I grew up down around Biloxi.
Wow. Okay.
And so one of the big car franchises or whatever down there for Toyota, they wanted a new campaign. So me and the owner were sitting there taking some puffs off some nice cigarettes that smelled a little bit funny and playing Tecmo Bowl. And so there's a lot of Cajuns down where I'm from. And we're like, let's do a Bubba commercial.
Hey, how's everybody going? How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
What's up?
Good.
Doing okay
How
for
about
now.
you?
I'm a little frustrated. You know, last second cancellations are always frustrating. We had 2 last second cancellations for those in chat. Actual Jake and Denims, neither of them will be appearing on today's show. Actual Jake canceled about 3 hours ago. Denims 5 minutes ago. So we're gonna go into the show without either of them today. So anybody who was here from their communities, I'm very sorry that they canceled last second. So we're gonna go into the show though. We're gonna keep on treading without them. Slightly frustrated, but still living. So we're gonna go on. So, welcome to the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I'm very happy to have you all here to discuss the issues today for this week. As always, I'm going to go through the rules. The first rule, of course, is to not break any terms of service for Twitch. If you do, you will be immediately booted from the panel. I would like to keep my channel. I would like to not be homeless. And you know, the eviction moratorium is about to end. So now more than ever, I need a job. So please do not break any terms of service. I would really like to keep my job. Secondly, we will not be attacking people's central identity on this panel. What does that mean? You will not be going after people's race, sexual orientation, gender identity, or anything of that sort. I will make the determination if you're doing so. This also includes religion. So let's say that Agent 10 turned over to Counterpoints, who was like, "You are Christian, you fool. You believe in the Jesus? That's terrible." I'd be like, "Hey, we need to stop that." Unless specifically it was a religious debate, I would like to see nothing of that sort, unless the person themselves was like brought up their own religion. Does everybody understand that idea? Like, okay, wonderful. No slurs. Just don't use them. Hopefully you guys can be a little bit smarter than I, hypocrite, and not use slurs today. Okay. When I'm speaking, no one else is speaking. I am just speaking to moderate, no other purpose. So I'm not doing it to give anybody a certain advantage over others. I'm just doing it so we can have some law and order, which this panel needs. The panel C needs more law and order. Amen, ye. Other than that, I think that's basically all the rules. You will all have a 1-minute intro and 1-minute outro segment for each topic. Is there any confusion about the rules? Anything that people would like to clarify? Nope. Wonderful. So we're going to go around the room and everybody's going to introduce themselves. We're going to, as always, start in the top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
Hello, everyone. I'm Agent. Political beliefs. I would say I'm myself a moderate righty. I'm 20 years old, college student, BFA, line design dude. I do a bunch of stuff on Twitch, gaming, some politics, some media stuff, breaking down movies, TV shows, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Happy to have you here. We're now going to throw it over to Aircraft Sparky.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aircraft Sparky. I am a nationalist conservative who firmly believes that we need to be focused more on not just America first, but America only until we actually fix the problems here in America. I'm a Jew with Jesus, if you will, a Messianic Jew. I do follow religion. I'm not religious. I'm disciplined. It's a little bit of a different idea, but if we ever talk religion, you'll get my little breakdowns on that. But yeah, let's have fun tonight.
I'm sure we'll get into the depths of the Abrahamic faith during our gaming conversation. We're going to go over to Counterpoints.
My name is Excuse me. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube. I am center right. I am a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd. So I break down popular media along those lines, doing Full Metal Jacket, End of Watch, Warhammer 40,000, and Halo now. Getting ready for Halo Infinite. Pretty excited about that. So if any of those subjects interest you, I also do panel shows and rants into the void about politics. So come on over, type in Counterpoints Common Spelling into YouTube, and you'll find me.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it to the last-minute replacement that I deeply appreciate, Demon Mama. And of course, the topic of a very controversial decision as of recent with the Hippy Dippy Championship. Disputed, but we all know at home the truth of the situation. We're throwing it over to Demon Mama.
Thank you very much. My name is Demon Mama. I'm a political edutainer on YouTube and Twitch. You can follow me pretty easily by going to my website, demonmama.com. It's right on the screen. All my links are there. Really, really looking forward to hanging out with y'all and talking about the topics. It looks like we got some pretty interesting topics coming up. So thanks for having me on. I know it was a last minute thing, and I apologize if I'm a little underprepared. I didn't know I was going to be on until just about 5 minutes ago. Good to see you all here.
And I really appreciate the last second help. And if anybody wants to go over to her channel and sub and support her, I appreciate that. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hunter Avalone.
Thank you, Dylan, for having me on. My name is Hunter Avalone. I am a former conservative turned social democrat. I do streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so you can check out my YouTube channel or my Twitch. Thanks again, Dylan, for having me on, and I'm looking forward to talking about our subjects. I'm also very excited to talk about porn.
Wonderful. We're going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. My Twitter and Twitch are the same, which is twitch.tv or twitter.com/Joe Lewis, with the O being a 0. And yeah, glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Very happy to have you. Now we're going to throw it over to Maddie, another last-second replacement. I deeply appreciate it.
No problem. Hi, I'm Mad Cakes. I am personally a leftist social democrat, but I like to think of myself more as a pragmatic socialist. And I religiously, I was raised Catholic. I'm no longer religious, but I see value in churches or religious gatherings as like a communal space. So I do see value in it. So I don't have any strong opinions there. But I'm really happy to be here. And I'm usually on panel nights, but yesterday I did tarot readings, including one for CTV that was fantastic. So who knows? Maybe I'm a witch. We'll see.
Was the championship in his future?
Oh, that part said ask again later.
Makes
we'll
sense.
See.
Wait, were we supposed to list our religious?
No, people.
Well, you could.
They've gotten to the trend of doing it. I don't know why.
I hopped on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I am the queen of hell. Yeah, I'm the queen of hell. My imps worship me, and so should you. I am the god of all of the hells, and I apologize for any hellish creatures that escape. Thank you.
Wonderful. Keep your Bibles close. We're throwing it over to Kevin Gasly.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again, Dylan. It's great to be back here. I got to say, I think the Hippy Dippy Roundtable is one of the best things on Twitch. So if you guys aren't subscribed, be sure to subscribe to Dylan Burns. And also, while you're at it, make sure to subscribe to my channel because I do daily content. I do daily premieres to YouTube. I do daily live streams as well to Periscope, Twitch, and YouTube at Superpower Broadcasting. I'm a feminist. I'm an anti-theist. I'm a liberal hawk and a liberal unilateralist. I believe that basically in moral universalism, that the West is the best and that everybody in the world should have the same freedom and opportunities to not have to deal and live in fear of terror and gulags and starvation, etc. So in that sense, I'm also a liberal capitalist, and you can check me out over on Superpower Broadcasting. I mostly focus on foreign policy and security analysis and that kind of stuff, but I've been branching out to talk more about social issues lately, and it's great to be on this panel. I'm looking forward to talk porn, games, and I believe we're talking Olympics too. So
the Olympics one was a last-second decision. There was just not a lot of interest generally for the last topic, so we changed it to the topic which is actually the first of the night, which is recently there's been a lot of controversy at the Olympics about protests, and recently about a certain Olympian who is quite awarded pulling out of the Olympics due to mental health reasons. This has generated many responses online, many people saying that this is important for mental health for her to do this, other people saying that it was disrespectful to the United States, which she was representing at the competition. So we're going to go around the room, have people introduce their opinions on the first topic before opening up into a general open format. We're going to start, as always, in the top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
So, I wouldn't say it's disrespectful to America. I would say it's extremely disappointing. She's one of the best, if not the best, gymnastics Olympian ever, given what it is. But I understand that you have to take a step aside sometimes for your mental health. I would say for the most part, though, she definitely choked and let people down, whether it be people on her team who, deserved a gold instead of silver, or like other people in the country who were believing in her to pull the gold home. I just think she choked. I think if you're an Olympian of that level, you should be able to go through with it. It's just a personal thing, but I don't think she was a disgrace to America or anything like that.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to Aircraft Sparky.
When it comes to Simone Biles, look, when you look at her performance in the past, this has been one of the largest disappointments, I think personally, in her career. She's an amazing athlete, but part of competition is the mental aspect. There, for some reason, Ritalin, I guess, is banned in Japan. I've lived there for 3 years. It wasn't illegal when I was there, so I don't know where that rule came from. But with her quitting, well, she stepped aside because she claimed she had mental reasons. Look, okay, that's part of competition. That automatically should take her out of the position of the greatest of all times or the GOAT, because part of competition is actually being able to stay within the fight. There's a huge mental game when it comes to sports. And but that still doesn't take away from the amazing things she has done. And she was actually mistreated by the Olympic Committee when it comes to how she was scored, because they went on a base of equity. She pulled off an amazing move during qualifications, which actually made the judges want to subsequently mark her down on everything she did. So she wasn't even being judged on an equal playing field. So I understand why she quit, and I think it was somewhat honorable that she stepped aside so the team could do better. She realized there was a problem, and the team would suffer because of that. So it's mixed feelings on that.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to Connor Points.
Yeah, so it's funny to me that modern Republicans are taking an opportunity to take a shit on one of the best athletes who ever lived. I think that if you watch Simone Biles and her performance, I think there's even a documentary called Simone versus Herself. Basically, she's top tier in the world. So I want to quote one of the most base Republicans ever, Teddy Roosevelt. "It is not the critic who counts, not the person who points out how the strong person stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short and again because there's no effort without error or shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends themselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if they fail, at least fails while daring greatly. So that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never knew victory or defeat." And even with Simone Biles withdrawing, I would put her in that category. Absolutely. She basically does things that make my decrepit old ass embarrassed that Charlie Kirk even dared to be like, "Oh, Simone Biles is a coward and a wussy," and like that's obnoxious for somebody who probably couldn't do a single pull up. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
You just quoted one of my favorite historical quotes, period. I really appreciate you quoting that quote because I forgot it. Could you DM that to me? And next,
Absolutely.
I'm going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, I've been very. This is a story I've followed sort of loosely, but I've been very surprised with the reaction of a bunch of people who tend to advocate against this idea of collectivism. But then the moment that they feel like they can say, "Oh, you've embarrassed our nation on the stage," blah blah blah, then they could, they'll just dig in on this. Listen, when you're talking about performance of sports at an incredibly high level, it is literally a matter of life and death. If you step up there and you say, "There's no way I can do this," that's called knowing your limits. We encourage that because the worst thing you could imagine is somebody pushing past a limit that they knew they had a limit, that they knew, "I can't do this right now." And then they go through and break their back on the world stage and then they never perform again. That is, it is absurd that anybody has any problems with this whatsoever. I can understand teammates or perhaps people directly involved being somewhat frustrated, but that needs to be tempered with the very truth that we are dealing with humans here. We are dealing with humans who are performing at a high level, and if you have had something that changes the sort of stasis that you're in, that you perform in at your best, that can seriously mess with your ability to safely perform what you're trying to do. I don't understand how this is an issue at all. This seems like something that's very invented and is I don't even know what would justify someone coming to the position of saying that there's something wrong with this. An athlete knowing their limits and saying, "I can't push through this particular limit," should be encouraged, in my opinion.
Okay. Next, we're going to throw it over to Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, obviously, you have to prioritize your mental health. It's true that being in a sport in general takes a lot of like mental energy as well. And then when you factor that in with being known as one of the greatest athletes of all times, and then you have this immense amount of pressure on you, I think that it makes sense that she may have really felt pressure and felt that it was necessary to take a step back. Overall, I generally see this as kind of a non-issue. I see it as an Olympic athlete needed to take a day off. Who really cares? I'm mainly just having fun laughing at the conservatives who, for the longest time, cried their little eyes out about women's sports. And now all of a sudden, because a woman does something different that they don't like in the sport, suddenly they don't really care about women's sports. It's also really funny seeing conservatives, someone mentioned it early, they're being very collectivist about this. Conservatives will very often say she should have put her own individual needs aside. Her own individual desires should have been put aside. Instead, she should have stuck up for the team. She should have stuck with the team. Well, these people are very often anti-vax. So what does that tell you? It tells you that it's ideologically driven, and that's really all this is. It's convenient for these slobs like Charlie Kirk to sit around and stuff his face with Dunkin' Donuts and cry about an athlete, but that's all it is. It's ideologically driven. So no, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters that she took a day off.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I guess generally speaking, right, like setting professional boundaries can be challenging in the face of pressure. I don't think anybody's gonna deny that, right? And there's potential like discrimination, there's potential like adverse emotional impacts, all that kind of comes into play. And there's something powerful in saying no and choosing not to do something. Something that concerns me is there different difficulties when racially minoritized groups say no, right? So we have to consider, right, that saying no does not always work in our best interest economically and socially, and that can lead to like institutional or social repercussions that can definitely impact careers. And I think that in the macro, we should praise Simone Biles for her ability to say no in the face of this institutional and structural pressure and social pressure. But I think we also have to recognize that the privilege that she used doesn't exist for all athletes. And if we make it a bit more like direct on the lens, doesn't exist for all Black women. And maybe we can get to that today.
Okay, next we're gonna throw it over to Maddie Cakes.
I echo a lot of what I've heard from the other panelists. And I want to bring up another point that I think is important about why she decided to sit out for the Olympics. She experienced what's more colloquially referred to as the twisties. And that's very similar to what they're called the yips for baseball players. And it's a sudden and unexpected loss of skills in experienced athletes. So with a baseball player, that could mean like throwing bad pitches or missing catches that you otherwise should have had. For a gymnast, it could mean sustaining a serious injury. It means that while midair, they literally can't tell up from down. And when you think about just how many times Simone flips and finds herself upside down during her routines, this would pose a very significant and serious problem. So I think it's good that she's setting these boundaries. She's recognizing that it's not only her mental health that's at stake here, there could be physical fallout if she were to just push herself forward. And I like that Joe Lewis brought up the privilege element of this, because this isn't something that most women, especially Black women, are able to do. This is not a privilege afforded to them. So while I think it's wonderful that it seems like we all are commending Simone Biles on having the courage to say no and to take a step back and set boundaries, maybe it'd be worth examining why we don't extend that same feeling and suspension of doubt for other women who do the same thing.
Wonderful, and we're gonna wrap up the intros with Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So my general view on this is that essentially it is kind of a manufactured outrage, as was brought up by a couple of the guests here, that there is this basically this almost duplicitous outrage over, well, you know, is this shame? Is this cowardice? This sort of thing. It is interesting to me, and I want to point out just for the record here that a lot of these critics that are now lambasting her over her decision here are the same people who just weeks ago were defending coward Crowder, Stephen Crowder's cowardice in his refusal to debate Sam Cedar, and yet now they're here basically calling Simone Biles a coward because she didn't feel necessarily that she was in the mental state to do her job properly here and give it her all. And of course, the downside in attempting that would be possible serious life-threatening injury or worse. As far as it goes in terms of the team, you have to consider, people are saying, well, this is bad for the team, but going in, knowing that you're not at your all, knowing that you may seriously have, you know, an injury occur or something, and if that happens, if you're going out there when you know you're not ready for it, just for the glory or whatever, that's going to sacrifice the morale and the standing of your national team that happens to be there. And yeah, I mean, the degree of injuries that we could talk about are pretty severe. She's somebody who for years has been on Ritalin, and now she doesn't have access to that. So that's not really something that you can necessarily train for. She required that to basically, provide relief from her ADHD, to my understanding. And so that's really the criticism here should be levied on Japan for making it basically illegal to have that if you're participating in the Olympics, not so much on her, because at Rio, where she was able to use it, she did, she was the GOAT basically. So there you go. So thanks.
Wonderful. There doesn't seem to be much disagreement. I'll allow the conversation to go for a little bit, but if everybody's basically, agreeing that we have a consensus, then I'll just move on to the next topic. So I'll allow open debate for a little bit.
Yeah. Kevin, never change, man. Never change.
Well, no, I think I can bring up the contention that we might actually be able to fight over a little bit, because I think Aircraft Sparky brought it up, and I think while I did my quote, I still agree with this. Part of performing at the highest level possible is handling the psychological pressure. Now, I'm not going to pretend for a fucking second that anybody can probably hand a candle to Simone Biles at her peak. I'm not. But I am saying that, like, AAA status, multimillionaire, you're on the fucking Wheaties box and all that kind of shit. It's not just that you have physical talent. It's also that you have, like, the mentality and psychology to be in the limelight. And you also have the mentality to know that people are counting on you. So while I think that, like, in this individual circumstance, we can recognize that she's probably one of the greatest of all time, and this is a temporary slip, the reason why I did my quote at all is because I view this as a temporary fall, a temporary setback. I expect Simone Biles to say, like, hey, listen, this is my passion. This is what I want to do. I want to be an example to everybody else. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to kick ass twice as hard. So that's kind of where I'm giving I don't want to say a pass, because she doesn't owe me shit. But that's where the thing that I'm trying to emphasize here is, like, the heroic struggle to high ideals and high achievement. Part of that is dealing with the pressures, and I think that was well said by Aircraft Sparky.
But at the same time, we can recognize.
I found the contention.
It's I wouldn't say it's contention. We also got to recognize that this is her last chance at competition, right? She's 24 years old, so she's gonna age out. Now, if she comes back at 26, that'd be incredible. 28, even more phenomenal. But for a gymnast, she's incredibly old. And again, it's weird to say that to call a 24-year-old old, but in regard to the sport, she's definitely going to age out soon. So that's another thing to consider as well.
Well, I'm going to clear up. Everyone kept saying that Ritalin was banned in Tokyo, which it is, but there was an exception allowed for her by the committee of 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Put that in the chat, but there is an exception.
Yeah, look, it's like this. Jordan didn't get the yips. That's why he's the GOAT. When the pressure came on, he performed. Look,
he retired early and came back because of money.
He
did go to play
performed.
baseball, yeah.
He performed. To be the greatest of all times, you have to take every bit of adversity, not just the physical, but also the mental. There's a huge part of mental in the game. Simone Biles, if she is off her ADHD medication, if she is off Ritalin,
No, no.
It is what it is. I guess Ritalin. I guess we could call a PED maybe if she couldn't actually perform without it.
Oh
but
God,
when it
what
comes
is this
down to it,
take?
I don't think it is.
I'm good.
You really think
Wait.
LeBron wasn't like you? Like, hold on.
I don't think
This is
LeBron.
funny to
First
me.
of all,
This
is
is
a
funny
goat
to
because
me.
the only thing he's a king of is the flop.
Okay, wait. One at a time. We're gonna go with Joe Louis because he was the first to grab it.
Yeah, this is funny to me considering that we know athletes in the NBA, NFL, MLB, NHL, even the WNBA use performance enhancers and different types of workarounds in the system to make sure they test positive or test or don't even like test anything at all in their system to make sure they can still compete. So I don't know why it's a weird thing to say. Like, I don't know if you were going on that hill, but it felt
Where's the
really
masculine
close.
privilege?
Yeah.
Where's the masculine privilege of the MLB and NBA and all that kind of stuff? I mean, I'm kind of interested about your guys' intersectional arguments because basically, I think these things are things that everybody deals with in corporate.
Sure,
culture.
and
They deal with
I also think that Olympic athletes probably know better about regulations and certain prohibitive and restrictive drugs than probably the Olympics, and they should have a seat at the table when it comes to regulation around these drugs. And that's even something that Olympic athletes argue that when they're advocating for the things that should be allowed and not be allowed, they're never at the table. So that's probably something to recognize before we start dying on these weird Ritalin hills, you know?
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
hit
look,
back
I'm
on
a
the
big
fact
fan,
that
so.
I also
the idea
think
that the
that, like,
PED, but like the fact
think
is,
there's
you
a
know,
s-
to be the greatest of all time and to get multiple gold medals, you got to deal with the pressure. And the fact is, she did choke. It's a bit disappointing. I'm not saying she's a coward at all because I think that's stupid.
No,
but
she's not a
in
coward.
fact, she choked.
I'm choke here. would you say then that if someone suffers?
One second.
This
wait,
is so silly.
Wait, Demon Mama was trying to talk earlier. Just want to make sure she gets a chance.
The idea that like it's a choke because you're having a severe issue with your medication is ridiculous. If somebody walked out and snapped and their ankle snapped, we wouldn't consider them choking. That's not choking.
Her ankle didn't
like,
snap
it's-
though. Nothing like that sort.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm
Let her
saying.
finish your point, and then you can respond.
I know you're very eager to get in here. The point that I'm saying is that we devalue mental health, and if we're talking about somebody who's performed at the top of their game for a very long time. This is somebody who has undoubtedly endured the mental challenges of the sport. This isn't that. You have to know, in fact, it is a required skill to build mental endurance, to know when you're at your limit so that you don't push yourself beyond it and damage yourself in the long run. This is not choking. I think it's very uncharitable to call something like this a choke. If you get out there and you're like, oh my God, I'm having vertigo that's preventing me from being able to perform, and I'm going to step down and take the consequences for that. Sure. I think that's a brave and honest act. I don't know where this idea that this is a choke is coming from. You're disappointed as a spectator because you don't get to eat your fucking popcorn. But this is somebody's life, somebody who's performed incredibly well and who's absolutely proven themselves capable of engaging with the mental challenges of sport, but just had something come up this time. And it sort of speaks to our society's general approach towards mental health. I don't know if you know this, but the brain is an organ. It's in your skull. There are chemicals that are changed inside your brain. There are neural pathways that can get fucked up, and that is just as real, just as material as a broken ankle. And if you don't acknowledge that, you're just denying the existence of the brain, which I think is a very interesting position.
Okay, we're gonna start with Connor, then we're gonna go to the other people on the list, like aircraft and agent.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really interesting take. I'm interested in kind of exploring it because what we're talking about is psychological or mental injury, and I think that I probably was raised with a different mentality. So I understand what you're saying. It's an organ. It's capable of suffering injury. Maybe it's neurochemical, neurological. Maybe it's emotional. Who knows what's going on? That it's interesting that we would consider a psychological injury on par with a physical injury, because I would say that's a relatively new conception, probably in the past decade or so. So
People used to think leeches. Like,
Would you say?
Sure,
would
hold
you,
on. Well,
Connor,
to
to clarify, would you say that it's new or just now we're paying attention to it?
Well, okay, so the kind of injury is not new. The paying attention to it is definitely new. The reason why I bring this up though is because somebody asked me this about like endurance sports, because they were wondering, like, on a marksmanship competition that lasted a week long, how do you determine who is best when basically everybody is shooting bullseyes the entire time? And what I said is, this is a week-long competition. It's not about accuracy in the individual event. It's about consistency and endurance over a really long period of time. And that's part of the judgmental criteria we bring here.
But she
so
has
it's
that,
not
right?
just, and here's the thing. Like, I don't think anybody here is doubting whether or not Simone Biles is a talent or the GOAT or anything like that. I don't think anybody's saying anything like that. What I
Well,
think
some are.
is, I think what's being evaluated is, even if we took the mental criteria as being evaluative and the physical criteria as being evaluative, did she perform to her best in this incident? Because basically, if we look at all other Olympic athletes, that is also the pressure that we're holding them to. Not just the physical strain, but also the mental, emotional, and basically political pressure or social pressure from the event.
Yeah.
So,
And if they suffered an injury, or if they had said that there's a pain in my body that is causing me to not be able to perform, I would imagine that we should treat them exactly the same. Go, oh wow, like that really sucks.
Yeah, so-
Like the idea that, like, yeah, everyone, including like everyone recognizes that part of the challenge of the Olympics is that there's an endurance aspect, but being unable because of some sort of injury or some major complication to finish out the competition doesn't necessarily preclude you from ever having that skill of endurance, right? Like, this is somebody who's proven that again and again. Like, nobody can perform to their 1000% every single time, and sometimes you just get unlucky. Sometimes something that happens, you can't power through it. And I think that, given that this isn't, like, yes, it's the Olympics, but, like, let's be real here. It's still entertainment. It's still sport. That's it. It's not war. It's not a matter of life or death. You have to put your well-being first. And I would say that an athlete who's 24 years old and has their entire life in front of them probably doesn't want to snap their neck doing the hardest performance of their life while they recognize that they have reached a limit. That's ridiculous.
Well, Demon Mama, my question to you then
Connor,
is,
but then we got to go down to other
yeah,
people.
yeah. My question to you, and I'll yield the floor, is basically like, is there anything that you said in the past minute about the variables and factors that also doesn't apply to, like, physical stuff? That would be my question, and I don't need an answer. I just want you to think about it, because I basically think everything that you just said about mental injury would equally apply to physical injury.
Well, of course it would. Of course it does. But you have to realize, if an athlete walks out and they have a sudden shooting pain in their leg, because, I don't know, maybe a blood clot happened and it literally killed the oxygen in their leg, and their leg is not working properly, they're gonna sit that out. They're not gonna. I mean, they might not. They might choose not to.
All I'm saying is, one of my favorite sports heroes is a guy who played baseball on acid. Okay, and he played like 9 straight innings, and I think he pitched a no-hitter.
Okay,
He did pitch a no-hitter.
We have to move on. We're gonna throw it over to aircraft. Then after that on the list is Agent and Maddie.
Thank you. Demon Mama, you actually had a good point. The brain is an organ, okay? I fully admit that. And the problem is she didn't sit there and talk about some type of pain. She didn't complain about vertigo. She has lost some of her focus, and that could be part of the ADHD issue that she has. So look, I actually applaud the fact that she decided to, for her own safety, step aside. But because of that, because it's not a physical injury, because this is something that is perceived, there is nothing physically wrong with her. Her stepping aside actually is a way of her giving up her status as the GOAT. And because part of the requirement, hold on, please. Part of the requirements, in my opinion, is when the going gets tough, you step up to the challenge, and you don't always win, but you at least stay in the fight. Because look, we can talk about some of the greatest athletes of all time actually failing at certain times, and then they have redemption stories, redemption arcs, and they can still be considered the greatest. And look, Simone Biles has that opportunity down the road, no doubt. But this is actually going to be a big asterisk on her record. And look, it just is what it is. Just admit that at this point right now, that's a bad thing. But look, we're not blaming her for quitting. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. She didn't let her team down. I think if she didn't feel like she could perform at her top performance, her stepping aside to allow the alternate to come in so they could have secured the silver for the team, I think that is better than performing at maybe a 60% or whatever and hindering the team. So it's a mixed bag with me. I'm not downplaying anything she has done. The woman is amazing. She is probably the best gymnast overall with stats. But at this one time, at the top level, she got, as Maddie would say, the yips. But the goats, traditionally, the tougher it gets, the less likely those yips develop. And that's really my entire argument here.
So, do you believe that Simone is the greatest gymnast of all time?
I think that she has the potential to be one of them. But right now, if she has performance anxieties that actually prevents her from achieving at the top level, and you have to watch her for the next couple of years just to see.
She's probably going to age out or retire. So let's just like kind of broaden this a bit, right? This is a gymnast with 4 gold medals, over I think 20 world championship medals, and then a couple miscellaneous. I think she has over around 30 gold medals altogether, which to the best of my knowledge is the most by a gymnast. Check me on that just to be sure. It's in the top 3 for sure. So I don't know what else she can do in your eyes to put her as the GOAT. Like
redemption arc. She has that opportunity.
A redemption arc in retirement? Yeah. What's she gonna do? Fucking go like?
She doesn't have to retire. You do realize that there are people in gymnastics that compete.
This is until they're 28. Don't die on this dumb hill. It exposes you don't know shit about gymnastics.
No, I don't know a shit ton about gymnastics because
great.
It's not my favorite sport in the world to watch.
Yeah. Okay. Would you hold this
right now?
Would you hold this same? Sorry. Would you hold this same?